This is a reading of a collection of lectures entitled Pastoral Medicine, the Collegial Working of Doctors and Priests, 11 lectures delivered in Dornach in September of 1924. Lecture 1. My dear friends, for this, in quotes, Pastoral Medicine course, we are bringing together for the first time the members of two distinct circles of spiritual work. This is of quite special importance. We must inquire, therefore, first of all, into the reason for the combination from the intended content of the course itself. In the first place, I would like to point out that perhaps this course, as no other, will be an example of how ancient traditions must be renewed through a particular form of spiritual activity in our time. For what has so far developed under the name Pastoral Medicine has really lost its original content. We will see that this is so in the course of our study. Yet, out of the very foundation of this present age, there arises a most significant task that, as it takes shape, may be allowed to bear the name Pastoral Medicine. We have made the strict requirement that this course shall be mainly for real theologians and real physicians, including those who are training to be real physicians, in the sense in which that title can be given them from the standpoint of the medical section of the Goetheanum. How this standpoint is to be understood will become clear during the course. We have admitted a few individuals who are exceptions to the general requirement, and these for reasons based on the opinion of the medical section of the Goetheanum. First and foremost, dear friends, there must be an absolutely clear understanding on the part of the theologians and on the part of the physicians for what is now going to be made possible by their working together, namely a new pastoral medicine. Their working together has indeed often been discussed. It has even been pointed out that the anthroposophical movement should try to bring it about. But then things have come to light which must be corrected precisely during this course. A proper working together must certainly not be understood to mean any dilettante interference by one side into the work of the other side. It certainly does not mean that the theologians are to become physicians, or that the physicians are to become in the slightest way theologians. It is purely a matter of the two professions working together hand in hand. The course will stress very strongly the importance of preventing any kind of confusion by, for instance, the theologian trying to get his hands into various medical measures that cannot possibly lie in his sphere of work. And on the other hand, the physician must be clearly aware of the position he must always hold, in the sense just described, toward the theologian. It is tremendously important that this should be thoroughly understood by both sides. Very, very much will depend upon it. Apparently the thought has even been entertained that the theologian should actually acquire medical knowledge. Well, of course, it is always good to acquire knowledge, but the important thing here is to realize absolutely clearly that the physician, in addition to the cultivation of his thinking, feeling, and willing, has had specific medical training. No one should play with the idea that he can push his way into the world with bits and pieces of medical knowledge without this specific medical training, even if he's a theologian. On the other hand, the physician must develop a special conception of his profession. He must learn through pastoral medicine that something essential is expressed when it is said, "The flame of offering belongs to the priest, the mercury staff to the physician." And only through the working together of the flame of offering and the mercury staff is a healthful cooperation possible. One must not want to heal with the flame of offering, or to celebrate ritual with the mercury staff. But one must realize that both are divine service. The more fully this is realized, the better will be their cooperation, with physician remaining physician and priest remaining priest. And the more healing will be their work in the world. Our anthroposophical movement must not be allowed to become an area where everything is thrown together in chaotic fashion. The seriousness that we should be cultivating so strongly within our movement would suffer thereby. One can have knowledge, if I may use an obvious example, of the general procedure for a foot operation, but one should certainly not think that therefore he can perform the operation. And this holds true for all medical matters. Above all, anthroposophy must not become propaganda for quackery. It must not be allowed to happen that the theologians become quacks. This must be understood very clearly. The medical section at the Goetheanum will handle with extreme seriousness whatever is going to give an individual a position out in the world as an anthroposophical physician. But the following must also become an established procedure: that a physician who wants to work with the same impulses as the medical section at the Goetheanum will have his status and his relation to the section properly defined by the section. There will be no progress unless this procedure becomes a complete reality, so complete, in fact, that in the future someone will be acknowledged as a physician if he has passed the requirements of the medical section at the Goetheanum. From this point of view also, dear friends, we are justified in not having admitted to this course healers who are not physicians. Those who sit here today, with a very few exceptions, can lay full claim in the outside world to membership in the medical profession. Perhaps we have made ourselves clear. I have been speaking more from the administrative angle, but the matter will be the concern of pastoral medicine itself. When the question was raised recently by the theologians whether something of a medical nature could be given them, I could not do otherwise than say that I would give a course on pastoral medicine, in which the theologians could participate. And so the course has been organized by the medical section of the Goetheanum, and the theologians are taking part in it. It must be quite clear why we have structured it in this way. Up to now, dear friends, pastoral medicine has not been a subject in the medical faculties, but in the theological faculties. And the pastoral medicine that has been taught in the theological faculties has really not contained anything specifically medical. Parenthesis, or perhaps I should ask, has any physician here who has gone through the academic training had any pastoral medicine in his medical courses? Please raise your hand. Close parenthesis. It is not offered in any catalogue of a medical faculty. It hardly appears any more in Protestant theological faculties, but it does have a role in Catholic theological faculties, and for a good reason. Only it contains nothing of a medical nature. In the main, it contains the following. First, knowledge the priest needs in order to work as a pastor, not only with healthy persons who are given into his care, but also with those who are ill. There is a difference whether one has the sole care of an ill person, particularly one who is seriously ill, or the sole care of a healthy person. With the ill, perhaps severely ill person, the question is how one shapes the sole care, how one relates to it. But I have never yet found a book on pastoral medicine that did not stress repeatedly that the first task of the pastor is to make certain, by word and deed, that a real doctor is found, and that he himself should refrain from all medical measures. I am just reporting on this matter. A second important subject of pastoral medicine has to do with the hygienic aspects of certain ritual measures. For instance, the healthfulness or unhealthfulness of fasting, required for ceremonial reasons, is explained for laymen. Also, what medical science has to say, for instance, about circumcision and similar matters. For the priest himself, this, of course, has just to do with Catholic faculties. It sets forth clearly what is to be said from a hygienic standpoint about asceticism. This is spoken about very fully. A further subject has to do with what measures should be taken, for instance, in a parish where there is also a doctor, what connection there should be between the medical care and the sacraments. When a religious community bases its activity on the reality of the sacraments, we will speak about this later, it means that the priest must be prepared to meet the medical treatment that is being given. There is, for instance, the anointing that the priest must perform at the sick bed by the side of the doctor. We have also to consider what significance the earlier pastoral medicine attributed to a person's receiving communion while recovering from a severe illness. Looking at the spiritual aspect, one has to ponder on the working of the sacrament in relation to the processes of healing in a human being. A further subject, and this is discussed at great length, examines how the pastor has to relate himself to the physician in psychopathic cases, cases of mentally handicapped or psychically abnormal individuals. The pastoral work is varied for such cases. This was the principal task confronting pastoral medicine in its earlier days, and it was taken care of through the centuries rather extensively by calling on the authority of the Church Fathers' writings. That is a field of work that cannot appear in the same light to us, who are involved in a renewal of spiritual life. Indeed, from fundamental anthroposophical views, we are aware of very important tasks in that field for a new pastoral medicine. And, dear friends, we can discover the extent of such tasks if we consider the subject from two sides. First, let us consider it from the medical point of view. What are we doing when we apply a therapy? When we give a medicine or apply some healing measure to a sick person, there is always the fact that in the healing process we want to set in motion, whether physical or spiritual or pertaining to the soul, we are going beyond the so-called normal relation of that person to the world around him. No matter what therapy we use, in every instance we are going beyond what the person has normally in his everyday life, whether it is his taking of nourishment, or his exposure to light and air, or exposure to soul influences. In every circumstance, we are going beyond all of that in our therapy. Even if we simply prescribe a small change of diet, we have gone a small step beyond what the person himself had permitted in his everyday relation to the world around him. Say that we prescribe a medicine. If it's a physical substance, its effect will be that a different process takes place than would take place if he were merely eating food. And it is the same with other therapeutic measures. In using any therapeutic measure, we are intervening in the life of the patient in a way that is different from the way life usually works upon him. For what is the normal intervention in human life? How does a human being take hold of his life himself? We can distinguish, dear friends, three kinds of processes that intervene, or can intervene, in human life. First, the process that is active in the human being in the same way that physical chemical forces are active in outer nature. Secondly, the process that is active in the realm of a human being's life forces, in life itself. Thirdly, the process that takes immediate hold of the human being in the sphere of his consciousness. Again, 1, physical-chemical, 2, life, 3, consciousness. Here we must grasp an important concept. In ordinary life, there are 3 states of consciousness: waking, dreaming, and sleeping. The moment we apply an active therapeutic measure, we are intervening in the sphere of consciousness, to a greater or lesser degree depending on what the measure is. Such intervention never occurs in such a direct way in the so-called normal course of life. When a person is eating, for instance, he is surrendering to the usual process of taking nourishment. Then, if this has proceeded normally, there follow his waking, dreaming, sleeping in normal fashion. At the most, we might vary his diet for the purpose of bringing about better sleep, but there the boundary is already shifted. Therapy has already begun. It is quite another matter if you intervene with some therapy when, for instance, a patient has a fever. If you were to apply the same therapy to a healthy person, you would alter his condition of consciousness. Thus, a physician has to work fundamentally with the various states of consciousness. A human being's ordinary relation to the outer world has to do with life forces. But in medical work, one is intervening in the states of consciousness. You will find this is so in every single therapeutic measure. And it is the specific characteristic of a therapeutic measure that it does enter into what has to do in some way or other with the variability of consciousness. In fact, the only effective therapy is one that takes such deep hold of our human constitution that it penetrates to the source from which our various states of consciousness come. But thereby you are intervening as physician, as therapist, directly in the ordering of the spiritual world. Your alteration of someone's condition of consciousness means that you are intervening directly in the ordering of the spiritual world. And when you have a really active cure, you are always, through this penetration into the state of consciousness, even though it may be into subconsciousness, you are always drawing the soul of the person into the therapeutic process. You do not remain in the physical sphere. Our ordinary consumption of food, ordinary breathing, our other ordinary processes remain in the physical sphere, and our higher members work indirectly through the physical sphere. Our higher forces are active through our physical organism. In contrast, when you are working as a physician or therapist, you draw the patient's soul directly into his physical body. Indeed, we can say, if a physician understands his profession properly, he realizes that he enters directly into the realm of the spiritual. It only seems that therapy is merely a physical or biological process. True therapeutic measures always involve the patient's soul, even though at first this may remain unknown to the ordinary consciousness. You should observe, dear friends, what actually takes place in a patient when, let us say, his fever is suddenly lowered by some therapeutic means. In this event, processes are introduced into the innermost depth of the patient's being, just as the illness itself had worked into this depth, beyond the merely physical and biological realm. So, we have looked at the picture from the medical point of view. We have seen how doctoring, healing, by its very nature, leads from the physical realm into the spiritual. Now let us examine the priest's profession just as carefully. If the priest's calling is not one of teaching, if he is a truly active priest, then he is connected with the ritual, and the ritual includes the sacraments. But the sacraments are not symbols. What are they? They consist of this, that external events take place, and these external events hold something in them that does not exhaust itself in chemical or biological processes. They contain orientations which are embodied in the physical, biological sphere, but which have their origin in the spiritual world. Sense-perceptible actions are performed, and spirit streams into the actions. Spiritual reality is present in the ritual on the level of sense perception. And what takes place there, in front of the congregation, takes place first of all before their conscious observation. Nothing is permitted to take place except what does take place in that way. Otherwise it would not be ritual, not sacrament, but suggestion. The sacraments, if they are right, are never allowed to contain any element of suggestion. All the more, therefore, they are able to contain what is spiritual. They take place before the waking consciousness of the participants, but they work into the sphere of the life forces. In the communion, a person is not just eating the material substance that is offered to him. In that case, it would not be a sacrament. Also, it is not a matter of symbols. Rather, it has to do with reaching into a person's life, because a sacrament is enacted, is celebrated out of an orientation from the spiritual world. Therefore, one can say, therapy leads from life to consciousness. The ritual with its sacraments leads from consciousness to life. Again, therapy, life to consciousness. Ritual, sacraments, consciousness to life. There you have the two activities in polarity: therapeutic activity and the celebration of the sacraments. In therapeutic measures, the course leads from life to consciousness, and consciousness becomes a helper, at least, in ordinary consciousness, an unconscious helper in the healing process. In the celebration of the sacraments, life is made a helper for what is enacted before the consciousness. Both of these activities, dear friends, have to be grasped spiritually in deep inwardness, not merely diagrammatically as it is now being presented to you. They require the involvement of the total human being if that individual wants to make one or the other his vocation. Only because in our present civilization therapy has left behind the spiritual element, and theology has left behind the concrete world, only because in our present civilization therapy has taken a false path into materialism, and theology a false path into abstraction, only for these reasons has their true relationship become completely veiled. This true relationship must be re-established. It must become active again. Again, it must become clear that the physician needs already for his diagnosis a trained observation that enables him to see a biological or even just a physical process in the human organism as actually a spiritual process. For all processes in the human organism are spiritual. The physician needs already for diagnosing, and still more in his treatment, an observation that is trained to see the lighting up of the spirit within the physical. The priest needs an observation that is trained to see the lighting up of the physical reflection of a spiritual event. There is a polarity again. But there must always be polarities working together in this world, and these are no exception. To see how they are to work together will be a task within the sphere of anthroposophy, and based on anthroposophy, a task also to be fulfilled within anthroposophical spheres of activity. So one can think, dear friends, that out of this gathering for a pastoral medicine course, there may actually be created the future anthroposophical physician, who will hold the right relation to the priest because of his own relation to the spiritual world, and that the priest himself will have come out of the movement for Christian renewal. Something quite special will develop out of this course for the physician and the priest, so that they will work together in a true way. For what, in this case, can working together mean, dear friends? Surely not that the priest does dilettante doctoring and that the doctor does dilettante priesting. That it cannot mean. For if their working together were to consist of the priest knowing a few medical facts, and the physician vesting himself as a priest, then I'd like to know why they should work together. Why should an experienced physician be interested in half priest, half doctor dilettantism? It makes no sense. And why should a priest want to interfere in medical matters, except at some moment when the physician asks for a pastor? On the other hand, if the physician is a good physician, standing squarely within his medical profession, and if the priest is a real priest, then they can work together. It means that one offers help to the other out of his own professional abilities, not that one pushes his way in to the other's professional domain. Such an association will bring about a profoundly important result for our culture. The physician will truly understand the priest, and the priest the physician. The priest will know just so much about doctoring as he needs to know, and the physician just so much about the vocation and mission of the priest as he needs to know. And then in time we will see to what extent physician and priest can work with the teacher to accomplish something beneficial to humanity. That will again be a special task. In that area, too, people will have to work together, and in the most manifold ways, because pedagogy is also something that must be looked at from a fresh point of view. The priest cannot be a physician, nor the physician a priest, but they can both, in a certain sense, be teachers. All the details, however, of these new associations will have to be thought out quite concretely. Therefore, I would like to ask you from the very beginning, today, to count as part of all that this Pastoral Medicine course is going to present, to count this earnest request, that everything be worked out on a really professional and expert basis. Then the priest will truly help the actual physician if he rejects all thought of medical dilettantism. That will be one of his responsibilities. And the physician will be able to do very much at the sickbed to bring the priest's mission to proper fulfillment, precisely at the sickbed, where often a priest has to intervene in life in a really essential way. We will continue tomorrow. The end of Lecture 1. Lecture 2 of Pastoral Medicine. Dear friends, if we are going to consider the mutual concerns of priest and physician, we should look first at certain phenomena in human life that slide over easily into the pathological field, phenomena that need a physician's understanding, and that also reach in an extraordinary way into profound depths, even, may I say, into the esoteric realm of religious life. We have to realize that all branches of human knowledge must be liberated from a certain coarse attitude that has come into them in this materialistic epoch. We need only recall how certain phenomena, which had been grouped together for some time under the heading genius and insanity, have recently been given a crass interpretation by Lombroso and his school, and also by others. Footnote: Cesar Lombroso, Lombroso, 1836 to 1909, Italian anthropologist, wrote Genius and Insanity, 1864, and titled The Criminal, Anthropological, Medical, and Legal Aspects, 1876. End of footnote. I am not pointing to the research itself. That has its uses, but rather to their way of looking at things, to what they brought out as, quote, criminal anthropology, close quote, from studying the skulls of criminals. The opinions they voiced were not only coarse, they were extraordinarily commonplace. Indeed, one can say, and here we may make use of certain categories, for we are dealing here with a border realm of pastoral medicine. One can say, obviously the Philistines all got together and established among themselves what the normal type of human being is, and it was as near as could possibly be to a Philistine. And whatever deviated from this type was pathological. Genius on one side, insanity on the other. Each in its own way was pathological. Since it is quite obvious to anyone with insight that every pathological characteristic also expresses itself bodily, it is also obvious that symptoms can be found in bodily characteristics, pointing in one or the other direction. It is a matter of regarding the symptoms in the proper way. Even the lobe of an ear can, under certain conditions, be clearly revealing of some psychological peculiarity, because such psychological peculiarities are connected with the karma that works over from earlier incarnations. The forces that build the physical organism in the first 7 years of human life are the same forces by which later we think. So it is important to consider certain phenomena, not in the customary manner, but in a really appropriate way. And not so much regarding them as pathological, although we will be led into aspects of pathology through these very phenomena, but more to obtain through them a view of human life itself. Let us for a moment review the picture of man that anthroposophy gives us. The human being stands before us in his physical body, which has a long evolution behind it, 3 preparatory stages before it became his earthly body, as is described in my book titled Occult Science and Outline. This earthly body needs much more for it to be understood than what is brought to it by today's anatomy and physiology. For I would point out that the human physical body, as it is today, is a true image of the etheric body, which is in its 3rd stage of development, of the astral body, which is in its 2nd stage, and even to a certain degree, of the ego organization which man first received on earth, which therefore is in its 1st stage of development. All of this is stamped like the stamp of a seal upon the human physical body, which makes the physical body, as it confronts us today, extraordinarily complicated. Only its purely mineral physical nature can be understood with the methods of knowledge that are brought to it today. What the etheric body impresses upon it is not to be reached at all by those methods. That has to be observed with the eye of a sculptor, in such a way that one obtains pictorial images of cosmic forces, images that can then be recognized again in the form of the entire man and in the forms of the single organs. The physical human being is also an image of the breathing and blood circulation, but the entire dynamic activity that works and weaves through the blood circulation and breathing system can only be understood if one thinks of it in musical forms. If, for instance, one recognizes the formative forces which are poured into the skeletal system and then became active in a finer capacity in the breathing and circulation, if one recognizes these forces as possessing a musical character, we can perceive in eurythmy how the octave goes out from the shoulder blade and proceeds along the bones of the arm. This bone formation of the arm cannot be understood from a mechanical view of dynamics, but only from musical insight. We found the interval of the prime extending from the shoulder blade to the bone of the upper arm, the humerus, the interval of the second in the humerus, the third from the elbow to the wrist. We find 2 bones there because there are 2/3 in music, a larger and a smaller, and so on. In short, if we want to find the impression of the astral body, upon the physical body, upon the breathing and blood circulation, we are obliged to bring a musical understanding to it. Still more difficult to understand is the ego organization. For this one needs to grasp the meaning of the first verse of the Gospel of St. John, quote, "In the beginning was the Word," close quote. The Word is meant there to be understood in a concrete sense, not abstractly as commentators of the Gospels usually present it. If this is applied concretely to the real human being, it provides an explanation of how the ego organization penetrates the human physical body. You can see that we ought to add much more to our studies if they are to lead to a true understanding of the human being. However, I am convinced that a tremendous amount of material could be eliminated, not only from medical courses, but from theological courses too. If one would only assemble the really essential material, the number of years a medical student, for instance, must spend today in his course would not be lengthened but shortened. Naturally, it is thought in materialistic fashion today that if there's something new to be included, you must tack another half year onto the course. Out of the knowledge that anthroposophy gives us, we can say that the human being stands before us in his physical, etheric, and astral bodies and his ego organization. During waking life, these four members of the human organization are in close connection. During sleep, the physical body and etheric body are together on one side, and the ego organization and astral body on the other side. With knowledge of this fact, we are then able to say that the greatest variety of irregularities can appear in the connection of ego organization and astral body with etheric body and physical body. It can happen, for instance, like this. Let me make a diagram. Physical body, etheric body, astral body, ego organization, and there's a colored plate at the end of this book, plate 1, number 1. So, in waking condition, the so-called normal relation prevails among these four members of the human organization. But it can also happen that the physical body and etheric body are in some kind of normal connection, also that the astral body sits within them comparatively normally, but that the ego organization is somehow not sitting within the astral body properly, plate 1, number 2. Then we have an irregularity that in the first place confronts us in the waking condition. The person is unable to come with his ego organization properly into his astral body. Therefore his life of feeling is very much disturbed. He can even form quite lively thoughts, for thoughts depend, in the main, upon a normal connection of the astral body with the other bodies. But that the sense impressions will be grasped appropriately by the thoughts depends upon the ego organization being normally united with the other members of the human being. If this is not the case, if the ego organization is not properly connected with the other members, then the sense impressions become dim. And in the same measure that the sense impressions fade, the thoughts become livelier. The sense impressions can appear almost ghostly, not clear as we normally have them. The soul life of such a person is flowing away. His sense impressions have something misty about them. They seem to be continually vanishing. At the same time, his thoughts have a lively quality and tend to become more intense, more colored, almost as if they were sense impressions themselves. When such a person sleeps, his ego organization is not properly within the astral body. And the consequence is that now he has extraordinarily strong experiences in fine detail of the external world around him. He has experiences with his ego and astral body both outside his physical and etheric bodies, of that part of the world in which he lives, for instance, the finer details of the plants or orchard around his house. Not what he sees during the day, but the delicate flavor of the apples and so forth. That is really what he experiences. and in addition, pale thoughts that are after effects in the astral body from his waking life. You see, it is difficult if you have such a person before you, and you may encounter him in all variations in the most manifold circumstances of life. You may meet him in your vocation as physician or as priest, or the whole congregation may encounter him. You can find him in endless variety, for instance, in a village. Today, if the physician finds him in an early stage of life, he makes the diagnosis psychopathological impairment. To the modern physician, he is a psychopathological impairment case. He is at the borderline between health and illness. His nervous system, for instance, can be considered to be on a pathological level. The priest, if he is well schooled, let us say a Benedictine — the ordinary parish priests in the Catholic Church are sometimes not so well schooled — if he is a well-schooled Benedictine or Jesuit or Barnabite, or the like, and has such a person before him with soul forces thoroughly unstable, for they are working quite differently from the way they would work in a so-called normal person, then he knows from his esoteric background that the things such a person tells him, even though this person is at the very border between health and illness, even though his nervous system can be diagnosed as thoroughly pathological, the priest knows that if he interprets them properly, they can give him genuine revelations from the spiritual world, just as one can have them from a really insane person. But the insane person is not able to interpret them, only someone who comprehends the whole situation. Thus you can encounter such a person if you are a physician, and we will see how he should be regarded medically from an anthroposophical point of view. Thus you can also encounter him if you are a priest, and even the entire congregation can encounter him. But now perhaps the person develops further. Then something quite special appears. His physical and etheric bodies are still in, so to say, normal connection. But now there begins to be a stronger pull of the ego organization. It was already in an irregular relation to the other members, a stronger pull, drawing the astral body to itself, so that the ego organization and astral body are now more closely bound together, and they do not enter properly, either of them, into the physical and etheric bodies, plate 1, number 3. Then the following can take place. The person becomes unable to control his physical and etheric bodies properly from out of his astral body and ego. He is unable to push his astral body and ego organization properly into his external senses. Therefore, every now and then his senses leave him. His sense impressions in general fade away, and he falls into a kind of dizzy dream state. But then, in the most varied way, his moral impulses can appear with special strength. They can be confused, but also, if the rest of the organism is as just described, they can be extremely casuistic and exaggeratedly so. Now the physician finds in such a case that physical and biochemical changes have taken place in the sense organs and the nerve substance. He will find, although he may take slight notice of them, great abnormalities in the ductless glands and their hormone secretion, in the glands we call adrenal glands, and the glands that are hidden in the neck as small glands within the thyroid gland. In such a case there are changes, particularly in the pituitary gland and in the pineal gland. These are more generally recognized than are the changes in the nervous system and in the general area of the senses. And now the priest comes in contact with such a person. The person tells him what he is experiencing in this condition, a specially strong feeling of sin, stronger than people normally have. The priest can learn very much, and Catholic priests do. Precisely from such individuals, they learn what an extreme consciousness of sin can be like, something developed so weakly in most human beings. Also in such a person, the love of one's neighbor can become tremendously intense, so much so that the person can get himself into great trouble because of it, which he will then confess to the priest. But the situation can develop still further. It can now come about that the physical body remains comparatively isolated, because the etheric body, from time to time or even permanently, does not entirely penetrate it, so that now the astral and etheric bodies and ego organization are closely united with one another, and the physical organism is separate from them. Plate 2. Such a person, if we use the current materialistic terms, but we are going to outgrow them in the course of our present study, such a person is called, in most cases, a severely mentally retarded individual. He is unable, from his soul spiritual individuality, to control his physical limbs in any direction, not even in the direction of his own will. Such a person pulls his physical organism along, as it were, after him. If a human being is in this condition in early childhood, from birth, he is also diagnosed as mentally retarded, because in the present stage of Earth evolution, when all three members, ego organization, astral organization, and etheric body, are separated from the physical, and the lone physical body is dragged along after them, the child cannot perceive, cannot be active, cannot be illumined by his ego organization, astral body, and etheric body, so his experiences are dim, and he goes about in his physical body as if he were anesthetized. This is extreme mental retardation, and one has to think how, at this stage, one can bring the other bodies down into the physical organism. Here it can be a matter of pedagogical measures, but also to a great extent of external therapeutic measures. But now the priest can be quite amazed at what such a person will confess to him. The priest may consider himself very clever, but even thoroughly educated priests, there really are such men in Catholicism, one must not underestimate it, they pay attention if a so-called sick man comes to them and says, "The things you pronounce from the pulpit aren't worth much. They don't add up to anything. They don't reach up to the dwelling place of God. They don't have any worth except external worth." One must really rest in God with one's whole being. That's the kind of thing such people say. In every other area of life, they behave in such a way that one must rate them externally mentally retarded. But in a conversation with their priest, they come out with such speeches. They claim to know inner religious life more intimately than someone who speaks of it professionally. They feel contempt for the professional. They call what they experience, quote, "rest in God," close quote. And you can see that the priest must find ways and means to relate himself to what such a person, one can say patient, or one can use other terms, to what such a human being is experiencing within himself. One has to have a sensitive understanding for the fact that pathological conditions can be found in all spheres of life, for the fact that some human being may be quite unable at the present time to find his way in the physical sense world, quite unable to be the sort of human that external life now requires all of us to be. We are all necessarily, to a certain degree, Philistines as regards external life, but such persons as I am describing are not in condition to travel along our Philistine paths. They have to travel other ways. A priest must be able to feel what he can give such a person, how to connect what he can give out of himself with what that other human being is experiencing. Very often, such a person is simply called, quote, "one of the queer ones," close quote. This demands an understanding of the subtle transition from illness to spirituality. But our study can go much further. Let us think what happens when a human being goes through his entire sequence of development in the course of his life. At some life period he is in this condition, Plate 1, number 2, where only the ego organization has loosened itself from the other members of the organism. In a later life period he advances to this condition, Plate 1, number 3. In a still later period to this, Plate 2. He only goes through this sequence if the first condition, perhaps in childhood, which is still normal, shows a tendency in him already to lose the balance of the 4 members of his organism. If the physician comes upon such a person destined to go through all these 4 stages, the first very slightly abnormal, the others as I have pictured them, he will find there is tremendous instability, and he must do something about it. Usually nothing can be done. Sometimes he prescribes intensive treatment. It accomplishes nothing. Perhaps later he is again in contact with this person and finds that the first unstable condition has advanced to the next, as I described it, with the sense impressions becoming vague and the thoughts highly colored. Eventually he finds the excessively strong consciousness of sin. Naturally, a physician does not want to take any notice of that, for now the symptoms are beginning to play over into the soul realm. Usually it is at this time that the person finally gets in touch with a priest, particularly when he comes to the 4th stage. Now the individuals who go through these stages, it is connected with their karma, their repeated earth lives, have purely, out of their deep intuition, developed a wonderful terminology for all this, especially if they have gone through the stages in sequence. With the first stage almost normal, they are able to speak in a wonderful way about what they experience. They say, for instance, when they are still quite young people, if the labile condition starts between 17 and 19 years, man must know himself, and they demand complete knowledge of themselves. Now, with their ego organization separated, they come of their own initiative to an active meditative life. Very often they call this, quote, active prayer, close quote, active meditation. And they are grateful when some well-schooled priest gives them instruction about prayer. Then they are entirely absorbed in prayer, and they are experiencing in it what they now begin to describe by a wonderful terminology. They look back at their first stage and call what they perceive, quote, the first dwelling place of God, close quote, because their ego has not entirely penetrated the other members of their organism. And so, to a certain extent, they are seeing themselves from within, not merely from without. This, their perception from within, increases. It becomes, as it were, a larger space, quote, the first dwelling place of God, close quote. What next appears, what I have described from another point of view, is richer. It is more inwardly detailed. They see much more from within, quote, the second dwelling place of God, close quote. When the 3rd stage is reached, the inner vision is extraordinarily beautiful, and such persons say, quote, I see the 3rd dwelling place of God. It is tremendously magnificent, with spiritual beings moving within it, close quote. This is inner vision, a powerful, glorious vision of a world woven by spirit. Quote, the 3rd dwelling place of God, close quote, or the house of God. There are variations in the words the persons use. When they reach the 4th stage, they no longer want advice about active meditation, for usually they have reached the view that everything will be given them through grace, and they must wait. They talk about passive prayer, passive meditation, that they must not pray out of their own initiative, for it will come to them if God wants to give it to them. Here, the priest must have a fine instinct for recognizing when this stage passes over into the next. For now the persons speak of rest prayer, during which they do nothing at all. They let God hold sway in them. That is how they experience the 4th dwelling place of God. Sometimes from the descriptions they give at this stage, from what, if we speak medically, such a quote-unquote patient says, a priest can really learn a tremendous amount of esoteric theology. If he is a good interpreter, the theological detail becomes clear to him. If he listens very carefully to what such, I say it with quotation marks, such patients tell him, to what they know. Much of what is taught in theology, particularly Catholic theology, Catholic pastoral theology, is founded on what various enlightened, trained father confessors have heard from certain penitents who have undergone this sequence of development. Ordinary conceptions of health and illness cease at this point to have any meaning. If such a man is hidden away in an office, or if such a woman becomes an ordinary housewife who must spend her days in the kitchen, or something similar in bourgeois everyday life, these persons become really insane, and behave outwardly in such a way that they can only be regarded as insane. If a priest notices at the right moment how things are developing, he gets the woman into a cloister and arranges for her to live in appropriate surroundings to develop the 4 stages in proper order. Through such a patient, the enlightened father confessor is able to look into the spiritual world in a modern way, but similarly to the Greek priests who learned about the spiritual world from the Pythians. Footnote: Pythians, priestesses of Apollo, who delivered the oracles at Delphi. End of footnote. The Pythians, who imparted all kinds of revelations concerning the spiritual world through earthly smoke and vapor. What sense would there be today in writing a thesis on, quote, the pathological aspect of the Greek Pythians, close quote? It could certainly be done, and it would be correct, even absolutely true, but it would have no meaning in a higher sense. For as a matter of fact, very much of what flowed in a magnificent way from Greek theology into the entire cultural life of Greece originated in the revelations of the Pythians. As a rule, the Pythians were individuals who had come either to this 3rd stage or even to the 4th stage. But we can think of a personality in a later epoch who went through these stages under the wise direction of her father confessors, so that she could devote herself undisturbed to her inner visions. Something very wonderful developed for her, which indeed also remained to a certain degree pathological. Her life was not just a concern of the physician or of the priest, but a concern of the entire Church. The Church pronounced her a saint after her death. This was Saint Teresa. This was approximately her path. Footnote: Theresia von Jesu or von Avila, 1515 to 1582, Carmelite nun, reformed the order in association with John of the Cross, canonized by the Church. End of footnote. You see, dear friends, one must examine such things as this if one wants to discover what will give medicine and theology a real insight into the nature of the human being. One must be prepared to go far beyond the usual category of ideas, for they lose their value. Otherwise one can no longer differentiate between a saint and a fool, between a madman and a genius, and can no longer distinguish any of the others except a normal dyed-in-the-wool average citizen. This is a view of the human being that must first be met with understanding. Then it can really lead to fundamental esoteric knowledge. But it can also be tremendously enlightening in regard to psychological abnormalities, as well as physical abnormalities and physical illnesses. For the stages which we have been discussing to appear, certain conditions are necessary. There has to be a certain consistency of the person's ego, so that it is not completely penetrating his organism. Also, there must be a certain consistency of the astral body. If it is not fine, as it was in Saint Teresa, if it is coarse, then the result will be different. With Saint Teresa, due to the delicacy of her ego organization and astral body, certain physical organs in the lower body had been formed with the same fragile quality. But it can happen that the ego organization and astral body are quite coarse, and yet they have the same characteristic as above. Such an individual can be comparatively normal and show only the physical correlate. Then it is only a physical illness. One could say, on the one hand, there can be a Saint Teresa constitution, with its visions and poetic beauty, and on the other hand its physical counter-image in diseased abdominal organs, which in the course of this second person's life is not reflected in his ego and astral organization. All these things must be spoken about and examined, for they confront whoever holds responsibility as physician or priest, and he must be equal to their challenge. A theological, religious activity only begins to be effective if the theologian is prepared to cope with such phenomena, and the physician only begins to be a healer of his fellow men if he also is prepared to deal with such symptoms. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of the collection of lectures Pastoral Medicine by Rudolf Steiner, Lecture 3. Dear friends, we will obtain a deeper view of the total human being if we go a little further into the matters we were considering yesterday. In particular, we should see from such symptoms how important the transition is from health to illness. I would like, therefore, to speak further about something that lies between certain pathological trends that are developing in human evolution and a kind of natural initiation that constitutes another stream in human evolution. It is a phenomenon that lies in the middle between the pathological tendencies of human nature and the stream of initiation. It relates as much to one as to the other. Typical of such a path of development are such personalities as the one I spoke of yesterday, Saint Teresa. One can observe much more than I described if one makes a study of some of these individuals. With them there is a kind of appearance of the spiritual world at the threshold of perception. Naturally, this is difficult to describe, because the words one has to use to characterize these abnormal conditions do not have such meanings in our everyday speech, but I think you will understand. Close parenthesis. What appears at the threshold of perception is the first stage for such persons, and is called by them, quote, entrance into the first dwelling place of God, close quote. In the first stage, this is perceived only as a presence. These persons experience the presence of some spiritual being, but they have no precise vision of the being. If the experience comes to a definite conclusion, they have a clear feeling that the being was there with them. That is the first experience, an indefinite experience of a presence, a being together with some spiritual being. And as long as the persons are in this stage of their development, they are even annoyed when someone else tells them of his visions, because they think their own experience is much more inward, much more intimate, more genuine. This has been such a moving experience for them that they have the feeling, human beings are not allowed to see the supersensible world, but I have been given this vague experience of its reality. But then these persons reach a second stage, and they tell of actual shaped perceptions of the spiritual beings who were present. First, they tell of the feeling of being touched, of having spiritual hands laid upon them, even of their forehead being touched, or something similar, without yet having any visual experience. Then the condition is raised to vision that is like optical perception. It can be so enhanced that a person sees Jesus, for instance, standing before him as a real person. That is the usual second stage. It is a peculiar fact that persons advancing from the first to the second stage have only the vaguest feeling that earlier they had become angry when someone told them of his own experiences in this second stage. Memory does not clearly connect the two stages. The persons live very intensely in the respective single stages. The third stage that they experience is remarkable. Their description of it is highly colored in every detail. They tell how, when it comes upon them, they are seized by tremendous pain. And indeed it is obviously intense, for at these moments they can be heard groaning. Other reactions can be observed, such as occur with pain originating in the physical and etheric bodies. But the strange thing is that the persons want this pain. They want it because they regard it as natural that they should have it. They feel that they will only reach the subsequent experience properly if, first, they suffer this pain. Then they reach the stage where, within themselves, they transform the pain. And this is extraordinarily interesting, for actually the pain remains exactly the same, but now it is enhanced to a feeling of joy, of bliss. The experience is like this. The pain comes. Its objective condition is still there. But now the spiritual awareness goes further. If one were suddenly to pull the person out of his spiritual state, the person would feel the pain as a sick person feels pain. And indeed the person does so when he returns from this highest stage of the experience. At this highest stage he no longer has the feeling that spiritual beings come to him, but that he himself has risen into the spiritual world. At this stage the pain is transformed. One might say subjectively, but the expression is not quite exact. The pain is transformed into a feeling of bliss. Then begins a symbolic objectifying of the pain. When the person comes out of this experience and has the memory of it, parenthesis, and in most cases there is a very clear memory of it afterward, close parenthesis, then he describes how a seraphim or a cherubim stood beside him and had a sword that he plunged into the person's intestines, which caused excruciating pain. How, when the spiritual being pulled out the sword, How, when the spiritual being pulled out the sword, he pulled the intestines out too. How, then, there came immediately an experience of profound bliss in the presence of God. As a rule, there are these three stages in succession. We can understand them clearly through our anthroposophical knowledge. You can see that after the preparatory condition, which I described yesterday, the first stage consists of the ego organization drawing the astral body to itself, so that they are united without penetrating the physical and etheric bodies as deeply as they would normally do. Something, therefore, that can never happen in ordinary consciousness is happening for such persons. In half-waking or quarter-waking or three-quarters waking condition, they have conscious experience in their ego organization and astral body, while at the same time experience in their etheric and physical bodies continues with a certain independence. Thus, parallel experiences are there. A spiritual experience in the ego organization and astral body, and at the same time a separate experience of the etheric and physical bodies. This is never the case in normal consciousness. There, all four members of the human being are bound closely together. In normal consciousness, there is no such thing as experiences of consciousness running parallel. In this experience I am describing, the person feels himself, knows himself in the most eminent sense to be entirely united with what he is experiencing. He knows this first of all, the inherent being one with the happening. When the astral body is drawn to the ego organization and experiences spiritual beings, the person experiences them as simply a presence, as something that is there. He experiences this as one experiences one's own body. One does not differentiate in the latter experience. One does not feel one's body as something standing outside of one. One feels it as part of oneself. That is the first stage, the experience of a presence. Now let us go to the second stage. First, the person has all kinds of feelings of being touched. Naturally, these can be confused very easily by ordinary pathology with familiar psychiatric symptoms, but they are not the same. Then they advance to actual visions. This is the stage where the ego organization and astral organization draw the etheric body out to be united with them. So again, there is a parallel experience. The ego organization, astral organization, and etheric body are all three together raised somewhat out of the physical body. And at the same time, the physical body carries on its processes separately. Something special comes about through this situation. In ordinary life, when we see, we are stimulated by light from without, and we receive the stimulus into ourselves. It goes as far as the etheric body, and the etheric body creates the conscious experience. That is how it is, for example, with the eyes. When you see, the external stimulation occurs first in the ego. Then it penetrates the astral body and penetrates the etheric body. It is then the etheric body that communicates the whole conscious experience to you by pushing in every direction, in a certain sense, against the physical organization. The conscious experience lies in this pushing. That is the exact process. If presented in a diagram, it would look like this. There's a diagram. A stimulus is exerted. First it affects the ego. Then it goes to the astral body, then to the etheric body. In the etheric body, it pushes into the physical body in every direction, to all sides. The physical body pushes back, and the pushing back, the repulsion by the physical body, is your actual I, EYE, experience. It is a constant play between the etheric body and the choroid and retina. What the etheric body does in the choroid and in the retina is what it appears to ordinary consciousness as optical experience. This happens similarly with every other sense perception. To anyone who understands these things, the entire explanation in today's psychology textbooks or even in the theories of knowledge is terribly childish. But now, with such persons as I am describing, the etheric body is seized directly in this experience. The experience sits in the ego, astral body, etheric body, and does not push out to the senses, but pushes from within to what is the nerve sense system. Pushes first, actually, into the glandular system, then into the nervous system, and finally from there streams into the senses. So the senses are taken hold of in a way that is just the opposite of the way it happens in ordinary life. Instead of the experience of consciousness being stimulated through the senses, it is colored, intensified, made vivid by the fact that it streams from within to the senses. That is how the feeling of being touched comes about in a sensation of the nerves, by the streaming from within outward. This is then raised to vision. Now you know the whole inner process. If there is a further development, it proceeds in the following way. The ego organization, astral body, and etheric body take hold of the physical body from quite another direction than would normally be the case. The physical body is accustomed to being taken hold of, ergriffen, from without, but now it is taken hold of from within. Now it is taken hold of in the midst of life, the very process that otherwise only happens when the human soul spiritual entity comes down out of the soul spiritual world into the physical body 3 weeks after conception. This event cannot otherwise happen in ordinary life, because normally the etheric body is connected with the physical body. But in this case, the etheric body has been raised out by the ego organization and taken hold of by the astral body. It is like birth, when the human being takes possession of his physical body. But now the procedure is more complicated, possessing this physical body from quite another direction, and that causes pain. For as a matter of fact, all pain, in cases of illness too, consists of the fact that the body is grasped hold of from some other direction than the usual one. That is what happens at the moment when the third stage is reached. Now, you need not be surprised that this third stage is objectified. It penetrates the physical body, and the physical body repels it. A physical body cannot be so seized except in regular initiation. In any other situation, the physical body exerts opposition, and this causes pain. It pushes away in pain what it is experiencing. That is the first part of the experience of the third stage. The physical body exerts resistance, and the resistance is experienced as pain. And what enters through the pain? The real spiritual world. It comes through the pain. The spiritual world comes from the other direction. Ordinary sense perception and ordinary thinking grasp hold of the physical world. The spiritual world is grasped in the opposite way. The way to it is through pain. The moment the physical body exerts resistance, intense pain is there. But the moment the pain is taken hold of by the spiritual world, the moment the spiritual world enters, the pain is transformed even to ecstasy. It is really so. First there is pain in the organism, but then the spiritual world penetrates the pain, streams through the pain. A cherubim or seraphim appears. This is what imagination gives the person. The cherubim plunges his sword in, draws it out, and draws the intestines out with it. This means that the person becomes independent of his physical body, of his ordinary connection to it. He has no experience in the lower organs. He is led beyond it to an experience of the spiritual world. The physical pain is transformed to bliss. These persons speak of the presence of God, or if they make distinctions, of the presence of the spiritual world. This last stage is experienced by persons who are strong enough in their etheric body to endure the entire happening. They have the foundation for it in their karma. For instance, think of St. Teresa. She had an earlier incarnation in which her soul became especially strong. She incarnates as St. Teresa. But before she incarnates in the physical body, she takes possession of her etheric body very forcefully, and this etheric body becomes inwardly stronger, in quality more vigorous than is the case with the usual human being. She has brought it with her into this life, this etheric body that is inwardly strong. Then this strong etheric body leaves the physical body and unites itself firmly with the astral body and ego, which are themselves also especially strong from an earlier incarnation. And that is the reason why illnesses then appear, at least a certain variety of illness, because the etheric body is not staying in the physical organs and providing them with its nourishing, vitalizing forces. With the persons I am describing, the moment they enter the third stage, they become really ill. But at the same time, their strong etheric body brings it about that in the status nascendi of the illness, they overcome it. The illness appears in status nascendi, and immediately an automatic therapy arises within them from the strong etheric body. The entire process is a latent illness and healing. This is one of the most interesting phenomena in the realm of human evolution. Precisely in the case of St. Teresa, you see in the final stage of her development a continual status nascendi of illness and the continual cure. This alternation, this wonderful swing of a pendulum between the beginning of illness and the caring of it, is not a natural happening in the physical world, for it is not brought about in the physical world. It takes place in the spiritual world. We know that the etheric body is formed before the earthly incarnation, and it is into that pre-earthly moment that such a person as Saint Teresa returns. When the pathological condition starts, when it is in status nascendi, she swings into the world where she was before birth, into the spiritual world. The pendulum swings between the physical body and the spiritual world. Spiritual world, physical world, spiritual world, physical world. But experiencing the physical world as an exact opposite, such as normally a human being only experiences when he is just incarnating into it. This inner process of healing, this therapy coming from the cosmos, is so intense that its effect can spread to sick people who are in the neighborhood of such persons, if their illness lies somewhat in the same direction. In fact, the most wonderful cures can take place around such persons. Indeed, the influence can extend much further. In the former, better days of the Church, these things were used in a careful esoteric way. Later, this degenerated to a superstitious worship of relics and belief in magic. But it is a fact that in better times of religious evolution, vivid biographies of such persons, including their own imaginative descriptions, were given to the faithful, so that they could live through the experiences of such persons in their own imagination. And it could then happen, I won't say it always happened, but it could happen, that when a thoughtful pastor had the opportunity, he would simply put such a biography written so imaginatively into the hands of some individual in ordinary life whose illness was going in a certain direction. Perhaps also he strengthened the effect by his own words. And this was able to start curative processes. Directing the individual's mind to the life of such a saint could have a therapeutic effect. You can see that studies that go so deeply into the human being will always lead over from health to illness, but also into states of supersensible experience. If, therefore, you advise someone in some connection or other to do exercises to gain entrance into the supersensible world, the exercises must be so oriented that they strengthen the ego organization, astral body, and etheric body, so that such a path as I described, which was given to an individual simply through her karma, will in fact take its course properly. What takes place in initiation itself can be learned by studying these processes that border so closely on the pathological realm. Therefore, it is not unimportant if a physician takes the time to study the lives of such persons. He will find in them what can only be called a paradox, the healthy counterpart of a complex of pathological symptoms, which he is accustomed to meet here and there in everyday life. And for the physician, that is the most beneficial thing possible, to see the healthy counterpart of a pathological condition. That, more than anything else, will help him to make thoughtful, conscientious decisions about his therapy. If, in addition, he has some knowledge of the substance that can be used as remedy because of its affinity to certain etheric forces, forces that become active automatically in the self-healing of these abnormal persons, then he will know how St. Teresa's etheric body developed its forces when her illnesses appeared in status nascendi. And if he learns to know the healing power to be found in the piercing activity of antimony, then he will have learned the right therapy from nature herself. I would like to point out that in examining such experiences as these, one encounters a remarkable paradox. One sees illness from another side. One sees illness being treated not by man, but by spiritual beings. One kind of treatment is the kind human beings evolve. That is, treatment from the aspect of earth. It consists of restoring the previous condition through some therapy that brings up the illness. The spiritual beings who have to do with humanity treat illness differently. They weave an illness into the fabric of karma. That is their task. Indeed, a task that doesn't pile things together as they are piled together here on earth by pathology. Here, a 17-year-old who is ill is not always cured by the time he is 45. But with the way karma is formed, an illness in some incarnation, whether it is cured or not, may be woven into the human being's karma 3,000 years later. Time is measured quite differently in the spiritual world. But one learns very much from those developments in which, from a spiritual point of view, something can happen in the spiritual world and then can also stream down into the physical world. Take, for example, such a karma as I have been describing. Perhaps it is completely in the ordinary course of evolution in 3,000 years. Let me show by this line, there's a drawing, that something that happens to a person today is so shaped by spiritual beings that the other part belonging to it, the balance, the compensation, appears in 3,000 years' time. That is the normal course. You see, in ordinary life, people don't have a true knowledge of time. How do they think of it ordinarily? As a line running from past infinity through the present into the future. That is approximately how time is imagined. And indeed, the line has to be thick, perhaps not even a line, but a thick rope, because it contains everything that is perceived at any given moment in the whole world. That's the way people think of it, if they think of it at all. And most people don't think of it at all. From a spiritual point of view, time is not like that. And one finds little understanding for spiritual developments, which, after all, are present in all physical evolution, when time is thought of in that conventional way. In reality, time is different. The line that I drew there on the board can be all tangled up into a ball, and there's another drawing. The entire line of time is in that ball. 3,000 years are in that ball. Time can be all tangled up, and if it is tangled up for some development or other in evolution, then the tangle can be found in the life of some individual. In the case of St. Teresa, a tangled ball of time was present in her earthly life. We come upon a true mystery, that things which in someone's karma would seem to be widely separate, for some reason become entangled. You see from such an example how a study of the inner spiritual karmic development must link up with the external pathological and therapeutic inquiry. You can see how the pastoral care of some person by the priest, who is basing his view of the person on the karmic connections, the spiritual aspects, can relate to what is seen from a medical view alone. For a comprehension of these things requires not only theoretical knowledge, but really living into the things. The physician must live into them on the pathological, physiological side that opens up for him. The priest must live into them in the theological and karmic views that open up for him. And the harmony will come from their working together out of these two different fields, not from interfering in each other's field in dilettante fashion. This must be stressed again and again. You must still see something else that is connected with these things, particularly in our epoch. You know, dear friends, how distasteful it is to some people to accept a certain idea, the idea of free will, and yet it is perfectly obvious to an unbiased person. The philosophers deny its reality because their intellect can't make a connection with it. I said just now, in regard to sense perceptions, that the explanations in physiology and psychology textbooks are, to someone who understands these things, absolutely childish. But the chatter over free will is far worse. For you must remember, a decision of free will is at every moment an act of the whole human being, no matter how he appears in this impulse, healthy or ill or half ill or abnormally healthy. The whole human being is involved in an impulse of free will, and together with him all that can be known of the whole human being, all the complications. One only learns to know human nature when one learns to know it with all its complications. And please notice, something that in abnormal persons shows too strong a color in one or another direction is neutralized, harmonized in the ordinary human being. There's a trivial expression, but it's true. A cherubim can make friends with you, but the devil can too. And those processes where the devil can squeeze in, we're going to study them too. This is all to be found in the ordinary human being. But opposing forces are neutralized because they develop equally strongly in every direction. If there's an angel in every human, there's also a devil. But when the angel and the devil are equally strong, they neutralize each other. Now take a look at these scales. There's a drawing. There is one spot, one point right here. You can lay weights there or there, and then you have put the scales into movement. But this spot always remains still. It has a name, the hypomokleon. It is not affected by what you lay on the scale at the left or what you lay on the scale at the right. Of course, the scales must be built so that this spot will not need to be disturbed. Now, in the human being, a spiritual hypomokleon is created by the opposing forces. Therefore, you can study human nature, and you will never be able to call man a free being, for by his very nature he is causally conditioned in all respects. If you study the nature of man from the viewpoint of materialism, you do not come to the idea of freedom. You come to causal conditioning. If you study man from a spiritual viewpoint, you come to the determination of the will by God or by spiritual beings. You do not come to free will. You can be a big blockhead of a materialist and deny freedom and do research on the natural causality of the will. Or you can be a sophisticated fellow like Leibniz and gaze out at a spiritual universe, and you come to determinism. Naturally, so long as you are considering the scale at this left end of the beam, you have to reckon with movement. So long as you are considering the scale at this right end of the beam, again you have to reckon with movement. And it is the same with man. Whether you consider him from the point of view of nature or from the point of view of spirit, you do not come to freedom. Freedom, dear friends, lies in the middle, at the point of balance between them. That's theory, of course. The practice is this. You have to decide, when a person comes to you with a difficult life situation, whether you can make him responsible for his actions. Now, this becomes a practical question, whether he can or cannot exercise his free will. How are you going to decide this? You decide by judging whether his spiritual constitution and physical constitution are in balance. And in this, the physician and the priest are equally involved. Therefore, both physician and priest must be so trained that they possess an understanding of the conditions under which a person is either in balance or not in balance between spirit and nature. Whether an individual has this sense of responsibility can only be decided out of a deep knowledge of human nature. The problem of freedom in connection with responsibility is one of the deepest problems imaginable. Let us continue tomorrow. We will see what from one side leads to health and from the other side leads to pathological conditions. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine, Lecture 4. Dear friends, today I would like to insert into our studies a chapter of anthroposophy that does not need to be presented to the general public in such detail. But we need it here for our examination of healthy responsibility and pathological irresponsibility, as the physician and the priest must know them. First of all, it is important that we look into the question, what is really inherited by a human being? What is not inherited and must come to the human being in some other way? In judging healthy and ill human beings, a great deal depends upon whether one can differentiate between these two, may I say, ingredients of the human being. The human being comes out of the spiritual supersensible worlds into the sense world. That means he combines what is given him by heredity with what he brings with him from earlier earth lives and life between death and the new birth. Then we see how he develops as a child, from day to day, from week to week. But if one does not perceive that he is a four-membered being, with physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego organization, one is not in a position to understand his development. For then one does not see what part each member is playing in his development. They have different origins. They come from different worlds. First, the human being has his physical organism. The most striking phenomenon in the physical organism is this, that in the first period of his life, he has what we call his first teeth, which last until the time we call change of teeth. I would like to say that the teeth are only the most obvious thing that is changed at this time. For the fact is that the human being only keeps the physical substance which he received at birth until the change of teeth. He is constantly stripping that physical material from his form. The process is, of course, more complicated than is implied in the brief statement that in the course of every 7 or 8 years man pushes off all his physical substance and replaces it. The fact is near to that, but one need only look at the change of teeth itself to realize that such a picture of the process must be somewhat modified. For if this abstract assertion were correct, we would have new teeth every 7 years. We get new teeth only once. The teeth are one of the things that are changed once and do not have any other renewal. They belong in this category in the most extreme sense. As a matter of fact, the course of human life is such that the older a man becomes, the more he retains of his old physical substance. A replacement of, by far, the greatest part of the substance does indeed take place in 7 to 8 year periods, but we must distinguish what remains behind. At the 7th year, it is only the new teeth that remain. After each subsequent period, there remain also certain parts of the substance that are not replaced, although the greater part is indeed replaced in the course of 7 or 8 years. Thus a basic statement can be made for the first 7 years. A human being strips away all the physical substance he had when he was born, keeps none of it, keeps only the forces that have lived and worked in it during those years. These forces have so appropriated the fresh, new substance he was constantly acquiring, that at 7 his physical body has been completely renewed, even to the teeth. And from that statement, dear friends, the understanding must follow that the principle of heredity, as our current natural science conceives of it, really holds good only for the first 7 years of life. It is only true for those first 7 years that the characteristics which a human being carries in him have come from his parents and grandparents. The physical body of those first 7 years provides, in a certain sense, a kind of model from which the artist working in the human being, who consists now in these years of etheric body, astral body, and ego, fashions a new physical body. We see how what he brings down from spiritual worlds, his individuality, his own being, and what he receives from heredity work together, may I say, in artistic reciprocal activity. If the human being is an inwardly strong individual, and brings with him an intensely strong inner astrality and ego nature, which in turn makes the etheric body strong, then we will see a young person shooting up, who from his inner strength keeps very little to the model, only copies it for his general form. Naturally, the universal human model must be preserved, and therefore an affinity is already there for the inherited human form. Features of it definitely remain beyond the change of teeth. Still, to thoughtful observation, it will be apparent that in the case of inwardly strong individuals, important changes come after the change of teeth, because such individuals follow only slightly the model they inherited. If we investigate such an individual, as the one of whom I have already spoken, Saint Teresa, we find that these particularly strong individualities resemble their parents very closely in the first 7 years, but then in the 9th and 10th years they develop in ways that surprise one, for then the real individual is emerging. In the strongest sense of the word, heredity only holds good for the first life period. What seems to appear later as heredity is not really heredity, but must be recognized as a copy of the model that was inherited. The copy may be more or less exact. Even so, it is not heredity. It is a copy of the inherited characteristics. The ordinary natural scientist considers this to be simply the principle of heredity carried further. But someone who really studies the nature of man will perceive that there is a complete difference, qualitatively, between the resemblance to parents before the change of teeth and the resemblance after the change of teeth. Before, the forces of heredity are active. After, the forces that copy the model are active. To be exact, one can no more say that a human being has inherited what he carries in himself between change of teeth and puberty than one can say of an artist copying the Sistine Madonna in the Dresden Gallery that his painting has caught the qualities of the Madonna through heredity. It often seems as if this were believed. You can see the particular kind of work the etheric body has to do. For in the years up to the change of teeth, the astral body and ego organization participate very little in the work. The etheric body forms a new physical human body in accordance with the model. Why does it do that? This is an unusual question, because one can't address such why questions to nature. It can only be a rhetorical question. By what does it do that? The etheric body does that because, like the child during his first 7 years, it is not yet able to receive other than a very special kind of impression from the outer world. Here we come upon an important secret of human evolution, a secret that answers the question, what does a child really perceive? The answer lies far away from present-day ideas. You will see what I mean if I present it in the following way. Man lives, shall we say, between death and a new birth, or conception, in the spiritual world. Plate 3 above. In the spiritual world he is surrounded by realities very different from those found here in the physical world. He comes out of that world, whose laws we might indicate by this line, white, into the physical world, yellow, and continues his life in a physical body which he receives. Now, in this physical world, the same forces work further, although they are hidden from human sense perception. They are here, red. If you look at a tree, dear friends, the same spiritual forces are working in it as those you encounter between death and a new birth, only they are covered over, veiled by the physical material of the tree. Everywhere in the physical world in which we live, between birth and death, spiritual forces are active behind the sense-perceptible physical entities. We can think of the activities of the spiritual world continuing into this world in which we live between birth and death. Now, it is truly so that in the first 7 years of human life, the child cannot unite his whole being with anything except this spiritual reality in all the colors, all the forms, all warmth, all cold. The child is fully aware, when he enters this physical world, of the continuing spiritual activity. This awareness gradually diminishes up to the change of teeth. A sense impression is quite different to a child than to an adult. This fact is never recognized. To a child, the sense impression is something entirely spiritual. For this reason, as I said in the pedagogical course, if a child sees his father in a fit of anger, he is not conscious of the angry gestures, but of the moral state behind the gestures. It is this that goes over into the child's body. During this time, therefore, the child is working with the forces that build his physical body in accordance with his model, the body that will now be his own. And during this time, he is turned entirely towards spiritual foundations. He works out of spiritual forces. What does that mean? What is really working when spiritual forces are working? Obviously, colors, forms, warmth, cold, roughness, smoothness work upon the sense perceptions. But behind all that, what is the fundamental force that is working? In reality, whatever has something to do with an ego nature. Only invisible spiritual beings make an impression on the child. Beings who have something or other to do with an ego nature. Above all, beings of the spiritual hierarchies higher than man, but also the animal group souls and the group souls of the elemental beings. In reality, all this is working upon the child. And out of these spiritual forces, out of these mighty spiritual dynamics, he forms his second body from the original model. It grows and is finally there as a complete second body when the change of teeth takes place. That is the body that the human being has built for himself since birth, the first body that is his very own, a physical body built out of the spiritual world. Thus you can see, we have in this first life period very special laws working within all that activates the child, in all the awkwardness, all the uncertainty that are in his soul and with which he moves. They come from the fact that constant adjustment is having to be made to the physical world, since the child is still immersed, dreamily, half-consciously, in the other world that surrounds him, the spiritual world. Someday, when medicine will have reached a proper spiritual outlook, one will see in this interplay between the spiritual and physical worlds during the first 7 years of life the true and profound cause of the so-called children's diseases. Then we will have the explanation for a problem which today is solved in the medical books by empty words. Just words, formal elucidations that do not lead to any reality. The etheric body has plenty to do in these first 7 years of life. It works quietly and steadily to develop the faculties that it will then possess in the second 7-year period, independent faculties of memory, leaning rather toward the intellect. Whoever has an eye for it can see the greatest transformation in the child's soul life when the first life period goes over into the second. The etheric body is now relieved of the work it had to accomplish, in the full sense of the word, to build the second body. It is relieved, freed. How it is freed, one can only realize if one perceives that at 14 years not only the teeth remain, but still more that had to be renewed, like the teeth in the first life period. This now remains in the physical material substance. What remains frees the etheric body, itself becomes free in the etheric body. Quantitatively it is a small thing, but qualitatively it is something of tremendous importance. It is what now becomes tremendously active as soul attributes, soul characteristics. What the human being saves by not having to create a third set of teeth, and much else that is taken care of by evolution in the same way as the teeth, by this means something of the etheric body is left over, in quotes. What flowed during the first 7 years into the physical development and is now left over from the physical development works now purely in the realm of soul, its nature depending upon the individual human being. With the faculties upon which you call as teacher in school, the faculties you train, the child accomplishes the great change from milk teeth to second teeth and much else. With the forces the child saves, by not having to form a third set of teeth, he begins to develop soul faculties. This takes place in the depths of human nature. These soul forces had been entirely embedded during the first 7 years in the physical development. We have to comprehend the physical development as a soul spiritual activity, just as much as a physical activity. We see a spiritual entity active in the body in the first 7 years of the human being, in the fullest sense of the word. Now, how does that relate to our general human evolution? Well, you see, those forces with which the human soul works in the first 7 years of life are in the cosmos. They are sun forces. It is not only physical etheric rays that stream down from the sun. In those physical etheric sun rays, forces are streaming down from the sun that are identical with the forces by which our etheric body renews our physical body in the first 7 years of life. It is the sun being, Sonnenentitat, that works there. Look at the child, how he works at his second physical body, copying from the model. He is absorbing pure forces from the sunshine. One must understand that, how man stands within the cosmos. And when he has certain etheric forces released at the change of teeth, as I described to you, they then work back upon the astral organization and ego organization. Then man is accessible in his second life period to what could not reach him at all in his first period. He is now accessible to the moon forces. The etheric forces in the first 7 years of life are sun forces. At the change of teeth, man becomes accessible to the moon forces. These are identical with the forces of his astral body. Thus, at the change of teeth, the human being moves from the sun sphere, in which, however, he also still remains, for it remains active in him, into the moon sphere. And now, between change of teeth and puberty, the human being works on himself with the moon forces. With the moon forces, he now builds his second own body, his third earthly body, in which not so much is replaced as was replaced in the first life period, but even so a great deal. Again, forces remain behind, but they are now of an astral nature, and they are now transforming the soul. They were freed from their work on the body when the human being reached puberty. The human being has now reached a life period in which he manifests certain forces that are now free in his soul, forces that had had to work in his physical body between 7 and 14. So we work entirely in the first life period with what comes to us from the sun. And with the schoolboy, between change of teeth and puberty, it is sun forces that have now become free for his soul activity. That is the great, powerful fact we find in human evolution, that if one is educating a child's soul between change of teeth and puberty, one has to do purely with sun forces. The child soul is so intimately related to it, lives in the sunshine. One's heart can rejoice in such knowledge. The knowledge really sheds light on the relation between man and the cosmos. Moon forces are active in this second life period in the bodily development. They are not yet freed for the soul life. They become free at puberty, and then they join the work on the soul. The change that takes place in the soul life at puberty is caused by the fact that moon forces are now impressing themselves into the soul life. So, what a young person does in all kinds of behavior after the onset of puberty is a working together of sun and moon forces. Thus we see into the depths of human evolution. We will stay clear of speaking of heredity in the crude sense in which natural science speaks of it. We will look in the opposite direction to see what lives in the human activity of the child. It is the sun that lives in all the human activity of the child and in his human thinking. It is the sun that streams to us from the stone. For a stone has no light of its own, it can only reflect the sun's light to us. The natural researcher grants you that fact. But, dear friends, that is the very smallest, the most abstract detail. The child also reflects the sun forces back to us between his 7th and 14 years. Just as we can designate the light reflected from the stone as sunlight streamed back to us, so we can designate what the child does in his second life period as sun. Sun is not merely there where it seems to be concentrated. This physical notion that the sun is only there, plate 3, left, is like the notion of a fellow who looks at the soup in his soup bowl and sees a blob of fat floating on the top of it and thinks that the blob of fat is the soup. Yes, our physical ideas are often very childish. And if one uncovers them and shows them for what they are, then people laugh. One could wish there were the same reaction to much that is happening today in the name of science, for it is pretty laughable. When the fellow takes the blob of fat to be the soup itself, that's the same as when that gold ball up there above us is regarded as the entire sun. In reality, the sun fills the whole world. Now, let us look into the connection between the moon forces and the forces of reproduction. For the forces of reproduction now gradually form the child's own second body that is built up between the 7th and 14th years and is finished when puberty begins. The human being takes in the reproductive forces during this time. This is plainly moon activity. These forces relate entirely to moon activity. They are the result of moon activity. And now the human being reaches the life period in which he must form his own third body, the 4th when counted from an external view. The time from puberty to the beginning of his 20s. The division of time in the later years is no longer so exact as the time between change of teeth and puberty. Now there is always more physical substance remaining behind. It stays fixed in the human being. It becomes permanent structure. gradually there accumulates a great deal of permanent structure in him. The older he becomes, the less material is stripped away from the bones and replaced. Also, in the rest of the organism, certain parts need a longer time to separate off. And one can see a simple fact in connection with the teeth, that once one has got one's second lot of teeth, whether one still has them later depends upon how long they last. Just as with a knife, one only has it as long as it lasts. The knife can't renew itself. Teeth can't renew themselves either, really. Obviously, everything is in flow. There is renewal in the first place, but then it goes over into the state of non-renewal. The teeth maintain their life process at a much slower tempo than the rest of the organism, so far as intensity is concerned. But therefore, in reverse, the tempo is faster, so far as quality is concerned, for they actually become bad before the other parts of the organism, for the reason that the other parts can always renew themselves. If the teeth were subject to the same laws as many other parts of the human organism, there wouldn't have to be any dentists. On the other hand, if the other parts of the organism were subject to the same laws as the teeth, we would all die young in this modern civilization of ours. And then probably this part of Switzerland, where they say that dentists are so busy because people's teeth are so bad, would not be so fully populated, for it would be in bad repute as a place of early deaths. That's how things hang together. But now you must go on. The human being is active in his organism in the first 7 years of life with the forces of the sun, in the second 7 years with the forces of the moon. In this second period, the sun forces remain, and the moon forces combine with them. In the third 7-year period, from puberty into the 20s, much more delicate forces are taken in, coming from the other planets. Now these other planetary forces appear in man's growth process, and because they work much less strongly than sun or moon, their influence upon him is outwardly much less visible. They had been working in his body between the 14th and the 21st years, and now at 21 it is hardly noticeable, but they begin to work in the area of soul and spirit. Whoever has insight can see this remarkable change. Up to that moment only sun and moon have spoken out of human deeds. Now planetary forces modify that sun and moon activity. Actually, people's coarse methods of observation afford very little sense for grasping this change, but it is there. You must realize that for someone concerning himself with a human being in health and in illness, a knowledge of these connections is necessary. For what do we really know of a human being, shall we say, in his 11th or 12th year, if we don't know that the moon forces are working in him? But now, how does it go on from there? After that period, even though there are continually fewer parts to be renewed, still the human being must renew them. Now, you see, up to the 21st, 22nd year, sun, moon, and planets are working in succession into human growth. Then from the 21st to the 28th year, the constellations of the fixed stars work. To be sure, this escapes ordinary observation. Only mystery wisdom tells of the entire zodiac playing into the human being between the beginning of his 20s and the end of them. Then the world becomes severe. It no longer wants to work into man. It becomes harsh. Of this strange new relation of the human being to the world in his 28th, 29th year, that the world hardens toward him, of this today's science hardly knows anything. Aristotle taught it to Alexander when he told him, "Then man pushes against the crystal heaven and finds it hard." Thus the crystal heaven beyond the sphere of the fixed stars, acquires meaning for human comprehension. And one begins to realize that when the human being comes to the end of his 20s, he finds no more forces in the cosmos for his own renewal. Why do we not die then at 28 years? Well, the surrounding world does in fact let us die at 28. It is true. Whoever sees man's relation to the world, whoever looks consciously out into the world, must say, "O world, in reality you sustain me only until my 28th year." Only when one realizes this does one finally begin to understand the real nature of the human being. For now what happens to him when the world withdraws its formative forces, forces which previously he had always been free to use to build himself up? What happens now? The following happens at this remarkable moment, when the human being in his 28th year begins to show clearly that the earlier forces of growth are now completely gone. Some people begin at this very moment to die off. Some hold on a little longer to the forces of growth that are flowing away. But even Goethe had grown smaller when he measured himself carefully. This was when he began to work again on the second part of Faust. But earlier he had already begun to fade. You see, from that moment, when the world deserts us, we have to manage our renewal ourselves, out of forces we have received up to that moment. Certainly when the parts of our organism that can be renewed are becoming fewer and fewer, we cannot work to give ourselves a new body in the same glorious measure that the child works up to the change of teeth, when he is forming his first very own body from the model. But we have collected many, many forces from sun and moon and stars, which we are carrying within us, and which we need when at 28 we have to begin to renew our physical material body ourselves. This is the moment in earth life when the human being finds that he is now given complete responsibility for his human form. This moment of his life, when he is put entirely on his own, is the point of time toward which he has been striving, and from which he must go on. The moment to which I was pointing yesterday from quite a different aspect. Plate 3, middle. Man strives, if I may so describe it, from childhood, when he is receiving many cosmic forces, strives more and more toward a point lying at the end of his 20s, when he no longer builds his growth out of cosmic forces. Whatever he does after that moment, he does from forces out of his own body. Here, in the middle, is the point at which man stops working with cosmic forces and begins to develop forces out of his own body. Parenthesis, this point is not distinguished so clearly in actual life as it is here in the diagram. Close parenthesis. We often find a premature activity happening in some child from forces out of the child's own body. We become aware of it from certain pathological symptoms the child shows. From the bones, for instance, becoming brittle, and particularly from a child's becoming fat. But the connection between these things is not easily seen. In every moment of his life, man is either striving toward this 28th year point or away from it. You must realize that it is a kind of 0 point, a kind of hypomokleon, a 0 point in time when we stand between ourselves and the world. Always in our inner dynamics, we are striving toward it or from it. Whatever is happening in us is a striving toward a 0 or away from a 0, something we do toward or away from nothingness. We are striving toward the point where the world is no longer active, and we are not yet active. Between the two conditions is a kind of 0. There is something in us that is oriented toward nothingness. It is that makes us free beings. That is why we can hold responsibility. It is rooted in the human constitution that we are responsible free beings, because at the moment of transfer from the world to ourselves, we go through a point of zero, just as the beam of a pair of scales goes through a point of zero from right to left, from left to right. And that point does not follow the laws to which the rest of the scales is subject. You can think, when you have a pair of scales, plate 3, right, here the mechanical laws which you have learnt are in force. Here the mechanical laws are in force. This gives the scales an exact form, either this above and that below, or the opposite. That is the law of scales, the law of leverage. You can carry the scales around. Their relation remains the same everywhere, subject always to those mechanical laws wherever you take them, except at this point. This point is free. You can carry the point around as if it were not connected to a pair of scales. The scales remain unchanged. And so it is when man takes hold of himself in his soul experiences, at that point toward which first he strives, from which afterward he strives away. First the world is active, afterward man himself, and here nothing is active. With the tendency toward and the tendency from, here where a hypomokleon sits, here can live freely that human capacity which is determined neither by nature nor by the world. Here is the point of origin of man's freedom. Here is where responsibility is born. If, therefore, one wants to be able to judge the degree of responsibility in, for instance, a person 35 years old, and I mean professionally, not merely a layman's opinion or that of a dilettante, then one must ask oneself, has too much, perhaps, worked over from this person's abnormal development up to the point at the end of his 20s? Is the point moved more toward youth or more toward age? A person is properly responsible if the point is normal. If, judging the whole man from his external life, one can decide that the point is normal. If it lies too far back toward youth, that is, if the world ceased too soon to give its forces to some person, one may perhaps find that the person suffers easily, even though to a small degree, from compulsive ideas, that his soul is becoming rigid and he cannot be held fully accountable for his deeds. If the point comes late, the question will be whether that person is hindered by his inner nature from developing complete freedom of soul, whether he is too rigid physically, and for that reason cannot be held fully responsible. The physician and the priest are the ones who are really competent to form this judgment in the finest sense of the word. They will know that they can judge pretty accurately from a person's appearance what his development has been, whether he is in balance, whether one can say that his life hypomokleon is at the right spot, that is, at the right point of time, or is too early or too late. We will discuss the person's physical appearance later, for even an intensive study of physiognomy belongs to pastoral medicine. These are the things that in the old mystery wisdom were regarded as very important for judgments of human life. They are things that have been forgotten and that must be brought again into our knowledge of the human being, if that knowledge is to have any beneficial influence, if it is to be active in the right sense in medical and pastoral activity. More about this tomorrow. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine, Lecture 5. Dear friends, we must now go on from the knowledge we have gained in one direction of individuals who, although not exactly having intuition, do develop a perception of the spiritual world, and who show certain aspects of behavior that to a physician may seem to be pathological, but are in fact something quite different, something more. For as you have seen, the pathological condition remains with them in status nascendi, and there is continuous healing coming from the spirit. This is the case with such personalities as St. Teresa and Mechthild of Magdeburg, also with male visionaries. When we study these individuals, we find that as a first stage, the ego organization separates from the rest of the human organism. It then draws the astral body closely to it, in a certain sense away from the physical etheric organism. This is in the waking state. What is the consequence of this? You can easily see that this puts the individual into a kind of dream condition. From a spiritual scientific point of view, the ego, by drawing the astral body to itself, is not allowing it to enter the physical and etheric bodies completely. And this brings about a kind of dream condition. But because of the special karmic density, Dichtigkeit, that I mentioned earlier, both ego and astral body are strong, and they bring into the dream condition a receptivity for the perception of the spiritual world. Dream is transformed into a state in which the individual is really able to see into the spiritual world and to feel the presence of spiritual beings. Now let us look at the opposite condition, the extreme opposite. This is the condition in which the ego is weak, and the astral body draws it down too strongly into the rest of the organism, again in the waking state. Then there is not illumination, as with the visionaries, like Saint Teresa, but the opposite, a darkening, a clouding, a lowering of consciousness in the waking state to a dream condition. You see, one cannot learn to know this second type of person in the way I have indicated for the first type. Individuals who feel the presence of spiritual beings, who come to such final stages as St. Teresa or Mechthild of Magdeburg, but also many more, and they are much more numerous than one would think. One learns to know such individuals if one has some particular opportunity, or if one has cultivated the corresponding faculties. One learns to know them best by letting them tell about their conditions. They talk more interestingly, excuse me for saying this, more interestingly than our ordinary conventional contemporaries. Their narratives are much more interesting. Above all, they speak of things one does not encounter in everyday life, so they are already interesting in the first stage. The opposite individuals, whose astral body is drawing the ego down, are also interesting if one lets them talk about themselves. To understand the first type of person needs more the soul depth of the priest. To understand this second type of person, who often is even more interesting than the usual visionaries, who do not develop very far, this needs really the sensitivity of a physician, who comprehends the world with a good intelligence and a fair amount of intuition. For it is a matter of understanding what they do not tell one. What they do tell one is of little value. It is a matter of grasping what they say or do in such a way that one can think of it in relation to the human organism. Such persons, if one asks them a question, show a certain amount of stupidity, also unwillingness to answer a question. They begin to talk about something quite foreign to what one is asking. But if one catches hold of what they say about themselves, and some of them talk endlessly, one has the feeling sometimes that they possess an inner source for speech that gives them a special association of ideas, such as the ordinary person does not have. They'll tell you if you let them ramble on. You mustn't ask questions, you must just snap up what they tell you, what they tell as as it were, by chance. Quote, "Sure, 10 years ago I was in a farmer's house, and the wife gave me some coffee. The cup had red roses painted on it. She couldn't give me the coffee right away because she'd forgotten the sugar was in the kitchen, and she had to go and get it. And she forgot the milk. She had to get the milk from down in the cellar. And then she poured almost half a cup of milk into the coffee. And she said, 'My coffee is very good.' And I said, 'Yes, I think so too, farmer lady.'" Close quote. And so he goes, on and on. He tells incidents from far in his past, and goes into the most unbelievable details. You think, oh, if I only had a memory as good as his, forgetting that if you did have so good a memory, you would be just like him. Now, of course, I'm telling it this way to portray a type, and to show a typical outcome. You must then think of the corresponding lighter variations that you meet in life, that especially the physician meets. I'm picturing an extreme case so that you can see the chief characteristics. So when the astral body draws the ego organization in, there comes about a kind of power for reproducing memory details as though automatically, that is always ready to repeat them, that is indifferent to logical connections, just relates things one after another, so that one can't help wondering why the person hits upon one thing at one moment and another thing at the next moment. His tale can go on like this. For instance, quote, "The farmer lady went to get the milk, and while she was gone I looked in the corner of the room, and there was a Madonna picture, and it was the same one I'd seen 30 years earlier in another place, but there I didn't have coffee, but a very good soup." Close quote. It can happen that he comes entirely away from the first part of his narrative, but it can also happen that he returns to it again. One sees that this is not a logical memory, but a space and time memory, extraordinarily exact, with a compulsive desire to tell everything. It is a memory in which one studies it, when one studies it more closely, one sees something very remarkable. One sees its deeper foundation. One notices that the person enjoys the sound of certain words which he had associated with certain events while he was experiencing the events themselves. And now he takes pleasure in sounding these words again. He is in fact going back to speech that was kept in his memory while thoughts were pushed out. Not completely, but almost so. One also notices changes in the sphere of the will. To these one must pay attention, for now one is going to find the beginning of real pathological conditions. We will speak more fully about them later. One will encounter the following. Again, one must pay attention, for one doesn't accomplish much if, for instance, one approaches such a person and persuades him to go with one and do this or that, so that one can be observing him. For they become amazingly stubborn. They don't want to cooperate, won't answer one's questions, won't do anything. But if one can obtain an earlier case history, and put those things together with what one can learn from the person's neighbors or a similar source, then one discovers, for instance, that such persons feel a terrific impulse at a definite time of the year to go wandering off somewhere. Often it is to the same region each year. And this inner impulse of will works so strongly that if one tries at such a moment to counteract it, just to discover what state the person is in, one can, for instance, notice the following. Take a gourmand. There are gourmands even among such persons as these. Catch up with him while he is wandering, and sit him down to a wonderful meal or two, to what gives him his greatest joy in life. You'll find that he will only stay put the first day, possibly a second day if he is still a good distance from the place he is heading for. He becomes restless, for he would love another fine meal, and he knows that the next place he'll reach has frightful food. He knows that for his memory is unusually well developed. He knows that for his memory is unusually well developed. He becomes anxious. He wants to go on. for he cannot adapt his will to sudden external suggestions. Just as on the one hand he cannot adapt himself to immediate sense impressions, but brings out every possible gem from his speech coffers, so on the other hand he cannot adapt himself to the necessity of surrendering his will-limb system to life's external circumstances. He wants just to follow his own will impulses, which drive him from within in a very definite manner. One sees that he has lost almost completely that faculty of the ego organization which unites a human being with the outer world. His senses are dulled. His will impulses prevent him from having a normal relation to the world, and he wants only to follow these will impulses. This is the consequence of the ego being drawn down into the astral body. So you see, such persons could be helped very, very much if our medical understanding and the loving devotion of the theologians would work together. Not, however, by some instant therapy, but in the following way. With these persons one can observe a very definite situation. First we have to consider what their life was between the change of teeth and puberty. In that period, from a superficial point of view, usually nothing abnormal is to be noticed. People love to see how clever these children are, how frightfully clever. What clever answers they can give, just like an adult. But one should be alert to this clever answering between the 7th and the 14th year. The children who are so excessively clever at this age are receiving something in this period before puberty that they should only have for their development after puberty. That is how the condition comes about that I have just been describing. The astral body should only be drawing the ego down after puberty, so that then the ego can completely unfold by the beginning of the 20s. With these children, the astral body has already drawn the ego down after the change of teeth, or in the 9th, 10th, 11th year, and we observe the abnormal cleverness and are delighted by it. Then, by the time the late teens come, the 18th, 19th, 20th years, the ego is stuck too deeply in the astral body. Then the condition is there that I have described and the symptoms that I indicated. So, now if a child worries us in those early years by his premature cleverness, it is a matter of giving him certain kinds of treatment. First of all, there will be situations where physician and priest will have to confer with his teacher, so that the teacher will realize what he should do on his part for that early life period. Parenthesis, when we have finished this general characterization, we will make several detailed suggestions of what can actually be done. But first I'd like to carry this further, to indicate certain clear connections between the various themes we've been discussing. Close parenthesis. Now the following can happen. The etheric body, on its part, can draw the astral body and ego in too strongly, so that they snap to an excessive degree into the physical and etheric bodies, again in the waking state. Then we have the situation that, seen from within, there is too much astrality in the organs. It cannot unite properly with them. This condition is the pathological mirror picture of a visionary state, such as, for instance, that of St. Teresa, such as her first stage, as I described it, when she felt the presence of spiritual beings. We had there the bringing of waking sleep, Wachschlafes, into clear consciousness, helle Bewusstsein. And now in such persons as I am describing today, we have the opposite, the carrying over of dream into waking life, with the accompanying symptoms I have mentioned. For it really happens in waking life. Dreams do not appear, but an active quote-unquote dream life that discloses itself in that kind of speech I described. And in that extreme turning inward of the will impulses. That is the pathological mirror picture of ordinary dreaming. Activity is there instead of the passivity that is the normal condition of dreaming. Then we have the second stage, the drawing down of the ego and astral organization by the etheric body. The individual snaps too strongly with his ego, astral body, and etheric body into his physical organism, and the physical organization is not able to receive them into its single organs. Every possible organ has excess astrality that could not unite properly with the organ. Now we have the pathological mirror picture of what we learned was the second stage for those other individuals, in which the sense impressions were in a certain sense stimulated from within. The direction was from within out to the senses. Now, in this mirror picture, the direction is the opposite. It goes inward to the organs. It takes hold of the physical organism. And conditions appear that always appear when a physical or etheric organ is flooded by the astral body and ego organization, and they cannot unite properly. Cannot unite so that it could be called a proper saturation of the physical body by the etheric and astral bodies. So something is left over in the physical organs from the higher members of the organism. What in the other type of individuals poured into visions similar to a sense perception, with colors like a sense perception, visions that revealed the spiritual world, is in this case pouring itself inward, wanting to seize a physical organ. In the former situation, there was a reaching out more externally to the spiritual world beyond the sense world. In this case, there is a reaching inward to a physical organ, manifesting in so-called seizures, all the different forms of real epilepsy or epileptoid symptoms, temporal lobe seizures. It can be explained as the snapping down of the ego and astral organization too strongly into the physical organism, which then succeeds in drawing the etheric body to itself. We see how the first condition advances to this second condition, and thereby we see something in modern life that could be prevented if a real pastoral medicine would come about. People do not realize that the first condition is pathological. They simply find it interesting. And they only become aware of the second condition when seizures appear or other epileptic symptoms. The memory is now no longer expanding into detail, and the inner will impulses are no longer increasing. Now, by the astral and ego organizations being pulled inward, and therefore the failure of the astral organization to relate properly to certain organs, we find the memory is extinguished. Instead of the memory clinging to details, as in the previous condition, details with no logical relation, they were just a running stream of unassociated pictures, now we find the memory disrupted, collapsed, a memory with gaps in it. This can become so extreme that the person lives in a kind of double consciousness. For instance, the memory clings to the upper organs, for in memory the whole human being participates. It takes hold of the upper organs, deserting the lower organs. Then this is reversed. The upper organs lose the memory activity and the lower organs receive it again. There is a rhythmic alteration. Such things can happen. And so the person has two streams of consciousness flowing parallel to each other. In one stream he remembers everything that occurs when he is in the one condition. In the other stream he remembers all the other things. And he knows in one condition of consciousness and he never knows in one condition of consciousness any of the content of the other condition of consciousness. Thus the memory deteriorates to a pathological level. There we have the pathological mirror picture of what we found in the second stage of the saint. Let us use that term, for modern medicine has no word for such a thing. The saint has a world around him that is visionary, but that has a spiritual content. He reaches into the spiritual world. He receives inner impressions of the spiritual world. The person with the pathological condition, because his karma has given him a weak personality, is drawn down into the physical body. Instead of receiving visions of spiritual things, he has epileptic conditions, empty gaps in his consciousness, a lack of coherence in his daily waking life, and so forth. But now there can be still a third stage. This is the stage at which, for karmic reasons, the physical body has become even weaker. Also all the other members of the individual, so that earlier karmic forces no longer work sufficiently into the physical body. With such a person, it now comes about not that ego, astral, and etheric body are pulled in by the physical body, but that something quite different happens. I shall have to describe it in the following way. Think how it is when someone is extremely sensitive in the other direction, in the direction of the senses, that is, in the direction of the ego organization. How painfully sensitive he can be to all that flows in through the senses, to strong colors, lively sounds. Now precisely the opposite is the case with a person whose physical body is weak from karmic causes. Such a person is not hypersensitive from within outward, but he is insensitive to his physical body, and he yields to an excessive degree to everything from the other side, the side of the will, that is, from the outer physical world. He succumbs to heaviness, warmth, cold. All of this affects him, not as it normally affects organic beings, but as it affects inorganic things. This then stifles the expression of astral body and ego. The person is surrounded, hemmed in by the world, and because of his weak physical body, he cannot confront it with the necessary intensity. He is like a piece of the outer world, although he is still inside his physical body. This is clearly the exact opposite of what we described as the third stage for the saint. The saint goes through pain that is then transformed into bliss, and then further to an experience of the spiritual world in its pure spirituality. He calls it rest in God, or rest in the Spirit. And the person who develops in the way I am now describing does not come to rest in God or rest in the Spirit. He comes, although he is not conscious of it, to rest in the hidden occult forces of the physical world, forces against which he, a human being, should actually be maintaining his independence. He develops the pathological mirror picture of the third stage of the saint, the condition called idiocy, in which the human personality is lost, in which a person rests in outer nature, that is, in the hidden forces of nature. He can no longer manifest as a human being. He lives only in the natural processes that go on within him, in what is a continuation of external natural processes, vegetable processes, eating his food, digesting his food, moving about in whatever way his digestion and the food substances give him an impulse to move. It is a complete waking sleep given over to the bodily functions, which are not under the control of the weak physical body, but are active in the way processes in the outer world are active. Naturally, since these processes are working in a human being, they do give him human-like impulses. But the person is isolated from the normal human world because he is pushed to too great a degree into the physical world. Here we have to do with everything that is a pathological mirror picture of the quote-unquote rest in God. We can call it rest in nature, It has to do with the various paranoid states, with what in everyday life is called idiocy, while the previous conditions would be called mental retardation. So we have seen the progression in the case of the saint from feeling the presence of spiritual beings to a third stage, being present himself in the spiritual world. And we have seen the opposite, pathological states. First, psychopathological impairment as the first stage. We can be particularly aware of this stage when we encounter an abnormal wanderlust, as I described, connected with a memory that lacks logic. We see this progress to states of insanity, of which the early stage will still allow a person to pursue certain activities in external life. Then we see this progress to the third stage, which could also have been present in early childhood in status nascendi. You can see how the second stage can be due to the fact that no one has been able to recognize and counteract certain conditions in the first life period, between birth and change of teeth. When young children show not exactly an excessive cleverness, but rather an unusual desire to learn things, something that should only appear after the change of teeth, something, as I said in the pedagogy lectures, that is normal between change of teeth and puberty. When this characteristic already appears in the first life period, we should be concerned, and we should find the means, physical, soul, and spiritual means, to cure what is already pathological. We will speak about this later. But in connection with these symptoms, it is of utmost importance to investigate how certain capacities can be prevented from shining down into the first 7 years of life that should really only emerge, as I said yesterday, during the second 7 years. The third stage can reveal itself in two ways. In most cases, a person brings it with him as his karma, as you have seen from my descriptions. The person is already at birth in an abnormal condition. Due to some unusual stress he underwent in putting together his etheric body before entering his physical body. He formed an etheric body that does not want to penetrate the physical body completely, does not want to enter heart and stomach in the proper way, but wants to flood them. In other words, an etheric body that carries the astral body and ego organization too strongly into the various organs. And we see, already at birth or very soon after, facial or bodily deformities that can give us deep concern. This is called congenital mental retardation, but there is no such thing. There is only karmic mental retardation related to the child's entire destiny. We will also speak about this more fully, so that you will see how an incarnation spent in such mental dullness can, even under certain conditions, have a place in a human being's karma that is beneficial, although it may mean misery in that one incarnation. There is need, after all, to regard things not merely from the point of view of finite life, but sub specie aeterni from the point of view of the immortal life of a human being. Then we would have a compassionate charity, caritas, and a wise one as well. But now, on the other hand, the second stage I have described can progress to a third stage in the following way. If in the first life period, between birth and change of teeth, not only the second life period shines in, but also the third, the period between puberty and the 20s, when a human being's ego organization should work into his organism, then we see a child in his 4th or 5th year with capacities that often delight the people around him. They say, quote, he talks or acts like a 20-year-old, close quote. But this is what is happening. The ego organization is developing too early and is overpowering the physical body and making it weak. Idiocy will then appear in the latter part of the person's life, not brought on in this case by karma, but acquired in this very life. Idiocy that can only be balanced out karmically in later lives. If we observe life intelligently and have a good pastoral medicine to support us, we will be able to prevent it simply by providing the proper education for such a person's early childhood. Whoever is drawn through his vocation to observe such things should not only observe them insofar as they are individual symptoms. There, naturally, he should be able to study them with special love, but he should also cultivate an understanding for them as a general phenomenon. He should develop an understanding for how these things are brought about. We have seen, dear friends, how much was introduced into the pedagogy of former decades that a healthy pedagogy, such as the Waldorf school pedagogy wants to be, must definitely oppose. Let me try to read that again. We have seen, dear friends, how much was introduced into the pedagogy of former decades that a healthy pedagogy, such as the Waldorf school pedagogy wants to be, must definitely oppose things that have become extraordinarily precious to people. Sometimes certain things must be pointed at with tremendous severity by our Waldorf school pedagogy. For instance, the Froebel kindergarten work, which, I have mentioned this before, is not taken from life, but out of the intellect, activities to occupy children before the change of teeth that are not an imitation of life, but things invented in people's heads. This is putting into the child's first years of life, between birth and change of teeth, something that should not be there until the next period, between change of teeth and puberty. Precisely in this way is brought on what I have indicated as the first stage of a pathological condition, a mild state of illness that often is not yet regarded as pathological. Also, it were better, perhaps, not to label it pathological. Otherwise, so much else would have to be labeled pathological, which must, in any case, be recognized as cultural phenomena. These things cannot just be criticized. They must be understood, so that one relates oneself to them in the right way. What is it that we should see right there in front of us? A wrong education in early childhood. The second life period has been carried into the first. This is the underlying cause, creating a person's automatic speech, and stirring his will from within outward, without his adjusting himself in any degree to the surrounding world. Think of a situation such as I described as the first pathological stage. A slight tendency caused by bad education going the wrong way. Then what happens? Wanderlust, an impulse not to be designated entirely as pathological, but having a certain characteristic. The desire at a certain age to follow none but one's own ideas, not to bother about the world, to get free and away from one's surroundings, to wander at will, Wandervogel delight. It connects definitely with other contemporary phenomena that also have their origin, if I may say so, in a pathological education, or at least an education with a pathological tinge. You can observe this right now. Look at some of these youth groups. I don't mean this as a criticism, the things are fully justified. Their very existence belongs to the lifestyle of the last decades of Kali Yuga. There is an affinity between this slightly pathological condition and the kind of life that Kali Yuga brought about. These things all belong together, but they must be examined from these two aspects. If you look, you will easily see tinges of what I have been describing. They reveal themselves clearly in the wanderlust, but that is an extreme symptom. Listen once in a while to their conversations. One is in despair. They are so indifferent to what one says to them. They repeat details eternally, details they describe as their quote-unquote experience. They come back again and again to the same thing. But please don't misunderstand me. I'm certainly not pointing to any of these things in a trivial sense. My intention is to show you that such phenomena can only be really understood if one grasps clearly the connection I've been pointing out to you during these few days. That there is always a step into spiritual life, and its extreme opposite, a step into the physical body. A further step into the spiritual world for the saint, a further step into the body, to seizures, for instance, for the psychopath, and so on. That is the relationship. And if you consider how, in the external world, in electricity and magnetism, the one pole is always dependent upon the other pole, you will realize that there can also be in life itself such a relation between two poles of human development. This, of course, cannot be seized upon clumsily, as happens today so often with the materialistic worldview. It must be approached with delicacy. The fact that there are polar opposites here, and that there is a connection between the two poles. Then one will begin to see what can develop in the one and the other direction. One will finally learn in this way to see into the nature of the human being. We will continue tomorrow. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine. This is Lecture 6. Dear friends, so far we have been chiefly concerned with discovering how far a human being may deviate during his life in one or the other direction from what can be called normal, toward a pathological condition or toward a connection to the real spiritual world. Today I would like to go beyond the single earth life to show, with the help of a rather obvious example, how the karma that a human being carries through repeated earth lives must sometimes relate itself to entirely contrasting conditions, such as, for instance, a capacity to reach into the spiritual world, and in the same human being, a need to reach down into the bodily natural realm. For truly, if a physician wants to practice his profession, not only with good external measures and with intelligence, but with his whole heart, with all his human capacities, he needs to stand, may I say, within the spiritual world and look at this physical world from a spiritual point of view. The human being journeys through successive earth lives. Causes reach over spiritually from one earth life and evoke consequences in a subsequent life. Therefore, karma cannot remain a mere word to us. We must learn how to relate our healing activity to karma. For this, we must first be fully aware of how karma works in relation to pathological conditions, and also in relation to visionary capacities. If the priest wants to enter into his parishioners' life situations in the right way, if he wants to be a real pastor to the souls in his care, he also needs to appreciate the spiritual significance of what confronts a human being in his everyday life on this earth. Only then will he be able to care for humanity properly from the standpoint of the spirit. In this connection, there is something we should consider for a moment that, from a modern, more enlightened point of view, can indeed be regarded by some with a certain derision. If we, too, presumed to take such an attitude, our descendants would surely magnify it 100-fold in their estimation of us. For they will view us in future centuries as anyone living today in our so-called scientific culture views our ancestors. You will see at once what I mean. In the course of human evolution, a complete reversal has taken place in the conception of illness. This became particularly obvious at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. If you go back 2,000 years or so, to the early times of the Old Testament, you find a universal conviction that illness comes from sinfulness, that illness has its original spiritual cause in sin. This was a serious belief. There had to be a spiritual error or failure somewhere as the true cause when a physical illness appeared. And this idea was carried further. It was believed of a person in whom the spiritual fault lay causing the illness, that he harbored some elemental spiritual force that did not belong in him, that somehow he was possessed. In those olden times, all illness signified that a human being was possessed by some spiritual entity as the consequence of his spiritual error or fault. And the therapy was created accordingly. It was based on finding the means to bring out of the ill person the alien, elemental spirituality that had entered into him through his spiritual offense. Basically, this was the belief that one does not understand an illness unless one knows its ill cause. And now, consider the belief that came later, pronouncing exactly the opposite view. Before psychoanalysis intervened in such frightfully dilettante fashion. The new belief said, every sin can be traced to illness. People were convinced of it. If there was a criminal, a quote-unquote sinner somewhere, the concept sin was defined rather superficially according to the legal code. They saw to it that in some way or other they got hold of his brain after death, and could thus examine his physical organism. They were looking for the defects. And they did find defects in many instances. In this respect, they have advanced quite a little. Clever, well-trained scientists have adopted the view that if a man is a perfect physical organism, he doesn't sin. He sins if there is some bodily defect. Sin comes from disease. That's how evolution goes, not in a straight line, but by way of opposites. And the people who have now reached this last view, not everyone today admits to it, but it is often fundamental, even for those who do not totally subscribe to it. These people look back with pity to olden times when it was believed that illness comes from sin. For they know they themselves are right, that sin comes from illness, and they know with absolute certainty that in the sick person there is some material process or other that they have to combat, have to neutralize, have to get out of the organism. In earlier times, the healers worked to remove a host of elemental spirits. To someone who sees the matter from a broader point of view, there is really not very much difference. From an inner standpoint, there is no great difference between the health spas that materialistic medicine considers correct and Lourdes. In the latter, a person is cured through religious beliefs, in the former through materialistic beliefs. These things must simply be looked at without prejudice. If one is influenced by such, may I say, short-sighted ideas, one certainly will not perceive the real connections. Today, therefore, I would like to describe a concrete case. Parenthesis, and really one should always offer concrete examples when one is dealing with such matters. Close parenthesis. This case should reveal to you the deeper connections to be found in this matter of human health. So, a certain person lived in the 19th century. I'll speak of him presently as he was in the 19th century, but first I want to take you back to one of his earlier incarnations. Not the immediately preceding one, but an earlier one that had important consequences for his life in the 19th century. This person was incarnated in a southeastern region of Asia, where the people were extraordinarily fond of animals. You know that Oriental teachings include a great reverence for animals, as well as love for them. They extend what they call love of man and love of things, particularly to love of animals. In ancient times, it was quite natural for the people in this region to love animals intensely and to take very good care of them. And now the man of whom I am speaking was no friend of animals. There, due to still earlier incarnations, which we will not examine now, in the very midst of an animal-loving people, was a man who treated them cruelly. Already as a boy he tormented them. He was mean to them. In later life he tortured the domestic animals in every possible way, to an incredible degree. This aroused violent anger in the folk among whom he lived. Also, he experienced a deep conflict between this compulsive mania, today we would call it in materialistic terms perversion of the will, and on the other hand the spiritual teachings of the people. He took these up with great fervor. He was able to relate himself to them completely. He had a fine sense for everything the religion of that area taught. But he became involved in violent conflicts with precisely the most religious individuals around him because of his animal torture. It was especially the animals in his own house that he tortured, first among his relatives, later when he became a kind of farmhand. It is the domestic animals upon which the Orientals lavish good care, considering them part of their very family. And these were the ones he tortured most shockingly. Now, as I said, we will not concern ourselves with an incarnation lying in between, for it is not of much importance for this man's subsequent incarnation, but he lived again in our age, in the first half of the 19th century, and in this incarnation, which in a wider sense belongs to our own time, he was born as an extremely fearful person, so that he chained dogs to himself. One could say this was now a symptom of illness, this abnormal relation, again, to animals. It did have an aspect of disease about it, through the fact that he did not develop any special love for the dogs, only a feeling that he had to have them near him. It is clearly fantastic, the way he related himself to them. It reveals an inner karmic compulsion from an earlier life. At the same time, the man is, in this incarnation, an extremely talented individual, carrying over from his earlier life everything he had experienced of the Oriental spiritual teachings, also his own religious devotion. This is not just a feeling in him, it becomes his life practice. In the course of this, he not only develops an astonishing fantasy about spiritual things, but he develops the ability to put into poetic form correct visionary imaginations that come to him in an elementary, matter-of-course way. His poetry is about ordinary physical human life, into which elemental spiritual beings constantly play. He is a distinguished poet. Moreover, one may truly say he is the dramatist whom we Europeans would compare most seriously with Shakespeare. He is Ferdinand Raimund. Raimund, with his fantastic personality, his giant talent, whose dramatic poems show how he was brought from earlier incarnations, whose dramatic poems show how he has brought from earlier incarnations his ability to portray spiritual things, to put spiritual happenings into human life. One need only look at title Der Alpenkönig und der Menschenfeind, the King of the Alps and the Misanthrope, to be able to liken him to Shakespeare. First of all, he is an important actor. This comes from his impulse to bring trivialities and non-trivialities from spiritual realms to the stage. On the stage he is an incomparable actor, full of humor. In life he is completely overwhelmed by the consequences of the animal torture that he formerly perpetrated. Genius and a pathological condition are thoroughly mixed in him, The genius impelling him to create with sole spiritual dramatic instinct and Shakespearean power. The pathological condition impelling him to inject a fantastic element into his external daily life. Now we must look at the singular trait in Ferdinand Raimund. You see, the animal torture had been a quote-unquote necessity to him in that earlier incarnation. He had experienced a kind of lust. He did it for secret pleasure. He was not aware during that earth life that it was bad. He came to that realization after he went through the gate of death. Now the experience one has when one goes through the gate of death, and then further into the life between death and a new birth, is in the subsequent life expressed foremost, in a wide sense, in the head organization. There lies the impulse one brings with one as talent. This Raimund brought with him in rich amount. But here also something is working that appears in the rhythmic system, particularly the upper rhythmic or respiratory system. For man is built like this. If we put it into a diagram, and there's a drawing, metabolic limb system, rhythmic system, nerve sense system. What comes from an earlier earth life works over into the nerve sense system of the new life. What comes from the time between death and a new birth works over into the rhythmic system. And what comes from the new earth life works alone in the metabolic limb system. So, all that this individual, who is now Ferdinand Raimund, experienced of bitter remorse, of deeply crushing insight, was working continually after that earlier incarnation in his life between death and a new birth, affecting his coming rhythmic system. It worked right into the physical body. For in the physical organization of the head, we have the after effect of the previous earth life. In the physical organization of the rhythmic system, we have the after effect of the life between death and a new birth. These facts are obvious when one studies embryology, even externally. In the case of Ferdinand Raimund, in his breathing system, the upper rhythmic system, we see working in him all the bitter remorse and insight which he had experienced when he went through the gate of death from that previous earth life. This experience led inevitably to breathing irregularities in this life, to a meager intake of oxygen and a strong saturation of carbon dioxide. Breathing irregularities, from a physical point of view, bring on a variety of states of anxiety. They can be the carriers of elemental beings of anxiety. The breathing irregularities do not allow the proper balance of oxygen and carbon dioxide in the breathing process, and this draws in anxiety elementals. You can see all this entitled The King of the Alps and the Misanthrope. It was well developed in Raimund. He was predisposed, if we use the technical expression, to a breathing system that would be a carrier for anxiety elementals. Such elemental beings as these are not simply anxiety elementals. If, at the same time, there is something such as Raimund had in his head system from earlier earth lives, namely soul spiritual ideas, which make his dramas so interesting, then one sees that the presence of these anxiety demons causes karma to develop in a very definite direction. One sees clearly how they push in an unhealthy way to bring about karmic effects. They stream, may I say, into fanciful imaginations that even achieve visionary content, and Raimund's dramas are built on such content. They stream into his visionary activity. They also impel him to develop a fantastic element in his daily life. In this way, a karmic stream pushes through his life, a tremendous gift of genius that has to come to expression. One branch of the stream flows in a special kind of spiritual creation. The other branch flows parallel in a kind of life fantasy that is not expressed externally, but is directed inward. For it lies in the rhythmic system, which is, of course, half inward, but which also works in his lower organs in such a way that it affects a person's external life, and then in turn influences his inner life again. So Raimund's genius is accompanied by a truly pathological tendency, and this pathological tendency, which expresses itself through the anxiety demons, is the vehicle for the fulfillment of his karma. One can see Raimund's karma quite clearly. He has to keep a dog. He is a fantastic person. He does what other men wouldn't do. One can understand that. One can even sympathize with that. Indeed, when I remember how some of our worthy citizens have gorged themselves at court banquets when they were being given distinguished titles, I have a certain sympathy for Raimund with his wry humor as he sits on the floor and eats with the dog out of the dog's bowl. You see how karma plays in from the animal torture of his earlier incarnation. You see how this deed comes from the animal torture and the remorse after death, and is done as a fantastic atonement. But the atonement has to be still more severe. Immediately after this, the anxiety demons appear and take part in the playing out of his karma. Raimund becomes obsessed by the thought, the dog has rabies, I have been eating with him, now I am infected. Raimund is terrified. While at other moments he can do the most talented things on the stage, the moment he withdraws from his external life, he succumbs to the compulsive fear that he is infected with rabies. Now he undertakes a journey with a friend. They go from Vienna to Salzburg, and there the fear of madness so overwhelms him that he must return at once to Vienna to get treatment. It is a tormenting journey, both for him and for the friend. One sees his pathological state always following at the heels of his genius. And now he is well taken care of. People are delighted to entertain Ferdinand Raimund. Gradually he abandons the rabies idea. Something like a cure takes place through life itself, through pleasure, through the kindness he receives on every side, which he doesn't really want to accept because he is still a hypochondriac. And the anxiety demons torment him, if not with one trouble, then with another. So he is always swinging back and forth between Raimund the humorist and Raimund the hypochondriac. But at least he has given up the idea that he might become mad. That fear had obsessed him for years. Even so, he is still bound to animals. After 10 years he gets another dog. And now see what happens. He plays with the dog, and the dog does really bite him. Again, the thought of it overpowers him. He is standing there, he is bitten by the dog, and the dog has rabies. Actually, it was established later that the dog did have rabies, but it was a very light case, Now Raimund travels to Pottenstein, shoots himself in the head. The bullet lodges in the posterior cavity, far back. It can't be operated on. Raimund dies from the shot after 3 days. You see how Raimund has freed himself from the first obsession, but karma continued to work. This is an example of karma working itself out completely, in a remarkable way. For only think, subjectively, it is not precisely a suicide, for Raimund could not be called a fully responsible individual. Objectively, it is also not precisely a suicide, for if they had been able, in those days, to operate on that part of the head, Raimund would have been saved. At that time the operation was not possible, and they had to leave the bullet in the head, so that after 3 days death was inevitable. So it was not a pure suicide, either subjectively or objectively. Thus one cannot say there will be consequences in the karma because of suicide. The karma does not continue. It was balanced out by what Raimund experienced in this incarnation up to his death, up to the way his suicidal intention was carried out. One sees clearly how karma from his earlier incarnation rises up and strikes him in this incarnation. One sees it reach across the span of time to strike with strength. So now, first, we have seen that there are individuals whose ego, astral body, and etheric body develop, either suddenly or by stages, in such a way that they break into the spiritual world with a visionary capacity. St. Teresa, Mechthild of Magdeburg, and many others. There are such individuals who show an abnormality in one direction, the direction of spiritual awareness. They have been given some karmic gift, which we are only considering from the aspect of this particular earth life. With these individuals, we do not need to enter into karmic details. Naturally, it is a fulfillment of karma. But one can understand the case from a single earth life. And then there are the individuals turned in the other direction, whom we considered yesterday. These individuals develop abnormally in their physical etheric organism. They sink down into their physical body and become pathological cases, as I showed you, in 3 stages. Their pathological condition is induced by their karma. But one only needs to look at the general picture. With such personalities as St. Teresa, the individual became especially strong in earlier earth lives, while in the pathological cases, the individual became especially weak, causing his higher being to be drawn down into his lower organism. Again, one needs only to look at a few general characteristics of the individual. One need not examine his karma in detail. But now in Ferdinand Raimund, we have an unusual personality. He developed not only in the visionary direction, but in the opposite direction also, and at the same time. We have the 2 opposites constantly pitted against each other throughout his life. Both are in his personality, the genius and the psychopath. They play into each other, on the one side wonderfully, on the other side tragically. We are obliged in this case, therefore, to study the concrete details of his karma. We have to perceive how his karma works to create the 2 extremes, how it holds them apart, sometimes letting them work into each other. You will find countless places in Raimund's dramas where you can say his spiritual vision is active, and at the same time something is working in from the anxiety demons. Sometimes you see it in the structure of the drama itself. You see, if we study human character in this way, we come inevitably to a consideration of karma. And we must see, on the one hand, the one-sidedness of that abstract teaching from certain ancient streams of civilization, namely, that illness comes from sin, which means that only abnormal spirituality is active in the human being. Naturally, certain ideas can be expressed in this abstract way, but they remain theories, even if one treats people in accordance with them. The opposite assertion is just as abstract and just as one-sided, that sin comes from illness, and that there are physical substances and processes in some human being to be combated. We have to investigate, first of all, the concrete details of the total human organism, how its upper members relate to each other, whether they are separated from each other, whether they distance themselves from the lower members. Likewise, we must be able to see how karma is working in such an interplay of genius and pathology, as was the case with Raimund. Whoever achieves an understanding of these things will find opportunities in life to add something more to what he is already accomplishing in his work of physical healing, to add words that will make the healing process complete. He will reach the moment when he is no longer bound merely to a physical healing process, seeking the why and the wherefore of physical healing alone, for he will perceive how necessary it is in many cases to add a moral dimension to it. This does not mean that one shall become sentimental and go calling on one's patients with all kinds of trifling consolations. Usually such things have little effect. Sick people haven't much energy left for weepy tea-time callers, or for hearty pipe-pal jollities either. They do have an amazing amount of energy left for what lies in natural human relations, not the what of words, but the how. One finds one's way instinctively in such situations, if one is able to express one's view of the world and of life in a way that relates them to spiritual connections, as it can relate to them if one takes seriously such examples as I have described. Dear friends, spiritual activity cannot consist of talk, much less of religious tirades. Spiritual work must relate to facts. If it takes hold of facts, then it will be useful, first of all, to make the necessary connections with human beings. Then it can be used for healthy people and sick people. One will develop an instinct for orienting oneself to any illness with this or that symptom. You will see that this extends to physical illnesses as well. But we must first open up the way to see that these things apply to physical illnesses. You will come to this if you study various examples of them, also the biographies of many geniuses, but not from the standpoint of that arch-Philistine Lombroso. What is so disgusting, ekelhafte, about Lombroso's theory is not his own great genius, that has to be acknowledged, but the fact that he is a thorough Philistine, that on every page you read commonplace opinions. It simply has to be admitted that science has fallen to that level. If one refuses to accept assertions from that kind of standpoint, if one directs one's activity from a really thoughtful perception of the world, that is, of physical and spiritual life, then, if one needs to offer comfort to a sick person in the course of one's work, one will offer the comfort of religion, or one will offer the sacrament with a true spiritual aura, but not without clear understanding behind it. Whether one gives communion to a sick person in the right way, so that he begins to improve, so that during his convalescence his soul is in no way injured, depends upon one's having an understanding for these things. You see, it has meaning, we will speak of this later, that for certain convalescents their physical healing will not be complete without the sacrament of communion, so that what had been brought into disarray in their karma can be put in order again. If one does not know that, one cannot carry it into the aura of the sacrament. But if also the physician understands these things, if he recognizes karma working through the illness, while he keeps professional command of the healing process, he will be able to relate himself to it in the right way. He must observe these things with his whole being from a broad world view. Then something objective will happen for him if he works consciously with his whole soul to help the karmic processes developing in the patient. His healing mission will then be the other half of the divine service. It will have a religious dimension, and he will learn to regard himself as the partner of the priest, as the one who stands beside the priest and administers the other half of the divine service. Healing becomes a divine service. Things that the materialistic world conception has turned into nature worship, to dancing around the golden calf, if I may use that Hebrew expression, these things must be returned and transformed to a divine service through proper anthroposophical understanding. To transform everything in life and art and religion into the service of God. That will be the ultimate task of a comprehensive pastoral medicine that can be practiced within the anthroposophical movement. But a beginning must be made. It must be initiated here. At least the indications must be given for it to those who will carry the impulse forward out of spiritual foundations for the two sides of a true divine service. That is why pastoral medicine is first being presented to priests and individuals within the anthroposophical movement. Those individuals will then find possibilities with their knowledge of nature and spirit for spreading it further. They will carry it particularly into the areas of life that lie within their own individual missions. We will continue this tomorrow. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine. Lecture 7. Dear friends, if one had no other means of investigation than that provided by modern science, one would never attain an understanding of the human being. Certainly, it is not my wish to belittle the accomplishments of this science in its own areas, for as far as its methods allow it to go, it explores brilliantly whatever can have the slightest relevance. But one cannot reach the human being by this means, because in human life, in its present form, physical etheric body and soul and spirit are interwoven. Present earth processes reach into the physical etheric body from every direction. With modern science, we follow these physical chemical processes of outer nature, that is, of nature outside the human being, and comparatively speaking, this science is good for the world outside man. People have simply accepted the idea that just as these chemical processes occur in a physics or chemistry laboratory, or in some piece of the world which we are able to observe as our immediate environment, so, approximately, they are also then continued within the human being. For instance, combustion is described as the combining of some substance or other with oxygen. Then the thoughts about this are continued unchanged when speaking of the processes within the human body. And combustion is still described as happening the same way within man. But one should know that this is not possible. For precisely as something living is related to something dead, so the process in man that is analogous to combustion is related to external combustion. Combustion in the external world is inorganic, lifeless, while within man we have a combustion that has become living. This fact is important for all the rest of science. For external combustion, so far as the substance it affects is concerned, is very definitely subject to, let us say, warmth conditions. According to science, there is a definite so-called flash point, and the heat of combustion always relates to this external condition. This is not something that continues in the same way within the human organism. Externally, given a certain temperature, any substance can combine with oxygen and produce combustion. Within the human being, the same temperature is not needed for that to happen. Other laws prevail. I said this is important for external science, because external science sets up hypotheses that appear to be perfectly plausible. Earlier conditions are assumed from the conditions that now exist on the earth. Preyer, P-R-E-Y-E-R, the famous Jena physiologist, has done just this. Done just that. He found the ordinary Kant-Laplace theory too stupid, so he went back to certain dynamic fire processes, from which evolution was supposed to have originated. Yes, and he took it for granted that these must have happened at temperatures that today are necessary for similar fire processes to happen. That was not necessarily so. One can, of course, go in thought from the inorganic fire processes of this present age to similar processes in this age in the human organism, although actually these latter happen at an essentially lower temperature. But on this basis, even for an hypothetical view of original Earth conditions, one would get quite different results. You can see that the ideas that become fashionable are particularly important when one wants to acquire a comprehensive picture of the world. In short, with the means that modern science provides, it is not possible to gain an understanding of the external world, either in its evolution or in its present state. Naturally, this causes difficulties if a certain attitude prevails. I can speak of these difficulties because I myself have experienced them with particular intensity. Truly, through my whole life, there has been one foremost characteristic. You will find this mentioned in my autobiography. I can only describe it as the greatest possible respect for modern natural science. My respect has never changed. Never at any time would I have criticized in a trivial sense, which would be so easy to do, what natural science was bringing forward, whether in the field of external, chemical, mechanical, or physical research, or in the field of medicine. And yet at the same time, evolution stood there before my eyes as a spiritual vision, and the need arose to bring what was opening up for me spiritually, for instance the Atlantean time or the Lemurian time, or something still further back or further forward, to bring that into harmony with what natural science was giving out. This has not been too difficult with what natural science says about the immediate present. But when it begins to exceed its bounds, to, quote, go wild, close quote, when it advances hypotheses that reach from the present age to a time lying far in the past, we encounter the most severe conflicts if we want to bring what we have seen spiritually into harmony with what science is saying. We come into conflict with science just when we would like to be in accord with it. Spiritual science would never choose to be in disagreement with natural science. For surely one would not be so unintelligent as to oppose facts. All the more, then, one comes into conflict with opinions. As long as the natural researcher talks, well and good. As soon as he begins writing, he really goes wild, and then one can no longer go along with what he says. This is a serious situation, and it must be reckoned with by anyone who has to relate himself in any way to what modern science is able to give. For you see, natural science simply does not reach as far as the human being. The human being has also a soul nature and a spiritual nature. He does not have just a physical organism with physical processes that can be investigated externally, even to such phenomena as those of aerodynamics or thermodynamics. He has also living in him his karma from earlier earth lives. We see it manifesting in his personality. We found this yesterday plainly evident in such a person as Ferdinand Raimund. But there is no possibility of exploring such connections if one only has the means of modern science at one's disposal. We must indeed advance to a new level. We must begin from the side of spiritual science to look at what manifests as external human processes and relate them to what we see as spiritual processes. We will be going in the right direction, for instance, if, holding fast to the physiology of breathing and circulation as we already know it from current natural science, we proceed further to examine how physical life is connected with spiritual life. So let us look at human inhalation. It consists of our taking in external gaseous substance. But this is not just a passive happening. something being taken in by a human being in a completed condition and elaborated within him. It is not just changing over from one process, inhalation, to another process, exhalation, from the inhaling of oxygen to the forming of carbon dioxide. It is not just that. The inhalation process shows itself in reality to be continuously creating the human being, working continuously to build the human being from without inwards. In the human inhalation process, we find there is a constant building up, proceeding inward from the cosmos. The human being does not merely inhale an amorphous oxygen. In the oxygen, which he regards mistakenly simply as a gaseous substance, he inhales formative forces appropriate to his own being. If sometimes we have shortness of breath, some alien elemental is lying across the path of our breathing. That occurs in breathing that is abnormal. But in our normal breathing, dear friends, there is always a human being coming into being. Continuously, a human birth is occurring out of the macrocosm. An air human is being born into man. The entire process is an activity of the astral body. We must picture it in this way. Plate 4. We inhale. The inhaling is activated by the astral body. The entire process is a continuous being born. It takes place in the element of air, in everything that is air within us. We have a perpetual human birth in the element of air, in the inhalation process. But now we also breathe out, and we breathe carbon dioxide out. At the conclusion of other organic processes, carbon dioxide is, in a certain sense, collected for outbreathing. That, too, is commonly presented as a kind of passive reaction or something similar. People simply do the research they are able to do in this field with physical means, and they don't arrive at a clear conception. Now the exhalation also is activated. It is not just some passive human process. There is activity in it, activity of the etheric body. The entire process occurs in the fluid element, the element that in earlier times was called water, when everything that was fluid was called water. We can continue to use the expression. This process takes place in the element of water. Now there should come an important question. It must be lying on all your tongues. You should be asking, well, but how is it during sleep? In sleep, the etheric body is first and foremost within the human organism. Therefore, for exhalation, there is no problem. But how can we inhale during sleep if the astral body is outside? Well, the fact is that during sleep, actually, only the microcosmic part of the astral body goes out of the physical organism. The macrocosmic astrality is all the more active at that time. All the astrality of the macrocosm enters during sleep. Our breathing activity during sleep is, for this reason, very different from our breathing activity while awake, because it is regulated by the activity of the macrocosm. So you see, there is an essential difference between inhalation while awake and inhalation while asleep. The control of our inhalation during sleep comes from outside. When we are awake, we control our inhalation ourselves through our astral body from within outward. While we are asleep, the cosmic astrality enters our organism to do this for us. Here you have an important clue by which to approach questions of pathology. The cosmos has this remarkable attribute. you find that it holds a healthy relation to Earth conditions if you go far enough above the Earth. Close to the Earth, there are all kinds of influences through climate and other circumstances that can make the cosmic astrality abnormal. Similarly, through other processes which we have yet to learn about, the inner astrality of the human being can become abnormal. There, we have the source of a certain kind of pathological condition, but the source is within, in soul and spirit. That is an essential fact. Now let us go further. The breathing process is comparatively a coarse process. We breathe gaseous substance in, we breathe gaseous substance out. The whole process is coarse as compared to all the other processes, that, so to say, occur in us as well as in the macrocosm. For instance, processes to do with the fluctuation of heat, with the element of warmth inside and outside the human being. There are differentiations of warmth inside the human being and differentiations outside the human being. We can think away air, water, earth, and hold before us only these warmth differences, nothing else. To the physicist, this makes no sense, because he regards warmth only as a condition of a material substance. But spiritual science knows that in warmth one has to do with a separate element. We can speak of warmth as an independent, active element. Now, fundamental to our entire human life, there is a receptive process finer than the breathing process. It is the warmth process. And we can say, when we examine the human lung region, but think this through carefully, for I am giving only a rough external picture, when we study the organization of the lungs, we are looking at the coarse breathing process in the element of air. But when we come up higher to the region centered primarily in the head, but present to a smaller degree in the entire human organism, we come to a finer breathing process that occurs not in the element of air, but in the element of warmth. Therefore we can say, higher up, we come to a finer process, consisting of an extraordinarily fine reception of warmth from the macrocosm, breathing in of warmth and breathing out of warmth. But now, this is what we must see. In the coarse inhalation-exhalation of the lungs, the human being is participating in an active exchange with the outer world, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, in, out, in, out. The process I am now describing is not like that. There is, indeed, an in, but there is not an out in the same sense as in ordinary breathing. In this warmth breathing, the exhalation actually takes place within the human being. It is an inner process. What is exhaled by the nerve sense system becomes united with what is being inhaled by the lungs. Thus, the nerve sense system carries on a very fine breathing process, of which the inhalation is indeed a taking in from outside, but what is taken in is not released again to the outside. It is given over to the coarser breathing process of the lungs, to the air inhalation, and is then, by way of that air inhalation, carried farther into the organism. We can perceive the following process. The cosmic warmth enters the human organism by way of breathing, but not only warmth. The warmth carries with it light, macrocosmic chemism, and macrocosmic life, vitality. Light ether, chemical ether, and life ether from the macrocosm are carried by the inhalation of warmth into the human organism. The element of warmth carries light firmly embedded in it, also the chemical element, also the life element into the human being, and gives them over to the air inhalation process. This entire process, which lies over the air-breathing process, and which appears as a refined or even metamorphosed breathing process, none of this is studied today in a real sense. It is lacking entirely from physiology. Well, a bit of it falls into physiology and works there as a foreign body. This is an example of how one gets nowhere if one works separately from the spirit on one side and again separately from nature on the other side. It is something entirely foreign to the physiology of the senses, as the latter is commonly presented with the various senses, seeing, hearing, sensation of warmth, totally differentiated. In reality, they are only the limbs, the outer shoots of this other process, that to begin with is the taking in of warmth, and with it light, chemism, and life. This is different from the sense process. As it is now, a person knows only the peripheral aspects of the sense process, not this central activity. That's why the current physiology of the senses is like a completely foreign body to him. The physiologist dabbles around in the separate senses. The psychologist, too, treats them in dilettante fashion, and they pile hypothesis upon a hypothesis. Of course, this is bound to happen, because they are looking at the single, separate processes of seeing, hearing, and so forth, and are completely missing the fact that all the senses flow in together, stream in together into the human being. No one sees that all this flows in, is taken in together with the taking in of warmth and the light, chemism, and life, which warmth carries in with it from the macrocosm. Only after that does one come to the lung breathing. There will only be a real physiology of the senses when the physiologist is able to say, I follow the physiological processes of the eye to the nerve, which then carries the process inward. I come gradually to the path of the breathing, out of the paths of the senses and thinking to the breathing. Then it will be understood how yoga could come about in earth life. That is, by disregarding the sense life that takes its course at the periphery. In the practice of yoga, activity goes entirely into a conscious inhalation process. What lies behind it, namely sense perception, is made the object of consciousness through the breathing activity. You see, in earlier world conceptions, such things were known and put into practice instinctively. But modern science will surely encounter riddles everywhere, because it is not able to see facts and make the connection between them. It observes eye and ear, then it begins to speculate wildly about what happens inside. And if it notices that the hypothesis it attempts as it follows eye and ear inward leads to a blind alley, because it will not accept as fact the finer breathing process that I have presented, then it says, why, of course, what goes on inside is simply paralleling what goes on outside. Parallelism. The processes occur at the same time. Well, that is a very convenient way out. This should provide a firm stand for both priest and physician in connection with contemporary knowledge, for they will no longer have to reject this knowledge. The physiology of the senses has gathered tremendous treasures from all sides, but they are as if someone would collect the most excellent building materials for a beautiful house. The fellow carries them to the spot and arranges them in an enormous pile, but he can't build the house. He can't possibly build the house. Everything that occurs in the senses has been gathered together and arranged in a great pile, but no work starts. To start the work, what goes on inside the human being has to be added to what has already been researched externally. Inquiry must be made into the process of the finer breathing that takes place in the etheric and astral bodies. Then from there, one can go on to build the house. Naturally, one would be a fool, when the house can now be built, to say, the first thing we have to do is to get rid of this great pile of building materials lying here. We will certainly not say that. Now that it is all there, we can begin to build the house. It would be just as foolish to do what many people do today, who look at things in a dilettante way. That is, criticize natural science from the ground up and reject it. It does not have to be rejected. Every piece of the building material can be used. It is all valuable, and there will be a fine result if all that is given out today by the physiology of the senses is used. As it is now, it is just a pile of material. So we can say, we extend our view from what takes place in ordinary breathing as the continuous creation of present-day man to the finer breathing process that takes place higher up in the element of warmth, into which the entire cosmic etheric world plays. That is what we see if we study the upper man. But we can also look below in the air breathing and study the lower man. Then just as we reach in the air inhalation a higher, finer process, so now in the air exhalation we reach a lower, coarser process. Below, we gradually go from the inner activity of forming carbon dioxide to the process of digestion. Above, we had to connect the air inhalation with that finer nerve sense process that becomes a spiritual activity. Below, we have to connect the air exhalation with the digestive process, where the human activity gradually becomes purely physical, becomes altogether a metabolic activity of the physical body, which is a modified exhalation. In a certain sense, the activity that the exhalation leaves behind within man is the metabolism. Just as what the breathing takes in of nerve sense spirit activity becomes inner activity, so what remains behind of inner activity from the exhalation becomes the sum of forces forming the metabolism. The metabolism is active in the element that in earlier epochs was called earth, the name for everything in the human organism that tends toward solidity. Plate 4. If we now study the entire process more closely, we find that it has 4 parts. We have the process which we have just characterized, of which we can say that the exhalation really goes into the human being. If we look at our ordinary external inhalation, we see a union of what is inhaled with what comes down from above. With the exhalation, we have to say the opposite. The exhalation leaves forces behind for the metabolism. It does not take something up, it gives something away. So we have an inner inhalation as well as an inner exhalation. And the union of this inner inhalation with what the physical body does is the actual metabolic digestive process. And now if you look carefully at this 4-fold differentiation, you will see the human being in a new light. For the following facts also appear. Plate 4. Here is the path of the warmth element coming into the human being and bringing light, chemism, and life. It connects itself with the breathing and gives chemism and life to it. But it does not give light to the breathing. It holds that back. The light stays behind and floods the human being as inner light, becoming thought activity. Also, as the inhalation and exhalation proceed, the macrocosmic chemism is given off and becomes inner chemism, which is something different from the chemistry with which we are acquainted in our ordinary laboratory work. Macrocosmic chemism is introduced into the human being by this extension of the inner breathing process. So we can say, here, chemism is introduced. Also, the life ether goes in and is taken up by the human being through the interplay of exhalation and metabolism. So if we follow the process from above to below, we have light coming in by way of the warmth ether, and then coming to a stop. Where the breathing enters, it is a stop for the light. The light spreads itself out. It is not carried farther by the human organism. It can spread out as light. We carry within us a pure light organism, a light organism that thinks. We follow the process farther inward to where inhalation borders on exhalation, and we find the chemism is carried in to that point through the nerve sense process. Now the chemism comes to a stop. It is an inner chemism, a chemical organism in us that feels. Now let us go down farther to where the exhalation leaves the digestive metabolic process behind. Not the external metabolic process of food consumption, but the inner metabolic activity. There it is stop for the life ether. The life ether forms a human organism that wills. Thus thinking, feeling, and willing come about. We can now follow the entire process as it is reflected in our physical body. Take everything that is above. Within it manifests as thinking, but thinking is unsubstantial. Behind it lies all I have described to you that happens along the nerve paths. They are the external physical paths for thinking. Now, go to the next process. You have this, the uppermost process in man, taken in through the breathing. It manifests in physical reflection as the arterial circulation. The arterial circulation is the second kind of path. Then we come to the third process, which takes place between the exhalation and the metabolism. This also has its own path, the veins. So the third path is the venous circulation. And now if we go still farther into the human being, we find the process that provides a path for itself from below, from outside. It is the process by which the life ether is taken up. It must provide the life ether for itself from outside, from below. We find the physical projection of this in the lymph formation and the lymph system. Plate 4. So now, dear friends, you have the relation between outer and inner. Very much lies behind the nerve sense inhalation. It is an incoming activity, and in what lies behind it there is much that remains unknown to modern man. Karma is active there, karma from the previous earth life. It is not perceptible, but it streams in. Karma streams in. If with spiritual vision one investigates the nerve paths, if one investigates how they are formed in relation to the senses, one finds on these paths karma. Karma streams in. But on the other hand, in the lymph formation, one finds not really a physical process. The fact that lymph enters the organism by the lymph vessels lets one see how lymph goes into the blood and takes care of present-day man in that way. Johannes Müller, the well-known physiologist, has already said, quote, What is lymph? Lymph is blood without any red corpuscles. And blood? Blood is lymph with red corpuscles, close quote. This is, of course, a wide statement, but it is correct in a certain way. We see in lymph everything that has not yet become blood. We see in it also the living, weaving of developing karma. In the lymph process, new karma is forming. The lymph vessels are the beginning of the paths of future karma. Plate 4, right side. So, as you approach the human being from the world of spirit and perceive that macrocosmic light, chemism, and life are brought into him on paths of warmth, as you come from the light to the life paths and see the general cosmic life flowing in, you perceive more and more the flowing in of karma, which then becomes active in the human being's earth life between birth and death. It works its way in through the nerves. It moves forward through the modified arterial process, and then is held back, dammed up in the venous process. venous, venous process. When it reaches the venous process, it pushes itself in on mysterious waves. And as the human being forms venous blood, he gets this piling up of karma within him, and acts then from karmic impulses. A change in the blood can merely mean anger. On the other hand, what piles up there, because the past is not allowed down into the venous process, leads to actions that bring about the shaping of karma. What the lymph does not allow to go over into the blood gathers deep in the subconscious. It forms a seed in the subconscious, a seed that the human being carries out with him through the gate of death when he throws off his physical body. It is the karma to be, the karma still to be developed. Over the breathing process, one perceives the karma that comes out of the past. Under the exhalation, in the circulation, where the lymph has not yet become blood, one sees the latent karma. It stays in the lymph. So one can say, plate 4, left, yellow, karma flows into the human arterial process and stays behind. The venous process is formed and karma moves into being again. We have here above the borderline where karma begins to pile up in the nerve sense arterial process. Here below, corresponding to the process that goes from lymph to veins, we have the incoming karma. Here, when we look with spiritual eye, EYE, at the lymph, not yet become blood, we have the outgoing karma. Thus we have the connection between physical and spiritual. Above, the human being comes close to the spiritual qualitatively. We see him touching on his karma. In between, the present life is dammed up. Below, in the lymph not yet become blood, we see the new karma arising, beginning to be formed. Between past karma and karma that is forming, in between stands the human earth life, which, looked at from this point of view, is a damming up between the two. Thus we can follow the procedure right into the physical process. We will speak further about this tomorrow. You can realize that we are coming more and more to see the spiritual working in the physical. Only this will perfect our practical work. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine. This is Lecture 8. Dear friends, yesterday we examined the human constitution as far as it can be seen in man himself or in connection with his immediate environment. Today we must go out beyond man. For everywhere man stands in some relation to the forces in the universe, and one can only understand these various relations if one explores the immense diversity of the universe itself. Just think, dear friends, how manifold the forces in the universe are. Look at a growing plant, for instance. Follow the growth of its stem upward from the earth's surface, and the growth of its root downward. Right there are two opposite tendencies within the plant, a striving upward and a striving downward. And if today we were far enough along in scientific research, so often used for less important matters, to use it for such a thing as the growth of a stem upward and the growth of a root downward, we would find the connections in the universe that would then finally explain the totality, man and the world, microcosm and macrocosm. For we would find that everything connected with the stem's upward growth has some relation to the unfolding of the sun's forces in the course of the day, in the course of the year, even beyond the year. And we would find that everything connected with the root's downward growth has some relation to the moon's forces and the moon changes. If therefore we look at a plant properly, we come already, through its form, to a relation between sun and moon. We have, so to say, to extract the simple image of a plant from the whole universe, from all the forces in the universe. Someone who is really observant will never see the root otherwise than striving downward into the earth, and at the same time rounding itself. The root rounding itself into the earth, that is the picture of the root that one must have, the rounding form pushing into the ground. Plate 5, left. The stem we must see differently, as it unfolds in an upward direction. Someone who combines sensitivity with observation will have the definite feeling that the stem strives to stream out as a line. The root wants to unfold in a rounding, circular direction. The stem wants to unfold in a linear direction. That is the archetypal form of the plant. And in the linear, striving upward, we must see the presence of sun forces on the earth. In the roots striving toward roundness, we must see the presence of moon forces on the earth. Now let us look further. We think of the sun as being at a great height, and of the plant as streaming to reach it. But the plant does more than just reach upward. It reaches out in width, it creates peripheries. And we find within its upward striving that something else is active, at first just at its top in the blossoms. We find the forces of Venus working with the sun forces. Then, as blossoms unfold below, as leaves come, moving inward from the periphery, we find the forces of Mercury working. So, if we want to understand the structure of the plant as it pushes toward the sun, we must see that the sun forces are helped by the forces of Venus and Mercury. That on the one hand. On the other hand, we must realize that these forces alone would not be able to form the plant. With them alone, the plant being would, in a certain sense, only attain a compact, solid form. For it to unfold as one sees it, for instance, in the most extreme example in a tree, there are forces working everywhere, counter to the Venus and Mercury forces, namely the forces of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Thus, as well as the basic polarity of sun activity and moon activity, there is also the activity of all the other planets in the universe. Plate 5, left. Let me add this comment. In the plant, dear friends, you have the entire planetary system in front of you. It is right there on the earth. And perhaps it is not so ridiculous that a scholar, a half or three-quarters scholar, as Paracelsus was, made such a statement as this. When you eat a plant, you're eating the entire planetary system, for all those forces are contained in it. Paracelsus said it like this: with a plant you eat the whole heaven. The world is indeed formed in such manifold variety, but one does have in one's immediate environment the forces of the entire macrocosm, in growth, in structure, in the disposition of all living things. Now let us get back to the human being. We showed yesterday that one can go from the area of our lung breathing to a higher area, where, if I may so express it, there is a finer inhalation. And we discovered that this finer inhalation carries karmic streams in from the past. We can go still further. If we have working into man what I would like for the moment to call a refined breath stream, plate 5, right, then we can say the following. If the human being would unfold only what lies in his astral body and ego, he would never reach the sun, with the human constitution as it is at the present time. When he is in his ego and astral body during sleep, he does not reach the sun sphere. There is only darkness. If he were to live in his astral body and ego, without any connection to his etheric and physical bodies, he would not come to the sun. How then does it come about? Let us consider first what the situation is when the astral body and ego approach the etheric body. In clairvoyance, one can bring this condition about fairly easily by strengthening one's thinking, strengthening it by very thorough, energetic meditation. Then it is easy to come to this condition. It is the beginning of initiation. One slips down into one's etheric body, but is not yet able to take hold of the physical body. One remains in the etheric body. In this condition, it is possible to think very, very well. One sees nothing, hears nothing, but one can think very well. Thinking is not in the least extinguished. Seeing, hearing, and the other sense activities are suppressed. At first the thinking remains the same, except that one can think more than previously. One can think such thoughts as we are expressing here, for instance, thoughts about the macrocosm. The thinking becomes wider. One knows clearly, now I am in the etheric world. Thus, when one is in one's etheric body, one is truly in the world ether. One has the clear experience, I am in the spiritual world out of which the sense world comes. But one is not able to differentiate between spiritual world and sense world. One is beyond a differentiated sense world. The sun no longer shines, the stars no longer shine, there is no moonlight. There is no longer a clear distinction between the kingdoms of nature on the earth. A person only has that faculty when he is down in his physical body in normal life or in a higher stage of initiation. But in exchange for the blurring of the contours of the sense world, there is a general spirituality, the weaving life of the spirit. If now one goes further, if one takes hold consciously of one's physical body, so that one begins to live in the organs, then the perceptions that had become dim or had vanished begin to emerge again, with the exception of earthly forms. Now they appear as spirit entities. Where earlier in ordinary consciousness one had seen the sun, and then it had become dark, foggy, but had still been within the general weaving spirituality, now there appear beings of the second hierarchy. Now one can differentiate in the spiritual world. Moon and stars appear again, but in their spiritual aspect. They are now spiritual colonies. They can be called that, or the like. Now one understands how it is that in ordinary, everyday consciousness, mankind sees the sun, for instance, in its physical form, and the same with other things. But when someone has entered consciously into his physical body, has actually taken hold of it in its spiritual dimension, he sees the sun as a spiritual being, and the same with the whole world. Now one knows that with each sun ray shining down upon us during the day, with every single sun ray, spirit is also entering us. Through every sense experience, spirit is entering us. We have, therefore, to regard the higher, finer breathing as a breathing that is continuously impregnated by spirit. And we perceive that sun is living in every sense perception that streams into us. It is indeed the spirit of the sun, or the spirits of the sun. Sun is present in every sense perception. In our finer breathing, the sun force, the sun life, is streaming straight into us. So you see the relation man has to the sun. When a ray of light streams into your eye, EYE, the sun spirit is streaming in with that ray of light. The spirit of the sun is the substance of the finer breathing. With our sense perceptions, we breathe in the manifold ingredients of the spiritual sun. You have there an important view of the human being from one direction. As he unfolds in his etheric body, plate 5, yellow, he develops in his etheric body the thinking, the thoughts of the universe. These thoughts of the universe in which a person finds himself when he is living consciously in his etheric body are at first devoid of warmth or cold, devoid of tone. They are a kind of vague feeling in which one's feeling of self merges with one's feeling of the macrocosm. But if now one takes hold of the physical body, one enters into the spirit of the sense perceptions, and the thoughts are tinged from various sides. Through the eyes, the sun essence, thought, that is breathed in, is tinged with color. Through the ear, thought is tinged with tone. Through the organ of warmth, thought is tinged with warmth or cold. There you have the cosmic relation of thought to sense perception. Thought must be understood as preceding the sense experience. Then the sense experience comes through infusion, tinging by the sun. Mankind simply does not realize that the sun being streams into us with every sense perception. And on the path of the sun, past karma streams in too. It is by no means a childish image to think of the sun as a receptacle of past karma. If we understand the human head properly, we must say the spiritual sun rays stream in invisibly and are transformed as they stream in into something physical, which then appears as merely a physical attribute in the world of color, tone, warmth. And at the same time, on the path of these sun rays, which slip in through the senses into the nerves, karma enters into man. That is one side of the human being. Now let us look at the other side, at what we were studying yesterday. Karma goes out at that place in the organism where the lymph is, the place where everything is alive and active, that has not yet been drawn into the blood. There we find the outgoing karma. What are the paths of the outgoing karma? To know that, one must acquaint oneself through spiritual science with the moon forces. And now, if one gradually comes from the etheric world to which one has become accustomed, and takes hold of the physical body in its periphery, the area of the senses, then all the life streaming in from the sun and bringing with it one's past karma appears to be bringing reproach and much to disturb one. But far more important than the disturbing elements in one's karma is this knowledge, this insight that one can attain. It is nevertheless by virtue of your past that you have become what you now are. The life of one's inner being is enriched by the perception of the sun entering on the paths of the senses and nerves. If someone can separate himself from his karma and concentrate on the in-streaming forces of the spiritual sun, he will experience an infinite happiness as he receives them. He will wish that the sun element were in him perpetually. He cannot help but long for it. The sun element enters into us lovingly if we wish it. It is what we know in physical life, in a weaker form, as our active human love. This is the interplay of sun activity with the human inner world, the loving penetration of the sun into man and into everything that wants to sprout and to grow and thrive in man. The living sun rays enter lovingly. Here love is not merely a sole spiritual force. Here it is the force that calls everything physical to germinate and sprout and grow, everything that can be beneficial to man in every way when he values it. This is the force of which a human being is aware through direct outer vision. But now, if one takes hold of the physical body in the other direction, in the direction of the forces that develop the lymph, and prepare it for entering into the blood, if one investigates in this direction, one becomes aware of the activity of the moon. And this is of quite a different character. We can say on one side, the spiritual sun is active in the way we have indicated. On the other side, the moon is active. When we work to grasp inwardly the process of the lymph blood formation, we find we are entering into the activity of the moon, and we have the constant feeling that the moon wants to take something away from us, to lift something out of us. With the sun, we have the feeling that it wants continually to give us something. With the moon, we have the feeling that it wants continually to take something out of us. And if we are not alert while we are observing the moon activity, when we have consciously taken hold of the physical body and are engrossed in the lymph blood formation, if we are not absolutely alert and in complete control of our vision, suddenly the continuity is broken, and standing there before us is a spiritual being similar to ourselves but distorted, almost a caricature of ourselves, a being we have brought to birth. We would miss this emanation if we were not alert. But it does not seem particularly strange to us as it separates from us and confronts us. It is hardly more than an enhanced view of ourselves in a mirror. When we look at ourselves in an ordinary looking glass, that is the physical world. When we see ourselves reflected in the etheric world by the moon forces, that is a higher kind of mirroring. Let us review the whole process. There is nothing particularly amazing about it, but it shows us that we are indeed connected with the universe, that the moon is continually separating forces from us, which then it makes independent, forces which are living in us, and which then go out into the spiritual world, streaming out into the macrocosm, constantly carrying images out of us into the macrocosm. But now, dear friends, think how it could be if such an image, which the moon forces are continually producing in man, and which then they want to take out of him to carry into the distances of the world, if such an image were held back in the human body and kept there. And not merely an image, an abstraction, but a form permeated by forces. Indeed, how could such a form be held back in the human being? We have the moon forces wanting continually to be pulling, drawing the human image out. How then could this form be held back? It can remain in man if from another side the sun forces are brought in deeply enough. Then the form remains in the human being. Then begins an embryonic life, Fructification consists of nothing else than that the sun forces are drawn down to where the moon forces are active in the lymph. Thereby the image which would otherwise go out takes hold of physical matter in the human body. What otherwise is a mere image now takes on physical form. For this to happen, sun forces combine with moon forces in the lymph system of the human organism. Plate 5. Let us look at the other side. We can also investigate the moon forces higher up. Then we find that the opposite happens. Then man is not formed again in man, but the sun macrocosm is given form in man. Now we have a different view of the macrocosm. When the embryo is formed, a physical world arises within the human being that must come out. When, on the other hand, the moon forces activate their desire nature, they want to capture and draw down the sun forces, then the spirit in the universe comes into being within man. The spirit of the universe is engendered, a spiritual embryo. Then the possibility is given for forming what must come in from the spiritual world, what has been in the spiritual world up to the time of a new earth life, and now comes in as a spirit embryo. Then takes place in the human being the union of the two. If one explores these things, one comes to see that they are completely interwoven. Then one has the true explanation of man's relation to the universe. Now help comes from every direction. The sun activity that is uniting here with the moon activity has the help of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. What then are the tasks of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn? Recall, dear friends, what I said yesterday. When the sun forces are going in, first they must stop for the light. Secondly, they must stop for the macrocosmic chemism. Thirdly, they must stop for the life. The Saturn forces bring about the stop for the light. The Jupiter forces, in their wisdom, bring about the stop for the world chemism. The Mars forces the stop for the life. There you have in detail the drawing in of the sun forces modified by the forces of the so-called outer planets. From the opposite direction, you have the moon forces modified. When they work alone in their full strength, they bring about the formation of the embryo, that is, the physical formation. When they are less strong, they do not enter into physical matter, but stay in the direction of the spirit, combining with the Venus forces of soul love. They can be still weaker when they unite with what comes from the other side, the forces of Mercury, the divine messenger, who in ordinary everyday earth life leads the lower forces up to the higher. Look for a moment at the two diagrams, right and left, plate 5. If we look out at the plant world spread around us, we find everywhere sun, moon, and stars. If we look within the human being, sun, moon, and stars are there, too, in exact correspondence. When something within is not in order, that means there is some trouble or other in the inner collaboration of sun, moon, and stars. If we as therapists want to restore it to order, we must search in outer nature for a corresponding Saturn activity, for instance, that will work therapeutically on an unhealthy moon activity, and so forth. It is all out there. You see, people will begin to have confidence in medicine again when they see that in his inner constitution the human being comprises the whole world. This is the knowledge we would like to bring to medicine again, knowledge it once had. The world will only have its trust in medicine restored when these things are once again understood. But now let us look at the other side. Look first at the activity in man that is moon activity. See how it is striving continually to draw the human element out of man, to carry it into the universe. Let the picture stand before us. The human being striving to get out of himself, wanting to be carried into the universe. This must not be presented to humanity as an abstraction, this shattering secret, but in picture form. The moon working continually to lift the human being out of himself, to show him his relation to the macrocosm. He comes into earth life in the form of an embryo within another human being. But when this moon activity is enhanced by Venus and Mercury activity, then he is born not physically but spiritually. If we add to the physical birth what we can invoke of Mercury and Venus activity, we bring about a spiritual birth. The human being is then born spiritually, outside man, in the universe. We baptize the human being. The working of the physical sun is always present in man. We can add to that perception a consciousness that the spiritual sun also is active in him, that on the paths of the physical etheric sunlight, the light rays, chemical rays, life rays, the Spirit is also pouring in. Spirit enters man by way of the same paths that the physical etheric sun activity enters, namely through the senses. In the same way that a human being perceives in everyday physical life the physical etheric activity of the sun, we enable him to perceive the soul spiritual activity of the sun. We give him communion. Going out from the communion, we find on the one hand what is related to the help the sun is given, the darkening that relates to the light, the constant nearness of death to life. We go to the outer planets that are connected with the sun, and we add to the communion at the proper moment the anointing. Or we go into the human being, and before he has any thought of the macrocosm, we hold him fast in his inner life, wanting not merely to give him his place as human being in the macrocosm, but wanting to plant the macrocosm in him in picture form, so that it becomes a seed developing in him. We give him confirmation. If an individual receiving the sacraments lives in them with full consciousness, he will be continually healed by them, healed of the universal illness to which he succumbs, or is in constant danger of succumbing in status nascendi, simply by reason of his having incarnated in the physical material world. This is the priest's task. It can also happen that an individual is by nature continually in the status nascendi of wanting to be free in the spiritual world, wanting to get out of the physical world. Yet he is obliged to remain in it during earth life. And this causes in his organism not a state of unspirituality, but a state of super-spirituality, that is, illness. Medical measures must be prescribed, the opposite pole to the sacraments when illness appears. This is the physician's task. Thus we see on the one side the spiritual healing of the priest, and on the other side the priestly attitude of the physician, the physical healer. If we recognize how their tasks can be coordinated, then we have grasped the significant connection between pastoral work and medical work. Then pastoral medicine is not just a theory, but embraces the working together of human beings. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine. This is Lecture 9. Dear friends, you have seen how necessary it is to relate a state of illness in a human being to his spiritual life and experience. The understanding that should be brought to illness by the two groups of people who have especially to do with pastoral medicine can really only come from such a point of view. Today, therefore, I would like once more to consider the actual state of being ill in connection with a person's spiritual life, this time from a standpoint that I think will throw greatest light upon the nature of illness. As human beings, we alternate between waking and sleeping. You all know in general what can be said out of our world conception about these two conditions. Today, let us hold clearly in our minds what really happens in the human being during sleep. During sleep, the physical body and etheric body are by themselves. The astral body and ego are also by themselves. Turning first to the physical and etheric bodies, we know that by virtue of what these bodies are, certain processes go on in them that during the person's sleep are independent of the activity of his astral body and ego. In the human organism, we find processes going on that, first of all, in the way they must play themselves out, are not at all suited to this physical organism. In the physical body, we have to do with physical processes. Now, physical processes take their course outside in the mineral kingdom. They are not suited to the mineral kingdom. They are suited to the mineral kingdom. They are not at all suited to the constitution of the human physical body. And yet this human physical body is, so to say, subject through all the time of sleep to these physical processes, in the same way that the mineral kingdom is subject to them. We must be aware of this contradiction in the human being precisely during sleep. During sleep, he ought to be a world of physically active forces and substances, but that is something he really cannot be. That is the reason why processes that go on in his physical body during sleep, unless they are brought into balance, cause illness. The general assertion that sleep is healthful is of course correct in a certain sense, but it is only correct under certain conditions, and it must not prevent us from examining, without prejudice, what the true situation is. Physical processes in the human physical body can only be healthful for the human being when his ego and astral organization are down in his physical body. And this is the normal condition during waking life. It is constantly interrupted by the sleep condition. Normally, however, even during sleep, the catabolic process is still always going on in physical man. It must be there so that man's soul life and spiritual life as a whole can really unfold. For his spiritual life is not connected with anabolic processes, only with the catabolic processes. During sleep, therefore, there must be just the quantity of catabolic processes that a human being needs for his waking life to unfold the next morning. If too many catabolic processes are there because of some unhealthy sleep condition, then there is a residue of catabolic processes piling up in the human organism, and then we have the inner cause for an illness. If now we extend our investigation to the etheric body, we find that during sleep only such processes can take place in the etheric body as otherwise take place in the plant kingdom. During day consciousness, when the astral body and ego are in the etheric body, these processes are always raised to a higher level. But from the moment of a person's going to sleep to the moment of waking, they take their course in the same way that they do in the plant kingdom. Thus they too are not suited to the human organism. They need to be balanced by the astral body and ego. If they create a residue, then there too is cause for illness. So, we can say, sleep can show us how causes of illness really originate in the human organism, for they are fundamentally the normal sleep processes, At the same time, they are the basis for man's soul spiritual life. And that points to a secret of this world, that whenever one penetrates to reality, one finds that it has two sides. On one side, in the sleep condition of man's physical and etheric bodies, we find the basis for his spiritual development. On the other side, in the very same processes, we find the basis for his illnesses. Thereby, illness is brought into direct connection with human spiritual development. And we can say, if we study what is active during sleep in the human physical and etheric bodies, we find the fundamental causes of illness. Now let us consider from this point of view the human being who during waking life does not go down deeply enough into his physical and etheric bodies, which is what we have found to be the case in the mentally retarded or psychopath. With such a person, the soul and spirit enter into processes of illness and live with them. Special value should be laid on this knowledge that psychopaths and the so-called mentally disturbed are always closely involved in their inner life with causes of illness. You see, one has to look at such things carefully. But now let us go to the outer world. Let us start from the human physical body, plate 6 left, and consider the outer mineral world that relates to it. During sleep we have processes in the human physical body from which the ego is missing. They go on without really any inner working quote-unquote motor. But there is ego out there in the world in all those mineral processes. In them is what we can call world ego. So we have on the one hand, within the processes of the human physical body, a condition of non-ego, a sum of processes that are egoless, processes that lack ego. And we have, on the other hand, in our outer environment, a sum of mineral processes and mineral substances that are permeated by ego. That means by all the hierarchies who are to be identified with ego. Mineral substance has ego. Therefore, let us assume that we observe in some person's physical body a process that should not be there, a sick process. It lacks ego. What can we do if we want to cure this condition? We can search outside in the mineral kingdom for that part of the ego that the person lacks, to cure what is too much asleep in him, to cure what is still continuing to sleep in him during his waking life. Then we have the right remedy for him. If you give him the substance that has an affinity to his sick organ, the ego force which his organ lacked is brought into the organ. This is the principle underlying our search in inorganic nature around us for medicinal remedies for the physical body of the sick person. We have to find the corresponding substance that has ego force. Then it has an healing effect. Thus the transition from pathology to therapy rests upon a correct insight into the relation between the processes of the human physical body and the outer mineral world on the one hand, and the relation of the human etheric body to the plant world on the other hand. There you have the gist of the matter. If we observe too exuberant a growth in the etheric body, we realize that the etheric body is lacking proper penetration by the astral body. Then we must search in the plant kingdom for the proper corresponding remedy. This is the direction our work must take. You can see that one must recognize the spirit in nature, the spirit that is in the mineral and plant kingdoms of the world. It is the spirit, not the substance, that one must know, because in reality one heals the human being through the spirit that is in the mineral and in the plant. The nature of substance is this, that it is not truly governed by spirit, but even so it has the spirit in it. And whoever wants to heal, without recognizing the spirit in stones and plants, can only grope his way through traditional theory. He can try one thing or another and see whether it helps, but he will never know why it helps, because he will never know just where the spirit is in possession of some mineral, or how it is in possession of it. To be a healer requires first and foremost a spiritual outlook on the world. And indeed the greatest anomaly of our time is this, that it is medicine itself that has the frightful disease, materialism. Medicine is seriously ill with materialism. It has become blind and is falling asleep, and this is creating harmful soul substances in science. It really needs to be healed. One can indeed say the sickest man of our time is not the Turk, as was the case in the 19th century for European humanity. The sickest man of our time is the medical doctor. Footnote, quote, the sickest man, close quote. This refers to a European expression, quote, the sick man on the Bosporus, close quote, end of footnote. This is a fact that physicians should know. Also, at most, the theologians, for then perhaps the secret will remain among those to whom it has been entrusted. Let us look at these things more closely. There are certain persons who are not psychopathic or insane in the sense in which one is justified in using those terms, but who nevertheless illustrate what I have been talking about during the last few days. They descend into their physical and etheric bodies in such a way that they acquire a certain perceptible connection to their sick condition, to sick processes. These are the somnambulists, whose peculiar state is not make-believe. It has often been described to the general public, and every initiate knows it well. While they are in their somnambulistic condition, they describe their illnesses. They go down into their physical and etheric body. Now, the ordinary, normal human being in waking life has his ego and astral body connected with his physical and etheric bodies to a degree that is, in quality, if we use a rather pedantic scientific terminology, a completely saturated connection. In the case of these sick individuals, we can say, the ego and astral body do not combine with the etheric and physical body in accordance, to speak figuratively, with their exact atomic weight. Some of the ego and astral body is left out. It has not entirely sunk down. But then it is this element that is able to perceive. Only that part of the ego and astral body perceives that has not sunk down into the etheric and physical body. If some of the astral body and ego is superfluous in such a person, then he has this inner perception, and he can describe his illness. But now there is another condition, which I have already described to you, a condition of the opposite kind, in which the normal sleep condition is disturbed. In this case, when the ego and astral body are outside the physical and etheric body, and things happen in the ego and astral body that do not belong in this soul spiritual entity, parenthesis, as the things I was just describing did not belong in that physical etheric body, close parenthesis, when too much spirit is experienced by the ego and astral body during sleep, parenthesis, as too much nature was experienced in the opposite condition by the physical etheric body, close parenthesis, then a clairvoyance comes about that borders on a pathological state. The individual carries into sleep a certain power to perceive spiritual things. Then afterward he carries back into waking consciousness memories of his spiritual perceptions. In particular, these spiritual perceptions that are present abnormally between his going to sleep and waking appear in lively dreams. And then we observe what every initiate knows well, that the dreams, if they are regarded properly, have the following content. Suppose that the sick person, the physically sick person, is in the former condition I was describing. He dips down with his spirit and soul into his physical etheric body, and then experiences the illness as he describes it in his somnambulistic condition. He experiences a strong catabolic process going on in his physical etheric body, a kind of reverse process of nature. But now, suppose he is outside his body, with his astral body and ego. Then he has experiences of the spiritual aspect of outer nature. Suppose he experiences a sick organ within himself, plate 6, middle. Sick because it allows some outer process to occur in an unhealthy way. This is experienced in the somnambulistic state, and the inner process is described. If the person is in the opposite condition, the somnambulism works into his ego and astral body when these are farther out of his physical and etheric body. If the spiritual elemental life of nature comes into his dreams, then he experiences what is spiritual in the minerals. He experiences the corresponding spirit of the minerals. And what does he dream about? He dreams of his medicinal remedy. You see, here you have the connection between many aspects of somnambulistic life. The somnambulist alternates between two conditions, as I have described. In one condition, he dreams of his illness. In the other condition, he dreams of the remedy. And generally speaking, that is the way pathology and therapy were explored in the old mysteries. In those olden times, there was not so much experimenting as there is today. The sick person was brought into the temple and put into a kind of somnambulistic condition by temple priests who were properly trained. This condition was increased to the level at which the sick person could describe the process of his illness. Then the opposite somnambulistic condition was brought about, and the temple priest was told the dream that contained the therapy. This was the manner of inquiry in the oldest mysteries. It led from disease to cure. And so it was that medical science was cultivated in olden times, by seeking knowledge of man through the human being himself. We don't have to go back to those old methods. We have to move forward to methods by which we are able, through imaginative experience, to follow the course of an illness, and by which we are able to experience the healing process through intuitive activity that leads not into the human being, but out from him. What has formerly been a kind of experimentation in this field will now have to become careful observation. You see the direction in which we are turning. External physical science was in olden times a purely observing science. Then it began to experiment, and more substituted experiment for pure observation. That was right. But medical science did the same thing in imitation, and that was not right. It experimented on man with the temple research. We must find the way to change over from experimenting to observing, to an observation of life that is sustained by spiritual knowledge and enriched by scientific research. For whoever really looks at life can catch a view of illness everywhere. In the simplest form of everyday life that has deviated only to the slightest degree from so-called normal, something can be seen that will lead, if considered properly, to a recognition of complicated disease processes. One has only to understand how things relate to one another. But this shows us that the physician must more and more become a really practical individual. Again, the exact opposite of what recent materialistic development has made him. He has gradually become a pure scientist, and that makes no sense. There is only sense in someone being a physician if he is always able to cope with natural laws in a living way, not if he knows them abstractly. With abstract knowledge of them, one has not yet even begun to work with them. That's the situation from one side. Let us look at the other side, the side that the priest must see. We think of the priest's mission as guiding human beings in their approach to the spiritual world, in everything that will help their ego and astral body to find their way in the spiritual world. If it is the physician's task to inquire into the nature of man from a spiritual point of view, to explore pathological conditions from a spiritual point of view, then what must the priest look for? The priest has to find what can lead a human being toward the spiritual world. His attitude toward the spiritual world, whether he loves the spiritual world, how much he is permeated by the spiritual world, insofar as these things are apparent in normal life. The priest must deal with all the normal or abnormal symptoms that the human soul manifests in this regard in everyday life. For the priest, we have to point out the opposite course to that of the physician. We told the physician that if the somnambulist is allowed to describe his sick organ, he will also describe the medicinal remedy for it from out of his dreams. Let us look again at the priest in the ancient mysteries. Actually, he was not primarily interested in discovering medicinal remedies, although, of course, he was intensely interested in healing, for he was first and foremost a friend of man. But he did not stop at healing. He was interested in more than that. He was interested in the following. He saw that the somnambulist found the remedy in his dreams while he was in the spiritual world with his ego and astral body. He paid particular attention to this soul while it was in the spiritual world, and he followed it back again into the body. And what did he find? Of course, he found himself again confronting the sick organ. But now, from what he had perceived of that soul while it was out of the body, he knew how the astral body and ego would work in this organ if it were healthy. Upon returning again to the sick organ, he knew what the situation would be under healthy conditions. Now he realized how the astral body and ego, out of their divine spiritual powers, take hold normally in the human organism, how they sit normally within it. He learned to know them in their healthy normality through the dreams in the spiritual world. He learned how they relate to the physical world when they descend into the physical body. He learned to know the inner relation of man to the spiritual world. This knowledge should influence the priest as he enacts the sacrament in which he is carrying back the spiritual world. For the spiritual world is present in the sacrament through the establishment of the ritual. The ritual unites spirit with physical substance by virtue of deep insight into the relation of spirit to matter. Inspirited physical substance is led back into man, and the relation is established in him that unites his astral body and ego within his physical and etheric bodies with the divine spiritual being of the world. Everything in this relation depends upon the sacraments being celebrated with such an attitude on the part of the priest. Everything depends upon our permeating ourselves with such thoughts. For instance, the relation between experience in the body and experience out of the body. Secrets of pathology from observing the body when it is left. Secrets of therapy from observing abnormal life in the spiritual world as compared to normal perception in the spiritual world. What was established in ancient times in secret temple procedures by prominent somnambulists must now be again established by a human being developing spiritual perception in himself and observing the connections. In this area, experiment must give way to observation. Now, it is important that the physicians and priests in the anthroposophical movement are already united in their knowledge of such facts as these. That is what really binds us together. We are permeated by a different kind of knowledge from what others have. By contrast, the idea that some sort of union or association or group should be formed is just an abstraction. What really binds us together is the possession of a certain knowledge. Those who possess this knowledge do obviously belong together and should feel closely united to one another. Any external association should be an expression of the inner union created by this knowledge. Our time suffers very much in this respect. For instance, often when I speak today to, say, a youth gathering, even though I fully appreciate their endeavor, and even though I myself have the very best intentions, it is extraordinarily difficult to experience their response to the concrete truths that should be filling their souls, to hear them say, quote, "The first thing we must do is to join together," close quote. Well, indeed, everything in these last decades has been, quote unquote, joined together ad infinitum. People have gone on and on joining together, but they've never yet got anything real for a result by tacking zeros onto one another indefinitely, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 about 8 times, and so on. One empty consciousness to begin with, joined to another empty consciousness, joined to a third consciousness, again empty, that all adds up to nothing. By contrast, you only have to assume a content that is, after all, the basis of all zeros. A content that is, after all, the basis of all zeros. 1, and there's the numeral 1 in parentheses. Then you have something. It doesn't have to be a human being, but it has to be some genuine content. And interestingly enough, this assumes that there is something there to begin with. It doesn't even have to be a human being. It can be real, living knowledge. These are things we should think about in our time, where usually people are much too comfortable to search for the concrete. They are content simply to put abstractions together. Joining together is all right, of course, but it will come of itself if something concrete is there first. Perhaps this is something that should be understood first, before anything else, by those who work among modern mankind as physicians and priests. For one can certainly say, 2 conditions can be observed today throughout the world. Generally speaking, a human being's ego and astral body do not find his physical and etheric bodies properly, whatever may be the waking condition. Also, truly, for someone observing the world as it evolves, materialistic views don't really worry him unduly. Let the monists and any of the others combat one another. Nothing is accomplished thereby. But that is certainly not the fundamental evil in the evolution of humanity. If one is observing the evolutionary process, one is not particularly interested to participate in these discussions of worldviews. For actually, whether one thinks this or another thinks that, opinions are frightfully thin little things in the human soul. They don't have much impact on reality. They're just bubbles in the reality of this world. If one bubble hits another, if one bursts, if another becomes a bit thicker from the bursting, none of it matters. What does matter, what should be clearly realized, is that no one ever becomes a materialist if he is sitting with his ego and astral body properly in his physical and etheric bodies. In other words, to be a materialist means, in a finer sense, to be ill. One must fill one's whole being with this knowledge. To be a materialist means to be ill. And it is not surprising in the least that when the other people, those who are sitting properly inside their physical and etheric bodies, encounter the sick materialists, they turn away to exactly the opposite pole, all the vague mist of spiritualism Here we come to a difficult realm, because the things do not take place in those parts of the world that still have a connection with one another. They happen where the world has already been thrown into chaos and its pieces lie scattered about. One thing no longer reveals itself as a healing remedy for another, for they are falling away from each other. So long as the sick person speaks of what is going on in his organs, his dreams will still reveal the corresponding healing remedies in the outer world. But in our present time, a person who is ill from materialism will not be describing sick inner organs. He has broken free of his organism. He wants to describe the external world as would naturally happen to a materialist. Then he finds not remedial dreams, but the opposite, false spiritualism. Certainly not a healing remedy. Quite the contrary, something that brings on the illness more strongly than ever. And so we find today in our time, if I may draw an analogy between medical work for individual human beings and what I would call cultural pathology and therapy, the analogy is surely justified, we find that spiritualism, for instance, does not by any means offer a remedy for materialism, but corresponds to the somnambulist's dream revealing his sick organs. Now sometimes a person that properly should have taken hold of a person's sometimes a process that properly should have taken hold of a person's inner organism pushes through the organism to the periphery, to the outer world. There is then the pathological condition called, quote-unquote, rash. This corresponds exactly to what I've been telling you. One sees with one's own eyes that what has been inside and is now outside is nothing healthy. It is an aberration. The physician should see clearly that materialism is the rash of an illness and needs to be regarded as a medical problem. This will build a bridge to the priest's observation on the other side. The priest sees the symptoms that rise out of sick human souls, out of their need, out of their feelings. Spiritualism is just such a symptom. One comes to realize that in the widest sense, sick life wants to sink down into the world, that all the disease in the present world outlook does indeed work itself out fully, insofar as it rests on the will, by working into man and sickening his inner life. In the present epoch of human evolution, it is not going to be possible to see something that could be seen clearly in former times, due to different human characteristics in those days. Namely, how a false direction of the will, a false world outlook, a false view of life, all of which were designated in olden times as sin, how these things cause illness in the organism. For they do not do so immediately in the ordinary way. We are only aware of the connection in the rarest cases, cases that are an intermediate stage between the sin and what can obviously be diagnosed as the resulting illness. These intermediate stages may simply develop into morbid conditions. But in this modern epoch of evolution, the sin and the real illness are so detached from each other that now they even occur in separate incarnations. In earlier epochs, they were able to appear in close connection as cause and effect, but as humanity developed, they became separated so that sin appeared in one incarnation, illness in a subsequent one. Here then begins the domain of the priest. The priest may no longer merely continue traditions of olden times, speaking of sin as the cause of illness. But if he now has knowledge of repeated earth lives, he can speak of sin from that point of view. Then he will again be speaking from the standpoint of truth. Much that priests in the world today say about these things is no longer true. It no longer corresponds to fact. These teachings originated in olden times, and today no one is interested in changing the teachings to accord with what is demanded in our time. We have to relate ourselves to all this. Then it will be possible to make our study of pastoral medicine fruitful in both directions. My intention is to give 2 more lectures for this course, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I am planning this now so that you can make your plans accordingly. The end of Lecture 9. This is a reading of a course of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Pastoral Medicine. This is Lecture 10. Dear friends, there is something that is always overlooked in this present age, something that has to do with the working and the wanting to work of the spiritual world. It is this: the total spiritual activity must include the creative activity to be found in human thought and feeling. What really lies at their foundation has been completely forgotten in this age of materialistic thought. Today, mankind is fundamentally entirely unaware of it. That is why, in this very field, a kind of evil mischief is perpetrated and spread throughout our present civilization. You surely know that from every possible center, whatever it may be called, all kinds of instructions go out to people, telling how they can enhance their thought power, how their thoughts can become powerful. One would say, seeds are strewn in this way in every direction of something that in earlier spiritual life was called, and that is still called, black magic. Such things are the cause of both soul illnesses and bodily illnesses, and the physician and priest must be aware of them in the course of their work in the culture of our civilization. For if one is alert to these things, one is already gaining a clearer perception of the illnesses and the symptoms of illnesses of human soul life, and what is more, one can work to prevent them. This is all of great importance. The intention of such instruction is to give people a power which otherwise they would not possess, and this is then often used for most pernicious reasons. There is every possible kind of instruction today with this intent. For instance, how business executives can be successful in their financial transactions. In this area, a tremendous amount of mischief is perpetrated. And what is at the bottom of it all? These things will simply become worse unless clear knowledge of them is sought precisely in the field of medicine and in the field of theology. For human thinking in recent times, particularly scientific thinking, has come enormously under the influence of materialism. Often today someone or other is expressing his satisfaction over the fact that materialism in science is on the decline, that the tendency everywhere is to try to reach out beyond materialism. But truly, dear friends, this is slight satisfaction for someone who sees through these things. In his eyes, the scientists or the theologians who want to overcome materialism in a modern manner are much worse than the hard-shell materialists whose assertions gradually become untenable through their very absurdity. And those who talk so glibly about spiritualism, idealism, and the like are strewing sand in people's eyes, and it's going into their own eyes as well. For what does Driesch do, for instance, and others, when they want to present something that is beyond physical material happenings? Footnote: Hans Driesch, D-R-I-E-S-C-H, 1867 to 1941, scientist and philosopher. End of footnote. They use exactly the same thoughts that have been used for hundreds of years to think about the material world alone. Thoughts that indeed have no other capacity than to think about the material world alone. These are the thoughts they use to think about something that is supposed to be spiritual. But such thoughts do not have that capacity. For that, one has to go to true spiritual science. That is why such strange things appear, and today it is not even noticed that they are strange. A person like Drish, for instance, recognized officially by the outer world, but in reality a frightful dilettante, holds forth to the effect that one must accept the term quote-unquote psychoid. Well, dear friends, if you want to ascribe to something a similarity to something else, that something else must itself be around somewhere. You can't speak of ape-like creatures if there are no apes to start with. You can't speak of psychoids if you say there's no such thing as a soul. And this silly nonsense is accepted today as science, honest science, science that is really striving to reach a higher level. These things must be realized, and the individuals in the anthroposophical movement who have had scientific training will be of some value in the evolution of our civilization if they don't allow themselves to be blinded by the flaring up of will-o'-the-wisps, but persist in observing carefully what is now essential to combat materialism. Therefore the question must be asked, how is it possible for active, creative thinking to arise out of today's passive thinking? How must priests and physicians work so that creative impulses can now flow into the activity of individuals who are led and who want to be led by the Spirit? Thoughts that evolve in connection with material processes leave the creative impulse outside in matter itself. The thoughts remain totally passive. That is the peculiar characteristic of our modern thought world, that the thoughts pervading the whole of science are quite passive, inactive, idle. And this lack of creative power in our thinking is connected with our education, which has been completely submerged in the current passive science. Today a human being is educated in such a way that he simply is not allowed to think a creative thought, for fear that if he should actually entertain a creative thought, he wouldn't be able to keep it objective, but would add some subjective quirk to it. These are the things that must be faced. But now, how can we come to creative thoughts? Dear friends, this can only happen if we really develop our knowledge of the human being. For man cannot be known by uncreative thoughts, because by his very nature he himself is creative. One must recreate if one wants knowledge. With today's passive thinking, one can only understand the periphery of the human being. One has to ignore his inner being. It is important that we really understand the place man has been given in this world. Today, therefore, let us put something before our souls as a kind of goal that lies at the end of a long perspective, but that can make our thoughts creative. For it holds the secret for making human thought creative. As we proceed, perhaps we shall be considering many things that you already know from our general anthroposophical lectures. So, dear friends, let us think of the universe in its changing and becoming, shall we say, in the form of a circle, plate 7. We may picture it like this, because actually the universe, as it evolves through time, presents a kind of rhythmic repetition, upward and downward, with respect to many phenomena. Everywhere in the universe we find rhythms like the day and night rhythm, other greater rhythms that extend from one ice age to another, and so forth. If first we confine our inquiry to the rhythm that has the largest intervals for human perception, it will be the so-called Platonic year, which has always played an important role in human thoughts and ideas about the world, when these were filled with more wisdom than they are now. One can come to the Platonic year if one will begin by observing the place where the sun rises on the first day of spring, the 21st of March of each year. At that moment of time, the sun rises at a definite spot in the sky. One can find this spot in some constellation. Attention has been given to it through all the ages, for it moves slightly from year to year. If, for instance, in 1923, one had observed this point of spring, its place in the sky in relation to the other stars, and now in 1924 observes it again, one finds it is not in the same place. It lies farther back on a line that can be drawn between the constellation of Taurus and the constellation of Pisces. Every year the place where spring begins moves back in the zodiac a little bit in that direction. This means that in the course of time there is a gradual shift through all the constellations of the starry world. It can be seen and recorded. If one now inquires what the sum of all these shifts amounts to, you can see what the distance is from year to year. One year it is here, the next year there, and so on. Finally it has come back to the same spot. That means, after a certain period of time, the place of spring's beginning must again be in the very same spot of the heavens, and for the place of its rising the sun has traveled once around the entire zodiac. When one reckons that up, it happens approximately every 25,920 years. There we have found a rhythm that contains the largest time interval possible for a human being to perceive, the Platonic cosmic year, which stretches through approximately 25,920 of our ordinary years. There we have looked out into the distances of the cosmos. In a certain sense we have pushed our thoughts against something from which the numbers we use bounce back. We are pushing with our thoughts against a wall. Thinking can't go any further. Clairvoyance must then come to our aid. That can go further. The whole of evolution takes place in what is encircled by those 25,920 years. And we can very well conceive of this circumference, if you will, which obviously is not a thing of space, but of space-time. We can conceive of it as a kind of cosmic uterine wall. We can think of it as that which surrounds us in farthest cosmic space. Plate 7, red-yellow. Now let us go from what envelops us in farthest cosmic space, from the rhythm that has the largest interval of time that we possess, to what appears to us, first of all, as a small interval, that is, the rhythm of our breathing. Now we find, again of course one must use approximate numbers, we find 18 breaths a minute. And if we reckon how many breaths a human being takes in a day, we come to 25,920 breaths a day. We find the same rhythm in the smallest interval, in man, the microcosm, as in the largest interval, the macrocosm. Thus the human being lives in a universe in which his own rhythm is the same as that of the universe itself. But only man, not animal. In just these finer details of knowledge, one finally sees the difference between man and animal. Close parenthesis. The essential nature of man's physical body can only be realized if it is related to the Platonic cosmic year, 25,920 years. In that span of time, the nature of our physical body is rooted. Take a look in title An Outline of Occult Science at the tremendous time periods, at first determined otherwise than by time and space as we know them, through the metamorphosis of old sun, old moon, and earth. Look at all the things that had to be brought together, not in any quantitative way. Then one can begin to understand the present human physical body with all its elements. And now let us go to the center, plate 7, where we have the 25,920 breaths, which, so to say, place man in the center of the cosmic uterus. Now we have reached the ego. For in the breathing, and remember what I said about the breathing, that in the upper man it becomes a finer breathing for our so-called spiritual life, So, in the breathing, we find the expression of the individual human life on earth. Here, then, we have the ego. Just as we must grasp the connection of our physical body to the large time interval, the Platonic cosmic year, so we must grasp the connection of our ego, which we can feel in every breathing irregularity, to the rhythm of our breathing. So you see, man's life on earth lies between these two things, his breathing and the cosmic year. Everything that is of any importance for the human ego is ruled by the breathing. And the life of our physical body lies within those colossal processes that are ruled by the rhythm of 25,920 years. The activity that takes place in our physical body, in accordance with its laws, is connected with the large rhythm of the Platonic cosmic year, in the same way that our ego activity is connected with the rhythm of our breathing. Human life lies in between those two rhythms. Our human life is also enclosed within physical etheric body and astral body ego. From a certain point of view, we can say human life on earth lies between physical body, etheric body, and astral body, ego. From another point of view, from the divine cosmic aspect, we can say human life on earth lies between a day's breathing and the Platonic cosmic year. A day's breathing is in this sense a totality. It relates to our whole human life. But now let us consider from the cosmic standpoint what lies between human breathing, that is, the weaving life of the ego, and the course of the Platonic cosmic year, that is, the living force out in the macrocosm. You see, as we maintain our rhythm of breathing through an entire day of 24 hours, we meet regularly another rhythm, the day and night rhythm, which is connected with how the sun stands in relation to the earth. The daily sunrise and sunset as the sun travels over the arc of heaven, the darkening of the sun by the earth, this daily circuit of the sun is what we meet with our breathing rhythm. This is what we encounter in our human day of 24 hours. So let us do some more arithmetic to see how we relate to the world with our breathing, how we relate to the course of a macrocosmic day. We can figure it out in this way. Start from one day. In a year, there are 360 days. It can be approximate. Now take a human life, again approximate, of 72 years, the so-called human lifespan. And we get 25,920 days. So we have a life of 72 years as the normal rhythm into which a human being is placed in this world, and we find it is the same rhythm as that of the Platonic sun year. So our breathing rhythm is placed into our entire life in the rhythm of 25,920. 1 day of our life relates to the length of our entire life in the same rhythm as one of our breaths relates to the total number of our breaths during one day. What is it then that appears within the 72 years, the 25,920 days, in the same way that a breath, one inhalation-exhalation appears within the whole breathing process? What do we find there? First of all, we have in-breathing, out-breathing, the first form of the rhythm. Secondly, as we live our normal human life, there is something that we experience 25,920 times. What is that? Sleeping and waking. Sleeping and waking are repeated 25,920 times in the course of a human life, just as in-breathing and out-breathing are repeated 25,920 times in the course of a human day. But now we must ask, what is this rhythm of sleeping and waking? Every time we go to sleep, we not only breathe carbon dioxide out, but as physical human beings, we breathe our astral body and ego out. When we wake, we breathe them in again. That is a longer in-breathing, out-breathing. It takes 24 hours, a whole day. That is a second form of breathing that has the same rhythm. So we have a small breath, our ordinary inhalation-exhalation, and we have a larger breath, by which we go out into the world and back, the breath of sleeping-waking. But let us go further. Let us see how the average human life of 72 years fits into the Platonic cosmic year. Let us count the 72 years as belonging to one great year, a year consisting of days that are human lives. Let us reckon this great cosmic year in which each single day is a whole human life. Then count the cosmic year also as having 360 days, which would mean 360 human lives. Then we would get 360 human lives times 72 years, 25,920 years, the Platonic year. But what does this figure show us? We begin a life and die. What do we do when we die? When we die, we breathe out more than our astral body and ego from our earthly organism. We also breathe our etheric body out into the universe. I have often indicated how the etheric body is breathed out, spread out into the universe. When we come back to earth again, we breathe our etheric body in again. That is a giant breath. An etheric in-breathing, out-breathing. Mornings we breathe in the astral element, while with our physical breath we breathe in oxygen. With each earth death, we breathe the etheric element out. With each earth life, we breathe the etheric element in. So there we have the third form of breathing, life and death. If we count life to be our life on earth and death to be our life between death and a new birth, then we have the largest form of breathing in the cosmic year. 1. Inhalation-exhalation, the smallest breath. 2. Sleeping, waking, a larger breath. 3. Life-death, the largest breath. Thus we stand, first and foremost, may I say, in the world of the stars. Inwardly we relate to our ordinary breathing. Outwardly we relate to the Platonic cosmic year. In between we live our human life, and exactly the same rhythm is revealed in this human life itself. But now, what comes into this space between the Platonic cosmic year and our breathing rhythm? Let us try, like a painter who first prepares his canvas and then paints on it, let us also, on the base we have prepared, that is, the rhythms we have found in numbers, now let us try painting. Then we find, with the Platonic cosmic year, as also with smaller time rhythms, especially quite obviously with the rhythm of the year, that continual change goes on in the outer world. Also it is change that we perceive. We perceive it most easily in temperatures, the aspects of warmth and cold. We need only to think of cold winter and warm summer. Here again we could present numbers, but let us take the qualitative aspect of warmth and cold. The human being lives his life within this alternation between warmth and cold. In the outer world, the alternation is within the element of time, and for so-called nature, changing in a time sequence from one to the other is quite healthful. But the human being cannot do this. He has, in a certain sense, to maintain a normal warmth, or a normal cold, if you will, whichever one considers it to be, within himself. He has to develop inner forces by which he saves some summer warmth for winter, and some winter cold for summer. In other words, he must keep a proper balance within him. He must be so continually active in his human organism that the organism maintains a balance between warmth and cold, no matter what is happening outside in nature. There are activities in the human organism of which the human being is quite unaware. We carry summer within us in winter, and winter within us in summer. When it is summer, we carry within us what our organism experienced in the previous winter. We carry winter within us through the beginning of spring until St. John's Day. Then the change comes. As autumn approaches, we begin to carry the summer within us, and we keep it until Christmas, until December 21st, when the balance shifts again. So we carry in us this continual alternation of warmth and cold. But what are we doing in all this? Well, when one examines what we are doing, one finds something extraordinarily interesting. Let this be the human being. There's a drawing. One realizes from simple, superficial observation that everything that enters the human being as cold shows the tendency to go to the nerve sense system. And today one can point out that everything that works as cold, everything of a winter nature, works in the building up of our head, of our nerve sense organization. Everything of a summer nature, everything that contains warmth, is given over to our metabolic limb system. If we look at our metabolic limb system, we can see that we carry within it everything summery. If we look at our nerve sense functions, we can see that we carry in them everything we receive out of the universe that is wintry. So in our head we always have winter, in our metabolic limb system we always have summer, and our rhythmic system maintains the balance between the one and the other. Warmth, cold, metabolic system, head system, with a third system keeping them in balance. Material warmth is only a result of warmth processes, and material cold the result of cold processes. So we find a play of cosmic rhythm in the human organism. We can say winter in the macrocosm is the creative force in the human nerve sense system centered in the head. Summer in the macrocosm is the creative force in the human metabolic limb system. You see, this way of looking into the human organism is another example of the initiation medicine of which I spoke when I said it has a beginning in the book that Frau Dr. Wegmann worked out with me. Footnote, reference to Rudolf Steiner and Ita Wegmann, titled Fundamentals of Therapy. End of footnote. The beginning is there for what must more and more become a part of science. If now we climb the rocks where the winter plants grow, where the soil is so constituted that winter plants will grow in it, we come to that part of the outer world that is related to the organization of the human head. Let us suppose that we are persons who collect medicinal substances out in the world. We want to make sure that the spiritual forces appearing in an illness that originates in the nerve sense system will be healed by the spirit in outer nature. So we climb very high in the mountains to find minerals and plants there, and bring them down for medicines for head illnesses. We are acting out of our creative thinking. It starts our legs moving toward things we must find in the earth that correspond to our medical needs. The right thoughts, and they come out of the cosmos, must impel us all the way to concrete deeds. They can stir a man without his knowledge, a man, say, who works in an office. He also has thoughts, at least he sometimes has them. Now he is impelled by some instinct to go off on all sorts of hikes, only he doesn't know the real reason, but that doesn't matter. It only becomes important if one observes the person from a physician's or a priest's standpoint. But a true view of the world also gives one inspiration for what one has to do in detail. Now, again, if we have to do with illnesses in the metabolic limb system, we look for low-growing plants and for minerals in the soil. We look for what occurs as sediment not for what grows above the earth in crystal form. Then we get the kind of mineral and plant remedies we need. That is how observation of the connection between processes in the macrocosm and processes in man really lead one from pathology to therapy. These connections must again be clearly understood. Men of olden times knew them well. Hippocrates was really a latecomer so far as ancient medicine is concerned, but if you read a little of what he is supposed to have written, of what at any rate still preserved his spirit, you will find this viewpoint throughout. All through his writings you will find that the concrete details relate to broad knowledge and observation, such as we have been presenting. In later times, such things were no longer of any interest to people. People came more and more to mere abstract, intellectualistic thinking, and to an external observation of nature that led to mere experimentation. We must find the way back again to what was once vision of the relation between man and world. So you see, we live as human beings on the earth, between our ego and our physical body, between breathing and Platonic cosmic year. With our breathing we have a direct relation to the day. What do we relate to with our physical body? How do we relate physically to the Platonic cosmic year? There we relate to totally external conditions in the evolution of large natural processes, for instance to climatic changes. In the course of the large natural processes, human beings change their form, so that, for instance, successive racial forms appear, and so forth. We relate qualitatively to what happens in the shorter external changes, to what successive years bring us, what successive days bring us. In short, we evolve as human beings between these two farthest boundaries. But in between we can be free, because in between, even in the macrocosm, a remarkable element intervenes. Truly, one can be lost in wonder if one ponders over this rhythm of 25,920 years. One is awed by what plays between universe and man. And as one contemplates all this, one realizes that the whole world, including the human being, is ordered according to measure, number, and weight. Everything, may I say, is wonderfully ordered, but it all happens to be human calculation. And at important moments, when we are explaining a calculation, even though it is correct, we always have to add that curious word, approximately. For our human calculation never comes out exactly right. It is all absolutely logical. Order and reason are in everything. They are alive and active. Everything works, as we say. And yet, there is something in all of it, something in the universe that is completely irrational. Something is there so that, however profound our wonder, our awe may be, even as initiates, nevertheless, when we go for an afternoon walk, we take an umbrella along, even the initiates. We take an umbrella because something could happen that is irrational. Something can appear in the life of the universe that simply doesn't come out right when numbers are applied to it. And so one has had to invent leap years, intercalary months, all kinds of things. Such things have always had to be used for the fixing of time. What is offered by a well-developed astronomy that has deepened into astrology and astrosophy, for one can think of it in that way, is all destroyed for immediate use by meteorology. This latter has not attained the rank of a rational science. Footnote, this lecture was given in 1924, end of footnote. It is more or less permeated by vision, and will be more and more. It takes an entirely different path. It consists of what is left over by the other sciences. Modern astronomy itself lives only in names. It is really nothing more than a system for giving names to stars. That is why even Serenissimius came to the end of his knowledge when newly found stars had to have names. He would visit the observatories in his country, and let them show him various stars through the telescope. Then after seeing everything, he would say, "Yes, I know all that." "But how you know what that star's name is, that very distant star, that's what I don't understand." Close quote. Let me read that again. He would visit the observatories in his country and let them show him various stars through the telescope. Then after seeing everything, he would say, quote, "Yes, I know all that. But how you know what that star's name is, that very distant star, that's what I don't understand." Close quote. Yes, of course, it's obvious, the standpoint you've adopted at this moment when you laugh at Serenissimius. But there's another standpoint. One could laugh at the astronomers. I'd rather you'd laugh at the astronomers, because there's something very strange going on in the world as it evolves. If you want to inquire into the old way of naming things, Saturn and so forth, you should think back to our speech course, which most of you attended, and recall that in olden times names were given from the feeling the astrologers and astrosophers had for the sound of some particular star. We can say of all the old star names that they were God-given, Spirit-given. The stars were asked what their names were, because the tone of the star was always perceived, and its name was then given accordingly. Now, indeed, you come to a certain boundary line in the development of astrosophy and astrology. Earlier, they had to get the names from heaven. When you come to more recent times, when the great discoveries were made, for instance of the little fellows, Sternwichten, then everything is mixed up. One is called Andromeda, another has another Greek name. Everything's mixed up in high-handed fashion. One can't think that Neptune and Uranus are as truly characterized by their names as Saturn was. Now there is only human arbitrariness, and Serenissimius made one mistake. He believed the astronomers were carrying on their work similarly to the ancient astrosophers, but this was not so. They possessed only a narrow human knowledge, while the knowledge of the astrosophers of olden times and astrologers of still older times came directly out of humanity's intercourse with the gods. However, if today one would return from astronomy to astrology or astrosophy, and thereby have a macrocosm to live in that is rational throughout, then one would reach Sophia. Then one would find, too, that within this rationality and Sophia wisdom, meteoronomy, meteorology, and meteorosophy are the things that, quote, don't come out right, close quote, by our human calculation, and one can only question them at their pleasure. That's another variety of lady. In ordinary everyday life, one calls a lady capricious, and the meteorological lady is capricious all the way from rain showers to comets. But as one gradually advances from meteorology to meteorosophy, one discovers the finer attributes of this world queen, attributes that do not come merely from caprice or cosmic emotion, but that come, may I say, from the lady's warm heart. But nothing will be accomplished, dear friends, unless, in contrast to all the arithmetic, all the thinking, all that can be calculated rationally, one acquires a direct acquaintance with the beings of the cosmos, and learns to know them as they are. They are there. They do show themselves, shyly perhaps at first, for they are not obtrusive. With calculations, one can go further and further, to be sure, but then one is getting further and further away from the true nature of the world, for one is only reaching deeds from the past. If one advances from ordinary calculation to the calculating of rhythms, as it was in astrology for the harmony of the spheres, then one goes on from the calculating of rhythms to a view of the organization of the world in numbers, as we find them in astrosophy. On the other hand, I might say, one finds that the ruling world beings are rather shy, They do not appear at once. First, they only present a kind of Akasha photography, and one is not sure of the source of it. One has the whole world to look at, but only in photographs, displayed in various parts of the cosmic ether, and one does not know where they come from. Then inspiration begins. Beings come out of the pictures and make themselves known. We move out of, quote, nomy, N-O-M-Y, close quote, but just to logi, L-O-G-Y. Only when we push through all the way to intuition does the being itself follow from inspiration, and we come to Sophia. But this is a path of personal development that requires the effort of the whole human being. The whole human being must become acquainted with such a lady who hides behind meteorology, in wind and weather, moon and sun, insofar as they intervene in the elements. Not just the head can be engaged as in logi, but the whole human being is needed. You can see that there is already a possibility of taking the wrong path in this endeavor. You can even come to anthroposophy through the head, by coming from anthroponomy, which is today the supreme ruling science, to anthropology. There you just have rationality, nothing more. But rationality is not alive. It describes only the traces, the footprints of life, and it gives one no impulse to investigate details. Yet life really consists of details, and of the irrational element. What your head has grasped, you have to take down into the whole human being, and then with the whole human being progress from nomi to logi, finally to Sophi, which is Sophia. We must have a feeling for all this if we want to enliven theology on the one side and medicine on the other, through what can truly enliven them both, pastoral medicine. Tomorrow, then, we will conclude the course with a few special reflections. But the essential thing is this, that first of all, at the very outset of our approach to pastoral medicine, we learn to know the direction it should take in its observation of the world. The end of Lecture 10. This is a reading of the last lecture of a course of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Pastoral Medicine, published by Steinerbooks, also with the title Broken Vessels. Lecture 11. Dear friends, pastoral medicine, as we think of it here, will only be recognized as something from spiritual research that has meaning when mankind once more possesses a common consciousness of a spiritual realm, containing positive, active forces. For naturally, in an age that has evolved and shaped materialism, it is not conceivable to the usual human being that anyone would so have related himself to the spiritual world that he could have seen in it something worthy of notice. This truly happened, however, in the old mysteries. Individuals saw into spiritual realms and found knowledge there that led to valuable curative measures. And what we still have to say today, to round off our studies, may perhaps provide a connection to that old mystery wisdom for the medical stream that should now emanate from the Goetheanum. Indeed, this impulse is understood most correctly in its historical connection, if what is intended here is thought of as having developed out of the research methods, although of course quite different in form, and out of the artistic healing practices of the old mysteries. Obviously, dear friends, you will have to regard what has been offered in this short course as just a stimulus, in a certain sense just the first chapter, the beginning of a pastoral medicine that will develop further through the work that is still to be done here by Frau Dr. Wegmann and myself. So first I would like to point out how the initiates in the old mysteries described their path of initiation, particularly that path that was pursued at the place where the mysteries were most involved in the secrets of healing. Actually, all the mysteries were connected with secrets of healing, but some more than others. They were all connected with them because healing was regarded as related to the entire evolution of human civilization. There were deep reasons for this. A man of those ancient times said to himself, when the human being comes down out of spiritual worlds into the physical earth world through conception and birth, the soul spiritual entity undergoes a transformation by which it is able to form a physical human body. We have described how this achievement takes place for the first time through the activity of the individual during his first 7 years of life. His first body had been given to him through heredity, the body that in the course of his first 7 or 8 years is entirely stripped off. Thus it was conceived very exactly in the ancient mysteries. A man came out of spiritual worlds into the physical sense world. But there was a universal consciousness that man does not in the first place unite with his physical body in the way that was originally intended, if I may use that expression, by the spiritual powers who direct that part of the world to which humanity belongs. It was always believed that through some anomaly of the general evolution, the forces which a human being inherits overpower, in a certain sense, the forces which he brings with him through his individuality from former earth lives. This seemed to show a lack of harmony. It was said, if there were complete harmony between soul and spirit and physical body in earthly man, then death would not have the form it now has. Also, there would not be illness coming in the way it now comes. Illness and death were regarded as the symptoms that show that man has indeed more to do with the physical earth world than was originally intended for him. Although today this can no longer be completely understood, still it is an extremely profound idea in which there is very much truth. For it is indeed so that the moment a person reaches even to a slight degree a higher level of consciousness, he sees at once that, for instance, death is quite different in character. It then appears to him as a metamorphosis rather than the end of a phase of life. Therefore, for the entire ancient consciousness, the education of the human being was related to healing. The entire educational process, in very ancient times of human evolution, was thought of primarily, in a certain sense, from the medical point of view. And connected with this was the consciousness that the mysteries united the professions of physician and priest, both of whom should be concerned with the healing of human beings on the earth. Usually in olden times, physician and priest were united in one person. This could only happen out of the old instinctive consciousness. Today it would not be possible, at least not as an accepted custom. This consciousness of the importance of healing, which was strong even in normally healthy persons, was related for every human being to his knowledge that after the metamorphosis he would undergo through death. He would be guided through his life between death and rebirth on his path to the sun by souls who on earth had been physicians or priests. The first need of every human being after death was to find the sun path, because there he would work out part of what he had to experience between death and rebirth. And these first steps had to be shown him by a physician or a priest. So it was thought in ancient times. This was included in the deepest mystery wisdom. For us today, this wisdom must be regarded differently, because the old methods are no longer suitable for us. However, they are capable, at this present point of time, of being renewed, and indeed that renewal is to be attempted right here. Dear friends, when an ancient initiate described his initiation, he would say that after he had crossed the threshold, he was first made acquainted with the activity of the elements, in olden times, quote, elements, was the name given to what today would be called physical conditions, that is, solid, which was called earth, all fluids, which were called water, everything aeriform, which was called air, and which included everything gaseous, and everything to do with warmth, which was ascribed to the warmth ether, and which was called an element. This is all something of which the modern physicist says, there is no such thing. For him these 4 elements do not exist. For him there are from 60 to 80 elements, and they have qualities. Under certain conditions in the world, one is fluid, another solid or gaseous. The condition of warmth belongs to all. What was described as an element in olden times does not exist today. There are now only qualities of things. The qualities have no existence of their own. What today are called elements are actually only real in the coarse, tangible physical world. And what in olden times were called elements were understood not as reaching down into tangible matter itself, but only to the intangible, living activity of matter. You see, it was of no particular importance to an ancient physician whether something was this or that substance with this or that name. Naturally, this is important, but it only becomes so after one has first obtained full view of something else, of the living, weaving activity of the substance. Thus one can study a substance in a place where it is exposed to weather conditions. The ancient physician laid great value on studying a substance while it was being exposed to the weather, to the whole earth process. Also, he took care that he did not simply take some substance out of the mineral kingdom, if it could be obtained from the plant kingdom. In other words, he looked at the position the substance had in the world process by virtue of its living activity. But to understand that, one needs to accept the concept of the 4 elements. For then it is of prime importance in what temperature a substance becomes earth, for instance, in what temperature it becomes solid or fluid or air. That was the important thing in olden times, to observe what world process must happen so that some substance or other would take on a particular form. That was the first requirement. After that, the substance was examined without restriction. Today, one starts out from the substance. Formerly, one started out from the process. And in fact, any substance is only a process suspended at a certain stage. Formerly, one was above all concerned with the whole weaving life within the material substance. And so the initiate described how he was first led to a vision by which he could see the weaving life of matter, and how it appeared to him as a fabric woven of the 4 elements. That was the first experience. The second description everyone gave, which presented the second step for them, was this. They were led to a place where they could learn to know the, quote, upper and lower gods, close quote. What does that mean? Dear friends, we have already described that, but in a modern way. Let me read that. What does that mean? Dear friends, we have already described that, but in a modern way. I told you that if the soul's spiritual entity enters too deeply into the physical and etheric bodies, then these bodies overpower the soul's spiritual entity, and a pathological condition is created, an aberration of the soul's spiritual entity in the physical etheric organism. There is then this pathological situation, that the person has descended more deeply into his physical organism than he should in ordinary waking life, and he encounters down below non-human, sub-natural activity. For only when we have a normal relation between our soul and spirit and our physical etheric organism do we live in the natural world. The moment we descend too deeply, too intensely into physical corporeality, we come into relation with the subnatural. we fall to a level at which elemental beings, beings of higher hierarchies at various stages of their development, are all active in mankind. This is simply a fact, that we come into relation with those gods who are unfolding their activity below the level of nature. And so how would an ancient initiate have spoken if he had wanted to use a more neutral expression, veiling the facts so that no one would understand him except other initiates? How could he have implied that he had been led to the lower gods? He would have said, "I have learned to know the nature of human illnesses, for that leads to the lower gods." Now look in the other direction, at the life of the saint. This also, as I have shown you, can be at the borderline between normal and pathological. It can happen that the soul's spiritual entity goes out farther than it should, enhancing, so to say, the sleep condition. The ancient initiate described his introduction to this state as meeting with the upper gods. So put schematically, there's a drawing. This corresponds to the fact. There's a straight line up and down at the top. On the right side it says spirit, below that supernature. In the middle, Christ, and then nature next to it. Below that subnature, below that Father. Nature, subnature, supernature, visionary life, through the clairvoyant faculty that leads an individual into the spiritual world. This the initiate called, quote, meeting with the upper gods, close quote. Now, dear friends, when we speak of upper and lower gods, someone can very easily entertain a false idea that it concerns rank. You must think of it in this way. If I simply say nature, subnature, supernature, illness, visionary life, then I am tempted to think of the lower gods as being of a lower order. But that is not true. In reality, it is like this, and there's a drawing, sort of concentric circles in a way. Imagine here we have nature. Then above, it leads to a circle. Below, it leads to a circle. And what is above joins what is below. If we draw the circle larger, we get this. Still larger, this. And if we continue to draw it larger, we finally get a straight line. A piece of circle that continues on after it has gone into infinity comes back from the other side. This shows that the terms upper and lower are not to be understood as signs of rank, but simply as different ways that the gods come to human beings. They have been thought of as working in equal rank with one another, of striving to unite at a point in infinity. Therefore, everything in olden times that was either illness or clairvoyance was thought to show that if someone gains an understanding of these two human conditions, he will then see into the spiritual world. One way to know about the spiritual world was to become well acquainted with illness and with clairvoyance. When we understand this, we are able to bring into our own modern age what was present in human consciousness in olden times. If we ask ourselves what can be identified in modern consciousness with the realm of the lower gods, the answer must be the being whom we call the Father when we think of the Divine Trinity. The Father belongs in the most eminent sense to subnature. How are we to think about the Father God with truly spiritual comprehension? Dear friends, let us consider the human being, first in his day-waking consciousness, then in his night-sleeping consciousness, and let us compare the two states. We know that in his full waking consciousness he is living as he has been placed to live within the order of this physical world. Just as the earth has had earlier stages of evolution, Saturn, Sun, Moon, and will undergo further evolution, so must man himself be recognized as the result of those earlier evolutionary periods. In this sense, he belongs in his waking state to the earth. By his nature, he stands within the sphere of the earth. In waking condition, he stands on a level with nature. It is not the same when the human being sleeps. When he is asleep, dear friends, the physical and etheric bodies lie on the bed, and astral body and ego are outside them. Let us look at the physical and etheric bodies. Of what does he consist? This piece of humanity lying there in his physical and etheric bodies. He has, of course, at a more advanced stage, what he received in the old Saturn evolution and the old Sun evolution. That is now further evolved. He has the further development of his Saturn and Sun existence now during sleep. He does not have his moon existence in what lies there on the bed. He does not have that within him. We have to say nature has progressed from moon existence to earth existence. And the fact that the sleep condition is essential to man means that nature preserves, in the sleeping human being, a nature that is now below her, a sub-nature, a nature that only existed during the Saturn and Sun periods. That is sub-nature. That lies at the foundation of all beings through the fact that there is a human race. Man falls during his sleep condition into sub-nature, and from this fall, I have shown you this in these lectures, illnesses appear. That is the realm of the Father God. When we sleep, we enter the realm of the Father God. We enter sub-nature, the realm of the Father. If now we consider human clairvoyance, that presents an illumination of those members of the human being which, during sleep, are outside the physical and etheric bodies, that is, the ego and astral body. When an individual becomes conscious in them, he is in the opposite condition, the opposite pole to illness. And he has entered the realm of the spirit with his astral body and ego. So we can see that the human being is organized on earth in such a way that he is able to go out from nature in two directions, in the direction of sub-nature to the Father, and in the direction of supernature to the Spirit. Since the mystery of Golgotha, Christ has been the mediator for both worlds. He is the one who permeates the world of nature, the one who permeates normal human existence. He is always to create harmony between sub-nature and supernature. Sub-nature is always kept in balance by the normal course of sleeping and waking. Supernature is kept in balance by those seers who are able to return to their ordinary human life at will. If someone is unable upon waking from sleep to balance what he has experienced in sub-nature, then there is illness in his physical and etheric bodies. If someone is unable to bring back into his full waking state, into the natural course of his earth life, what he experiences clairvoyantly in the realm of the spirit, then there are soul illnesses or spiritual illnesses. These are the other pole. Let us now consider physical illness. What happens when the healing process starts? The human being is led from the experience of sub-nature to the experience of nature, from the Father to Christ. For Christ is the spiritual life in nature. That is in reality what the physician does. In reality, it is the physician's task to know how a person fallen to sub-nature is brought back to Christ, after the Father, if I may express it pictorially, has given the leadership over to Christ the Son. That puts into modern speech what mystery wisdom would express. One would say, after the initiate has attained a Christ consciousness here on earth, he is led on the one side to the Father, on the other side to the Spirit. If then he is aware how his path leads from the Father to Christ, he will find on this path all the healing processes. And here, dear friends, the modern mystery begins. The mystery that creates a great world test for real medical science. It is this to which I must point at the conclusion of this Pastoral Medicine course, so that there shall flow from it what should first of all bestow healing upon the physician himself. we can assume that he will gradually learn the separate healing measures that we have shown in this course, by learning which are the defective organs, and then what there is in outer nature corresponding to them that will work with spiritual force. Thus we introduce spirit into the human body as the healing agent. The physician will learn how it is done in this case and that case. This will all build up for him to a complete knowledge. And this living knowledge that he attains will be different from the current conventional knowledge. If today you open your pathology text or a medical textbook and study it thoroughly, you are no further at the end than you were at the beginning, because, granted you have digested the entire contents, if you did go all the way to the end, but even while you worked at it chapter after chapter, still you are making no progress in your general human attitude. It is the nature of real knowledge that it impels one to grow in one's entire human attitude. If you take up medicine in this sense, and as it was meant in this Pastoral Medicine course, you will advance step by step, and the result, dear friends, will be nothing less than that you can say to yourselves, now that I have my medical training behind me, I understand all that transpired at the mystery of Golgotha, up to the moment when Christ went through the gate of death. You will understand the passage of Christ from the Father to the death on Golgotha. That is the mystery. One may not believe at first that medicine is related to this mystery, but it is related. It is so truly related that precisely through your understanding of the processes of healing, you will grasp what happened in the cosmos when the Father sent the Son to undergo the death on Golgotha. You will see, dear friends, in the death on Golgotha, not death, but the working together of all that happened at the death. That was not a death, but the overcoming of death and the healing of all mankind. That is the path of the physician, from Father to Son, until the Son dies on Golgotha. All separate pieces of medical knowledge bring one a step further toward the final comprehension of this mystery. Pastoral medicine is not only what the pastor and the physician are to practice together, it is what is to be brought together, so that first, through the physician, one part of the mystery of Golgotha can be really understood. That is the high point, the ultimate achievement of medicine, to comprehend all human illness in such a way that one sees the mystery of Golgotha up to the death as a tremendous healing process. The pathology of evolving humanity and the therapy, the dying on the cross, these will be seen in their true connection when we have real medicine. The priest has to follow all that is experienced by a human being when he leaves his body and enters the other world, the world of the spirit. Thereby the priest becomes more and more aware of the relation of a human being to the Spiritus Sanctus, the Holy Spirit. And his path is that of mediating between the Spirit and the Son, the Christ, of developing theology, so that it will find the way from Christ to the Spirit, from the Spirit to Christ. A great sum of knowledge and life experience can be acquired on this path, along which one has to lead one's fellow men, from the Spirit to Christ, from Christ to the Spirit. Its highest service must be that the successive stages of theology are able to clarify for humanity the meaning of Christ's path after the death on Golgotha. For his going through the death on Golgotha was the great healing event. Then the question arises, what faculty does this healing event create in a human being that will help him to enter the spiritual world? Theology must have, for its crowning endeavor, the comprehension of what is happening to the Christ individuality since he went through the death on Golgotha. Christ's path to Golgotha, the peak of the physician's path. Christ's path after Golgotha, the peak of the priest's path. It seems as if for many contemporary theologians the two paths have no connection whatever. For there are theologians today who actually do not want to know anything about the risen Spirit and the further activity of the Christ. But if we speak in the sense of a renewal of the mysteries, then the event of Golgotha, the mystery of Golgotha, belongs to it. And then we can say, the path by which the ancient initiate came to his initiation could be described in this way. I was led through the elements to the lower and higher gods. The modern initiate would describe it as follows. I have been led through what dissolves the elements into their active processes. The elements are now the chemical elements, 80 of them, that dissolve when they enter into any process. And I am led further to the Father below and the Spirit above. I perceive the activity of Christ on both paths. If you would like, dear friends, to take a summary of this course with you for your esoteric study, then take these words. I will follow the path that dissolves the elements into activity and leads me down to the Father, who sends illness to work out karma, and leads me up to the Spirit, who guides the erring soul toward freedom. The Christ leads downward and upward, creating spirit man in earth man, in harmonious union. When you have become completely permeated by the content of this brief meditation, you will have taken livingly into your spirit what I wanted to give in this Pastoral Medicine course. That's the end of the lecture, Lecture 11. I will end, though, with my attempt, forgive me, at the German of that mantra or verse that Steiner gave just now. Ich werde gehen den Weg, der die Elemente in Geschehen löst und mich führt nach unten zum Vater, der die Krankheit schickt zum Ausgleich des Karma und mich führt nach oben zum Geister, der die Seele in Irrtum zum Erwerb der Freiheit leitet. Christus führt nach unten und nach oben, harmonisch, Geistesmensch in Erdenmenschen zeugend. The end now of Lecture 11, the end of the course, the Pastoral Medicine by Rudolf Steiner.